on the How to Trade show yesterday. It looks like we're getting locked in a little bit here in a range, much like the range that we got locked into between that 90,000 and that 100,000. It feels, Breno, that we're kind of ranging between 80 and 90 right now, top end of the range.
Yeah, we'll see if anything out of the ordinary happens this morning, guys. Is there a trade, though, today?
Oh, good. Well, I hope so. We're not going to... Yeah, we're now rolling a little bit lower, but for the last 2 days, on IBIT, specifically at $50.35, there has been a brick wall. And that's the range top that that Brendan was talking about there. I'm just going to focus on IBIT. You can go over and look at a BTC chart and find the corresponding price. But simple. If you break, you break anything above that, like the 40s and the 50s, looking long. But until that happens, I think you got to fade it, but it's not like one of those work into it early. I mean, it's getting basically to those tops. Like you let it get to that high, and then that's where it's been turning. So I think you want to scalp trade in front of it. We were the last couple of days, it was like going long into that level only, as opposed to ever shorting it. So yeah, you got a range bottom here at 49.5 that's been working, but I can't ignore today that top. I haven't tried once to short that high, which is ridiculous when you see it hold there for 2 days. Yeah, I would love it for it to break out, but ultimately you got to play the level. And if it doesn't ever break, then I want to be long the previous, these previous tops from last week take you to 49 and then the 49.5. And then we'll be short right in front of that, probably a few pennies in front, and breaking it out if it breaks 50-40 on IBIT. I'm only looking at IBIT today. I haven't even taken a gander at MSTR. Or Mara.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, I was going to look at Mara as well, but Bitcoin, I mean, it looks like it wants to go again. I don't know. I mean, these levels have been fine. I like these dip down areas here. This is just going to be a 1 day chart. Let's go over to a 15-minute chart here for BTC. I mean, here's the 50 period or the 200 period moving average. I've really liked that here for Bitcoin. We've talked about that on a 15-minute chart. So get out of here, premium. But right into there. So we kind of broke it. Then we kept on going. We bounced off again at 86 and change. And we kind of bounced off here again. I mean, you don't have to... When these levels break, it's similar to stocks. Like you just kind of want to look for lower levels. So right into here, I think this is the area of concern, 86.8, 86.9. So that's about $600 lower. So I could see us dropping into 87.2, 87.3. Some of these levels were right at the the 200 period moving average again right now. So yeah, it's been, well respected here for at least a couple days. We could zoom back out and show you more, but at the end of the day, it needs to hold, in my opinion, right into here, 86.8, 86.9. And then if that doesn't hold, then you are looking, I would go short, if we break that area, and then look to cover 86.4 and then wait for a downside push. But I don't really see, too many catalysts in here for Bitcoin today to go one way or the other. I mean, I thought the GameStop news would have been good, but it doesn't look like it's really affecting it too much. So the NASDAQ right now is bleeding pretty good, man. In the last 20 minutes, you have just a handful, maybe 3 green candles, and you can't even find them in there. So I would say Bitcoin's been following the NASDAQ for a while. You could see a nice little recovery in IBIT, nice recovery in the NASDAQ the last couple days. So if this is going to be a sell day, then I would say don't stand in front of this. Neil and I both had this long right there yesterday on IBIT, right into the close. We bought it off VWAP. I guess VWAP was a little bit lower, and then it popped right there. So we were able to get out at day's high yesterday from buying that dip. So we don't have to do anything early. Look how choppy it was. But there it is. It's a nice downside move. So that's Bitcoin. And we just got those imbalances 30 seconds ago. So let's just have a quick look. I thought that was Lyft. So LYT, there's GameStop. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Yesterday, my daughter was trying to go to bed. It was like about 9:30 or so, and I was downstairs just finishing up. The Leaf game was over and blah, blah, blah. And I must have had like 20 sneezes in a row. And she was like, bless you, Daddy, bless you. My son's in his room with his headphones on. He has no idea what's going on. Who cares? Yeah, he's just like nuking somebody. But she's just like that. I'm just like, damn, I got to stop because she's got to get to bed. All right, there. But NVIDIA, I'm like, thank you, it's fine. But anyways, then there goes NVIDIA. I'll have those sneezing attacks. I don't ever hear you have them, but like I'll do like 10 in a row. I don't know for what reason. I'm more like the allergies will get me. I'll have like 1 or 2. Oh yeah, that's right. You're an allergy. And then it'll come back a few minutes later. But like not the 10, 12 in a row. Yeah, I'll do that. Sometimes it feels pretty good though, to be honest with you. I don't know. I'm weird. You've never seized once. Shut up, Joe. Honestly, I'm man. No, that is completely nonsense, Joe. No.
Joe just said I've never sneezed once. I mean, come on.
No, so he is clarifying it. I'm just saying that having fun with Joe because of that pie comment. I told that comment to many people. My family, I've told that comment to people at my, that very same day at hockey, I was training with all these dads. I'm like, can you believe there's this guy at my work? Look, if you look straight, you were on the thing there. This guy at my work, I was like, never had pie. They're just like, no, that's just not true. And I was like, probably, I don't know. But anyways, so there goes Joe. No, he said he's never sneezed more than once in a row, is what he's trying to say.
That's.
I said I sneezed multiple times. I can't sneeze.
The opposite.
Okay, that's more.
All right, definitely jumped the gun on that one. He says he does sneeze multiple times. Anyways, NVIDIA, they're catching a bid, which is kind of strange.
Buy and balance there, yeah.
Yeah, so 420,000. Not that that's not going to do anything to the name. I don't think it will.
That's too small.
But it is getting some pressure right now on the bid. So you can see a nice little bump up there for Bitcoin up to the top there. IonQ, GameStop stays a bid, so that's going to be a name. We still have two and a half minutes, so we don't have to rush into this. Lucid as well. Lucid seems to have got that bottom around 220 or so that's going to be a good one. I'm not seeing anything else here that is too much of interest. I just saw, didn't I see Tesla? At the end of the day, let's just see what Tesla's doing quickly. So I'm going to close this now. So 283, let's zoom back in. So Tesla, yeah, bump and dump. I mean, I might coin that, bump and dump. So there's the bump on the imbalance, and there's the dump back to reality for Tesla. Yeah, Trump and dump, pump and dump. Yeah, those are good ones there for sure.
Two stocks we didn't talk about.
Dip and rip.
I feel like every single day there's two stocks that we have not mentioned, and we can time to mention them today. SMCI 50 period on the daily has been riding it. Like I've made some more comments. I don't have any more puns for this, so if you have a good one, there it is, like riding it like a wave. I don't surf. $39 would be the test of this 50 period on the daily for SMCI, so that's where I want to start buying it. I mean, ultimately, like 38.6 is kind of the support level, but I want to go long first off that 50 period. And then I don't think we mentioned Palantir.
No. Okay.
Did we mention Palantir? No.
I mentioned it, but it's not on the rundown.
See, I just had to do the same thing. I hit Palantir, but look at it. The level 2 switched, and then this did.
Oh, no. Today it seems rough, but normally it's okay. I don't know.
Palantir defined range. Like yesterday, well, in the afternoon on Monday and yesterday, let's just call it, 95. Support on Palantir. So if 95 holds, you're looking longs on Palantir. If 95 gets broken, I think Palantir sees 91 to 92. So simple. That's a simple over/under level there on PLTR. Down to Sky says, "What's going on in Groupon?" I don't know.
Whoa.
Are you okay? Sorry. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in Groupon. Not really seeing it move too much there. But with only about 20 seconds to go, everybody, the first two stocks that I'd expect the biggest moves at the open on, I think it's going to be GameStop and Tesla. So brought to you by Foremost Clean Energy. We've got your Hump Day bell in 5, 4, 3, 2, and let's get this party started.
The party has been started. Okay, so I wrote down TQs at this level, 66.50. If we break lower, that would be a short that we'd want, but it's happening right here early, so let's give that a second to breathe. I feel like the Palantir, this is the only breakout stock that we have written down today is Palantir. So breaking, I want to welcome everybody that's here. Please hit the like, subscribe. Thank you to everybody that's joining us right now. We're about to have a big day here on air for sure. Hit the like, man. 9,000 of you watching. We want to thank you for that. All right, 96.80. If we break, we're going long. Tesla early, always making moves, but not really today, man. It does go into 280. I'm bidding half a unit at 280. I just want to get filled and then see what happens. I'm not going to marry that stock yet. Anyways, we will, I don't know if we'll trade it today.
You got to court it first.
Yeah, I mean, that's
take it
what
out
I'm
for dinner or something.
Trying to. Oh, it's been taken out for dinner. It's been taken out to dinner, to the woodshed and back, and this and that, and all that. But okay, 115 AMD. If we get that, we're going to short that as well. Some plays starting to happen right now immediately. I think that Palantir is going to break. That's at 96.50, and AMD short is what we're looking at. Tesla's what we're looking at. Let's just check out. I mean, we're neither one of us are in anything. GameStop. We talked about 28 bounce. Could be a level for sure. It's only 1 minute in. I'm just getting excited here. It looks like Tesla does hold down down below. What did we just get involved with? That's the short on AMD, I imagine. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, well, AMD just busted. So there it goes.
Not popping, though.
All right, I'm going to give 115.50. If this goes up through there, then we're going to get out 115.50. There's the AMD pop like crazy upside right now. So we got short, and there it goes. This is why we don't, like we said, man, we're not going to risk the biscuit on this one, man. AMD was super hot yesterday. Looks like it's trying to do something similar. There goes Palantir. This is going to be our name as well. So we're into Palantir. 96. I wanted to give it to VWAP or so. 96.20 break lower, and we're going to be out on Palantir, but we're in it right now. PLTR long, AMD short.
Yeah, NVIDIA is not moving at all, so it's kind of crazy. Like, I wanted to fade NVIDIA. It's not even above 119. It's not even above VWAP. Oh, there goes GameStop. So much for getting that.
There goes AMD.
It did dip at the open in 28, and the second it bounced off 28, I threw a bid in there to try to catch it on the way back up. I'll leave it in, break the low, and then we get out. So waiting for GameStop to give us the potential fill. SMCI, kind of a nothing burger. Chewy tanked off the open as well, and Tesla is still gliding lower on Tesla. There's still a lot of room for this to come back in. I like that 75, 76. I said patience if it just puts in multiple red candles. But if it does a reversal here, I don't care where Tesla reverses. I just want to get that reversal as long as we're above those 70s. So that would qualify if you put in a green candle anytime soon. Yeah, NVIDIA just broke the low of the day. So
oh, did it? Shit, yeah. I got stopped out of AMD.
I don't.
It's weird.
Yeah, we're not going to get a pop in NVIDIA, just going to have to adjust plan. That's a frustrating one because we wanted short NVIDIA. I don't understand why you'd be getting so much strength in AMD and NVIDIA wants to go to the downside. So I guess we're looking at Tesla and GameStop until NVIDIA calms down.
Yeah.
GameStop, I don't know if it wants to dip again. It's looking like it's going to pull back and give a fill maybe in those low 28s. But for now, it could actually break out. Do I take a 29 break? Or I'm still going to wait for the 28s. We might take a 29 break, but I wouldn't give that too much room.
All right, so we were able to get out of Palantir at the high side, and then it just came back in and we lost. So right back in there into 96. I wonder if it's just a quick dip, but the thing is, the NASDAQ is having that day again now where we're starting just to go lower. So glad that we're out. I mean, it looks like the short, of course, the short that we pick right there. I might just cancel Tesla short because we are bidding 280. It is coming in right now into 280. Maybe there's something there. We might have also, I mean, that NASDAQ is getting dumped out there. I do want to buy back some Palantir. Let's try it here at 40s. That, I mean, we could play off that. I'm going to get rid of, I don't even look at RSI, so I don't even know why it's there. All right, so that dip down was 96. So I think we can probably, all right, well, look, man, if it comes back up good, we'll make back what we lost. But at the end of the day, we did get stopped out there. So for anybody that was into that one, we got a couple outs, more than a couple outs, actually. I think there's only 2 outs, actually, up there at 97.20. But there goes GameStop. Is that what you said?
Oh, I just typed GNE. Never mind, I got to it. It just broke. We got the fill at the 28, but it just broke the local bottom, so we didn't get it on the way up. We ended up getting on the way down. I'm not fighting this one. If it breaks here, you got to wait for it to test the aftermarket highs, which was at 27 to 27 and a half. Tesla's still not doing anything. NVIDIA, we have no shot at 120 at this particular moment, so we're just going to have to, like I said, be patient with it. And Chewy, Chewy gave up that bid right away. So there was no hold of that 34.75. So that one's starting to go to the downside pretty heavily. The market's headed down, and the one stock I wanted short is not available in terms of a setup. So it's going to have to be a little bit of patience here with NVIDIA as it's trying to get higher. But I'm shorting pops in NVIDIA today. So VWAP doesn't really matter this early. I'm still going to look at resistance, early resistance at 119, shorting any pop that we can get. Haven't looked at Apple, everybody. Just trying to stick on the same names. But maybe we should because the market's catching a bid, and Apple is one of the stronger ones that I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm going to watch out here because here comes Tesla back in again. We are going to try it just a little bit here at 280.25s. Might bounce off of that level one more time. I'm saying boo. You might have heard me say boo, Palantir. I mean, look, man, it's going to be hopefully a dollar winner, but at the end of the day, we got stopped out earlier, so we're just making back like what we got stopped out on. So that kind of sucks. Like, you know, buy there 96.80. We were going to use VWAP as our out. And oh, there. Wow. Okay. Spin the money. Okay. Well, now we'll hopefully wind up making more than we wound up losing. But Palantir definitely catching some wind now back there to the upside off that low. That's what happens. We just missed this. We just talked about where we were at 280.25s. It went down to 280.31s. So, or 40s there. So we missed that by 20 cents, and there it would be $1.50. So nice move back up to the upside, woulda, coulda, shoulda, as the market starts to move back now. Back Greensville there for the NASDAQ is where we're trying to get. We're just touching out to VWAP right now. We did talk about the TQs as well, wanting to get that 66.50. So it does touch there. It looks like that level was a good level for us on the TQQs, but now it's starting to bounce back up into VWAP, into the 50-period moving average. So 66.50 I wrote down was this sort of break level right there from yesterday, and on the week we had sort of danced around there before breaking it. Yesterday at the open was pretty choppy, so we're expecting very, very similar moves to today. But the NASDAQ starting to head down, right? I mean, down 0.2, did have that move off the open. So we're going to try to be careful with everything. I do still like the short on the TQs, but what about up here at 67? I think that's the better play. Wait for the 200 period, as we had said before. So right now, man, we're 70 cents in right now on Palantir, looking for this to hold and break. So I'll get another piece out here in the mid-90s on PLTR and see if we can get back upside. So a little choppy open for me on Palantir. That stop is going to hurt, but again, bought it back. We just have to be a little more careful sometimes with the stop orders.
Well, that's sort of the thing. The open is going to do that to you. It happens all the time. Like I'm eyeballing GameStop. It's not getting back above 28, so I don't see a re-entry in that. You just tanked on GameStop to the $0.50. But IBIT made a bottoming tail wick, and this is now looking like a better setup. So remember the levels from the afternoon? Just work off of that. It's not really, it wasn't VWAP, as Sean mentioned. It was 49.80 that was holding on IBIT. I have GameStop on the brain here. So I'm going to go long. Give it to the low still, but the fact that it's holding the same level, play the same range on IBIT, and I said Apple is a beast. Apple is an absolute, it's just a steady eddy, like dip. It doesn't go all the way to the bottom, but it is continuing that trend. So as long as it holds the opening range green, and that's the first, this first little charge, I want to look longs there. B. Riley apparently going. And Tesla still hasn't closed this first green 3-minute candle, but that could be a hold of the low. Want to see it calm down a little bit. Want to see GameStop calm down before I get back into that one as well. Just has to get back above the 28, or at least test the lower bound of the range here. Do not mind getting back in or taking multiple shots, but show me confirmation that you made a bottom at least.
Yeah, show us that confo. 70s. Okay, so I'm taking a small piece here on AMD, but I am going to, I was just looking to where it was. I like the 70 level. So if we can get back up there, let's try to run some 70s upside right now on AMD. We're short right now, so it's fine. Hopefully it does come back in, but you can see now the market just kind of turned on its head a little bit. I don't know. All of a sudden, Palantir made this nice little drop in. We were just cruising 2 minutes ago up to 97.15s again, and then here's the drop down. So looks like they are getting rinsed just a little bit. Our stop is still going to be 96. It probably should have been that from the beginning. Well, it was 96. We got stopped out at 96.15, which at the time was that VWAP level right there. So we'll see if we can hold that very bottom now. Again, that's a break of $96 is where we'll be out if Palantir does go awry. So that's something, rye bread. What do you, when you go to get breakfast,
what do you named it.
Yeah, rye, yeah. That's the only time I ever have rye. We don't have rye in my house, but all right. So here we go, back up to the upside. 90s, yep, sure, in 1 second. $97. I'll put an offer for Palantir just in case we get back there. So I'm at 97 flat. I'm at Tesla 280, and we're looking to get some more short on AMD, although that's cooking to the downside. Now 20 cents. What's up, A?
Couple smaller cap names on watch here. LPTX is about a penny stock, 50 cents, with a roughly 7% short float. They reported earnings this morning, and they also provided a positive update with regards to its colorectal cancer treatment study. Then we also have another small cap earnings name on watch. It's going to be SURG. This is SurgePays. This one pushing nicely here, almost at pre-market highs after their earnings report. And SURG you can read more about in our Trader TV watch list. No economic data this morning as well, guys. Back to you.
Economic data.
I think we got a couple of Fed speakers at 10 o'clock or a little bit later on in the session.
Bye AMD.
We just got to VWAP here on IBIT. So it holds yesterday afternoon's support levels, higher low. So I'm going to work that long off that bottom. And if it gets to 50, if it gets to 50.35 on IBIT, which is like 89, we're shorting that up there. Either way. It's just long into that level, and then we're shorting it because it's been sold off for 2 days. Tesla's absolutely running. And Apple, it's going to confirm any second now on this next candle that we're holding VWAP. So you confirm that we're holding VWAP after that high break or failed high break because we're underneath it, and we're going to look for the long in Apple. So just IBIT for now. although GameStop is starting to creep up and Apple looking pretty good. No entries in NVIDIA, though. That's the frustrating thing. It's just, NVIDIA is only going down. It's got to be a VWAP short at this point.
Yeah, we finally, right now, spin it finally. What's up, Jay Lee and everybody else there, man? Now we got $1 back. So now we're in the money, $1 on AMD. I mean, there it goes, right into the 200 period. We got to take something out. There it is. So we're getting this out. There it goes, guys. We just put this on for you. Look, man, we lost 60, 70 cents right there. That sucked for sure on AMD. In it a little bit too early. Sometimes we get excited. And 931, you know, that was at 115. We had sat there. It was a sticky note level. So it was something that we looked at for sure. And my bad on that one. So, all right, see if we can get some more out here on Palantir as it just dipped down. We're looking to buy some 9620s there if we get it. And then there goes AMD. Yeah, trying to hold 50s. Will it do that? I don't know. We're going to bid 47s again and see if we can get another piece out. That's our best out so far. There it is. Okay, so that's a nice one. Can we get back into pre-market levels? So that's 114 flat. Let's put another bid down there. We always go a little bit higher. We'll go to like 114.12s right there. I just kind of pick random numbers in front of it. But here it comes, nicely bleeding to the downside right now for AMD. So our ideas are kind of 2 for 2, guys. Like, so we're really happy with the idea generation here today. Going long Palantir has worked, but got stopped out. And then going short AMD has worked, but got stopped out. Just got back into both of them. So the ideas are fine right now. The profit's not there because we had stopped out, and now we're just getting back in. So we're just getting back to zeros now. Let's just see if this can work out. It's 942. Missed trade. I was saying to Neil, like, I had Tesla, missed it by 10 cents. We're bidding 280.25s. It went down to 280.40s, 41s there. There goes Tesla cooking now to the upside. Let's give Palantir some room, guys. I want to see this back up here. My next offer, 97.10.
Yeah, Palantir it's looking relatively strong, no questions asked, but yeah, NVIDIA's dropping like a rock. I'm not convinced on Tesla just yet.
There goes AMD,
like, let's see how it goes off that prior high. SMCI was the other name that I had mentioned. It is starting to fall heavily in. Remember, I like that 39, so we're picking up any reversion out in front of it. I am sitting at 39, trying to grab it for sure, and we'll see if we can't get it. Everybody, dude, I don't want to get too far away from GameStop because this is one that it's starting to hold right at $28, which was that pre-market low. So I know GameStop was supposed to be the big one, but it's heading on a downward trend, everybody. If you're here for the GameStop show, then hit that like, hit that subscribe. But if it loses 28, I'm still expecting a bigger dip into 27. So either we can break and hold above. The second we hold this, I'm looking for the long one more time. Otherwise, we play a little bit of patience on GME. Oh my goodness, you've got to be kidding me. There he is. We knew this was coming. There's a tank. NVIDIA's tanking.
Hey,
now.
how's it going? Good to see you guys.
Goodness.
We are shorting the NASDAQ right now. Mark's ruining the mojo.
Oh my goodness, Mark.
Happy birthday. How are you doing today?
Happy birthday,
oh,
brother.
God.
Thank you.
The Dream Donuts today. A little Easter egg festivities. Good to see you.
Don't want to ruin the mojo, though.
I like the vest. Got an extra one or what?
Thinner?
Thinner, yeah. I like that one. I like that. What's going on?
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, feeling good.
Awesome. That's what we love to hear.
Looking forward to tonight.
So you're here from New York?
In from
Jersey?
New York, yes. Visiting my favorite group here. Oh, no.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I'm always dangerous with this.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
So you're from ICE.
Licensed to thrill with this. Yes, ICE Data Services in from New York City to see my favorite group of clients here, of course.
Yes, good. Well, we're glad to have you. And yeah, looking good, my friend.
Feeling good.
I just saw you at Madison Square Garden.
Yes.
Or was that an old picture? I saw you
No,
on court.
that was recent. That was
You're just sitting courtside. That
Living that hard life.
typical family outing. Family outing.
I saw, what was it? Tracy Morgan there had
Tracy had a little bit of an episode.
Yeah, that wasn't the game you were at, was it?
No.
No. Yeah, I saw you had some food poisoning there. So what is it like sitting courtside there and schmoozing with the big dogs?
It's really truly only for the elite.
I know, I was going to say.
And the elite vantage crew.
Well, what do you like?
Okay.
Yeah, but courtside at Madison Square Garden or chilling with us on the show. Which one?
I would take chilling with this crew over courtside or playing any day of the week. So
that's what
so our data provider ICE. So we want to thank you again for all the great quotes that we have and everything. And we keep talking about eSignal, how we're able to entitle any market pretty much worldwide through the eSignal platform.
Cool.
So that's been absolutely great, and we've gotten some great feedback. So Mark O'Keefe, thank you so much.
Bowing out gracefully back to the markets. How are we today? We lower or higher?
No, we're
lower.
We're we're fine.
Well, we're lower now.
I mean, I know you and I have talked about Intel and Microsoft.
Well,
and
listen,
some of
I'm
those
born
things.
bullish, and today's my birthday, so buy low,
Yes.
sell
All right.
high.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay,
That's it.
we'll
I'm
take
talking it up.
Yeah, we're long Palantir,
Be well
short
off.
AMD, and short the Nasdaq.
I'm
so,
hanging. I'm very dangerous with this.
Go get these over
you're
there
good.
to Ramin or something. Here, Randy,
Well,
get these
I
out of
mean,
here.
well,
But
hold on
thank
a
you so much.
Good to see you
Oh no,
guys.
Randy. Oh no, Neil's gonna take one.
take it.
Neil's
Yeah.
gonna take one
guys.
right there. Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you so much,
All right,
sir.
we are now $2 in the money, Mr. Mark O'Keefe. That's a $2 winner right there for AMD short. As it was written on the sticky note, it is a banger right there for AMD, guys. It's always nice to see friends stop by. Mark's been with us for many, many years, and there they are talking as well with Brendo. So shout out to everybody there from ICE. But there's the move down. This is what we're talking about. We're here to trade, and this is a trade right now. Over $2. Here, check this out, Mark. Mark, watch the TV here. We're going into the dollar club right there. It's a club time right now, Mark. So there it is right there. Well going. $2 now in the money on AMD. And oh boy, our day just got better. Donuts for all. ICE is in the building, and we're icing the market right now as we go to the downside. We're short the NASDAQ. We're short AMD. And oh boy, are we printing here, Neil.
It's the good ice, everyone in the chat. Come on, everyone in the USA. It's not that ice. Shout out to Mark and appreciate it. And great look on the short. I've canceled orders on. Oh, something wrong with my mic. I've canceled orders on the upside of NVIDIA because it absolutely flushed. But GameStop just broke that 28. So we're going to grab it going into these highs. I'm not going to take the break of 29. I want to be long going into it. When the market tanked, I got some more out on the way back of 50 on Bitcoin, but it's holding the levels for now. So you're holding higher lows in BTC. So I'm going to look for the reload off of this bottom on Bitcoin. As long as it holds, we like it. So GameStop, we'll take our second salvo in it. If it can hold this little, it's like a reverse head and shoulders. It's the same area before that I want to be able to get out. So we're going to give it a chance to squeeze today for sure. Yeah, I get it. Everybody in the chat, lots of fun in there. ICE, the good ICE. The one that we like. And blowing up on my e-signal scanner right now is Robinhood and Soxel and all of the chip names. So it's all the chips that are absolutely flying around. I wanted NVIDIA short. There was just never any pop. Like there hasn't been a move up to really fade here on NVIDIA as it's absolutely bleeding. There was that news on from China, but didn't really expect this much, 3% down early on NVIDIA. GameStop's starting to bounce a little bit here, so that long's still working. And Apple, even with the market down, Apple's holding higher lows. So I think this is one that you got to still look long.
Yeah, we were starting to piece out of some of that Palantir, but looky what we have right here. AMD 115 short. So again, we got stopped out. We bought back the level that we got stopped out, and then there it goes, man. Right to the bottom. AMD now, Neil, almost $3 now in the money as we go lower on advanced micro devices off of our posted level. So go over, find me at Trader TV, Sean there. The Palantir long 96.80, we took that and lost already. And then now everything is starting to drop down a little bit here as there goes Palantir breaking through 96 finally. So we just got in there and out a little bit as we were sort of talking. And then it just dropped through 96. So now we can leave this alone and just watch the shorts bleed, man. What a big trade right here as well. We are now 40 in the money right now, 40 handles on the NASDAQ as we're short, guys. Right now, we're short 66.60. And again, like, who would have thought about that level, right? I mean, but it is posted right here. There's the 66.50 level there for the TQ. So far, so good here today as we'll run the gauntlet up and down. But right now, it's down. And there's the futures trade. So if you're with me, you're short the futures, you're short AMD, you're in the money over $3 right now. So far, so good. Long IBIT, long GameStop over there. Let's just keep the good times rolling over here.
Yeah, GameStop just broke VWAP. It's headed to that 29 resistance. So every dollar on GameStop, well, the next $2, not every dollar. That would be incorrect. 29 and 30 are just clean resistance levels on GME. So I want to get out and look for breaks and buy dips on this squeeze name. I got to go over to Palantir, though, for a quick second. We're breaking VWAP right now. I'm going to reload in front of 28 as we got some out in front of VWAP. Palantir is at 95. And it's on the NASDAQ. So Palantir's at that 95 level for 2 days. This has been the support on PLTR. So it's doing a bit of a bottoming tail wick here on Palantir. There's your support. Going to look for the first bounce. I haven't traded it yet today. Wanted to wait for that 29 to sort of the 95 to come in. Now that it's come in, going to go for the reversion trade on PLTR. So hopefully we're able to get some in the 20s.
Yeah.
Pick it up. How is Apple already at the high of the day? Man, the stock, it's like the market's dipping that hard, and you're like, okay, give it some room. Apple's going to come back to you. It'll give you the fill. Look at that. I just missed by like 2 cents that bottom on Palantir. It opened the next wick higher, so I tried to punch through and did not get filled there at 30. We'll see if we can't get picked up. That's how quick it happens sometimes, these reversion plays.
Boo. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, that was the same thing happened on Tesla too, as well, where we went all the way down and then all the way back up. So we'll be careful with all of this, man. I mean, Neil and I, we'll just continue to watch these names and hopefully be able to get the winners and hold on to them if we can. So the TQs, again, absolute monster here for us as we trade the futures, and there it goes right in. So let's let this bleed a little bit. I mean, this is not like any kind of a day to worry about, I don't think, here, but we are starting to go downside, and that's always going to be a little bit of a worry for some of the longs. So let's see if there is a panic short that at some point hits here. I don't even think we're panicked yet. I mean, we're only down 0.4, so the market does have a little bit of breathing room here back to the upside. So let's just let's play it for what it's worth is what I'm getting at. If it comes back in, we'll hold a little bit, and I do want to go short again. Now we have VWAP at 66.60, so far so good. There's Palantir. It's just, I don't know if you eventually got long there or not, but
no, I'm not sitting on the falling.
No, look at this. I was just looking at the same thing.
When it makes the reversion bounce, either you punch in on the way, or I shouldn't speak for others. Either I punch in on the way up or not. With this move to the downside, I'm getting out of GameStop 29, and then we'll reevaluate. Remember SMCI 39? Well, SMCI is now at that 50 period on the daily. It's 38.6. That is the big support level. So really, I'm just going to try to get a little bit in now, but I want to see the reversion on this play back in. All right, GameStop just lost VWAP, so the next play is also going to be
Tesla doing?
Maybe covering this one in more in the 70 range if we can. Tesla's not doing much, but I think that's a big yet on Tesla's part. And NVIDIA, it's ridiculous, NVIDIA. Yeah, why am I even offering 118s on NVIDIA at this point? Like, you just, no green candles yet. I think we have a decent chance that you're going to see a test of that 115. See, I wanted this thing to be going down, but I thought we'd get some kind of a pop to the upside, and I got completely psyched out. No questions asked. When I saw AMD going to the upside, I bailed on NVIDIA shorting it right then and there. So I figured we'd get a bit of a pop when that happened, but they don't have to move together. There's nothing saying that they do. Oh, SMCI just lost a 50 period on the daily. So slap the fail on that one. It's held every other day. So far, the only long holding up is GameStop.
Yeah, that's for sure.
That's actually, it's kind of funny because it's the one fundamentally that makes no sense.
Yeah, we just took a big advantage of that one, man. Down 70 handles. I mean, we just took another bid there on the TQs, as we had talked about. Not a Max Payne type of day or anything like that, but that there was going to be some shorts involved here. Neil, we are now $1, $2, $3 right now to the downside. No, Mr. Westermeyer, no. So good question, man. You can, again, anybody can ask us any of these things, and I talk about it all the time. No, right now, not green for the day because of Palantir, and that just dropped out on us. So, we'll get back on AMD, obviously. I mean, we don't need to talk too much about AMD right now. AMD now $3, so that's going to be a good one. And the TQs, we are sitting on this position, but it was Palantir that came in. So we're in our pocket where we need to be, but, not the huge day that I was hoping for. No, I'm never hoping for a huge day, but definitely this level right there. Because we punched that, we got some out, that's fine, but then that put us red, and then we tried again, and that was basically flat. So that was the one red one. We'll get it back on AMD, and we've only traded that and the futures, but we're still here, man. We're still looking for more. Obviously, it's 9:55, so thank you, Westermeyer, for that one. Ask us whatever you guys want. But there's 280. I was looking at Tesla today. I mean, this market is really puking to the downside, but Tesla's kind of holding, to be honest with you. It's not that bad. I'm going to cancel my Tesla 280 bid for right now, just because we're really net short, and if the market wants to fall, then great. We could definitely take advantage of that one, but there it goes, man. We'll see down to the downside right now, just to go over what's been happening with Tesla. So 280 looks like it may want to hold. I'm not going to sit in there because of what this NASDAQ's doing, but there it is, Neil. It's another 70 handles for the bear case there on the TQs, and again, it's just as it was posted. Like, this is the exact level. I hope that you guys, we have almost 51,000 followers, maybe a bit more than that, on on Twitter. There it is, man. TQ 66.50. So that's where we're short. There it is, 66.60. We have that trade. And then the AMD 115 short is now $3. So that one's really starting to print. The only thing that, again, we've messed up was with Palantir. So, but I'm fine with it. I'm going there. I don't know how your day is going over there, but we'll be red for now. But just watching this, hopefully that changes very soon as the market just coming in a lot. $1 now in the money. It's another one for AMD. It's another one for TQs. And then, wow, look at Advanced Micro Devices, guys. This name,
the capitulation bottom.
Yeah, big time bottom there, up at 112. Let's see where it goes. I'm bidding 99 for some reason. There it is. We get that fill. Boom, shagalaga, goes the downside right there. So nice dollar right there for AMD, $3, sorry, and $1 on the TQQs.
Yeah, right now I'm staring down Palantir. I mean, Tesla's at 278, but it's got to get to 75 or 70, one of the two levels. GameStop somehow hasn't broken the low just yet, but I'm not moving my stop and I'm not adding to it either. So there it goes. It only just broke now. We'll be down on GameStop. It was looking like it was the only one that was strong for a brief moment, but we do not have that short in NVIDIA, so I'm not going to bother about chasing it. At this point, Palantir is right into its breakout from the last couple of days. So when this kind of a heavy candle, all I'm thinking about is yesterday and Tesla and that candle on Tesla and looking for this type of an entry on the reverse over here in PLTR specifically. Like that's the one that I have on the eyeballs on. So Palantir is probably going to be quick. That 95 did not find any support, so I didn't have to take it. I always type in New York instead of NASDAQ. So I didn't take it. But the second we get a close, breaking this trend and a little green, going to get that capitulation bottom on Palantir. That's what's going to be next for me. GameStop's still making a higher low, but I'm not going to just sit there. I'll let it test lower or reclaim 28 bucks. If it's under 28, I'm waiting for 27 or 27.5. If it's over, I take another shot at GME. As long as it holds that level, then I want to be long GameStop, especially if the market's going down, because then your meme stocks are probably your best bet if you're not looking for a reversion play. And mine's going to be Palantir here, unless Tesla drops another $2-3, which could happen.
All right, huge Trump. I'm going to see if I can get a huge Trump meme here. Yeah, it's huge. There it is. Right there. Yeah, no, I'm just posting it up right now because, like I said, man, we do have a lot of followers and they're always all over this Twitter. So we'll just show it right here again. We just wanted to say about how it was huge, this trade right there on, there it is, huge. There, that's what we're looking for. Right there on the TQs. So there it is right there. We shorted the NASDAQ because we had talked about it. So there it goes, man. NASDAQ right there. Good short for us. We're getting lighter and lighter on it because it's making that huge move. And there's another out for us. We have less than half left, but we have about 40%. So I'm going to take one more piece here at 54s, and there it goes again as we may retrace back up to the upside. So far, so good right there on some of these plays. That is for sure. Yeah, wow. Okay, this was my daughter again, volunteers every week. She wakes up at 7:30, 8 o'clock, and she just got a volunteer certificate from the Dolphins. So thank you so much to the Etobicoke Dolphins for that one. Volunteering to teach U7s all about skating, so and hockey and those kind of drills, which is absolutely amazing. She is definitely something else. So shout out to that one. Obviously gets her looks from her mother. So thank you for that one, Marisa. But yeah, so far so good there. And yeah, the TQs, man. I mean, this is why we're doing this. Down to the downside right there. Nicely done for the futures. We're over $5 in the money right now on these positions. So again, good day. Always could be better. Let's see if we can get some more money back in the account right now as the NASDAQ looking lower. We just need to get some more shares in. Tesla right now, I know you're battling with Palantir. Can't believe it's at 94. There goes Tesla breaking through 280. It's a good thing we stayed away from that one.
Oh, GameStop's going, but I got a bat out. All right, that's a monster fail on Palantir because I misplaced my stop order. I got to move on because I got another position, but I just misplaced a stop on Palantir, so I'm not happy with it. Keystroke's going to cost you. I did have the bottom wick, but what happened on GameStop, similar thing. Stopped out, got right back in when it took that 28 level. We got back in at 28. We're able to get some 20s and some 30s, but we want to be long this one every chance we get, and if it breaks the down cycle, still only looking long over on this bad boy. Let's go to Adara, I believe. You've got to be.
Very nasty 15-minute candles here to start the day for the NASDAQ. trying to bounce a little bit right now, but again, we're only about 2 minutes into the second candle here, or third candle here of the day. Then here's the S&P 500 looking pretty equally as bad. I think NASDAQ down slightly more on a percentage basis, but S&P 500 definitely red to start the day here as well. Lots of catalysts on watch here. Tesla to the downside, Nvidia down about 3%. Reports of some concerns here with their China business, which makes up about 13% of their revenue. In terms of economic data, it's a lighter one today. We're going to be having Fed's Kashkari at 10 a.m. speaking at a Fed Listens event. Then at 1:10 p.m., we're actually going to be getting Fed's Muslim and Donald Trump speaking at a Women's History Month event. Just saw that in the calendar. That'll be at 3 p.m., so we'll be covering that for you as well. We got core durable goods here, stronger than expected. Durable goods also stronger than expected for February coming in. That came in at 8:30 a.m. Earnings names on watch. GME here, revenue down on a year-over-year basis and missing estimates. However, they actually did announce they're going to be looking to add some Bitcoin here, their Treasury Reserve assets. The board's approved that addition. Then we have DLTR, another earnings day one play, announcing that they're going to be basically divesting their family dollar business for about $1 billion. Last but not least, CHWY, looking the worst of these three earnings names, pushing to the downside despite, as far as I could tell, a pretty strong report beating on EPS and revenue. So lots of earnings names to watch out for, guys, and more Trump talk in the afternoon. Back to you.
Trump talk in the afternoon. I, for one, am shocked. So first bounce is happening on NVIDIA. I think you let it, with that kind of a move down, I'm going to let it get to at least VWAP. As I said, going to end up missing on Palantir. All I can do is look for the next play. It wasn't a miss. It was just a bad stop. And you're going a little fast, and then you move the stop in the wrong spot or put the stop in the wrong spot. All I can do is look for what I think is the next play. I'm looking at prior low, which was 95, which I thought could hold, into a bit of a pop and fail on Palantir. So if I was still in the long, I would be holding it to the 95 area because that's the prior support level. That's where I would want to go back to. And then the other play is going to be, let's let this bounce happen in NVIDIA. That's the one that I wanted to the south side. Let's see if it can get into VWAP for short. If not them, then it's the standard short VWAP on Intel, which we did not like today for reasons unknown, and that'll be back into about 24.10. So Palantir, let it soak it up into 25 or 95. It's gone pretty clean into the level. That's the thing, a reversion play like that, you get like one good punch in on it, and you just try to put the stop at the low of the day and let it ride. But now that we're back up at that 95 level or close to it, gonna look for the turn on PLTR. GameStop's just sort of chilling out here. It's at 28.20 or so. The next out I have is going to be in the mid-30s and then the $0.50 on GME. But looking for the curl on Palantir and NVIDIA. Hopefully GameStop defies all logic and continues to go up in a down market. And let's go to Sean, take care of some business.
Is all logic, leveraging, I would hope that we can get some more movement here today. But if you're looking to leverage one of the biggest mega trends on the planet, that would be nuclear energy, partnered with Denison Mines, with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. And foremost is your entry, of course, listed under the NASDAQ with FMST as a symbol, FMST, and on the CSE, the Canadian Securities Exchange, as FAT, or simply go to foremostcleanenergy.com for details, and you can scan that QR code, and it will do all the work for you and take you directly there. So there it is, man. Uranium. If you're interested, a couple names there, Foremost, a new one. So thank you to them for coming through on the show numerous times and talking everything nuclear with us. All right, what's going nuclear today is the shorts. Down to the downside, we are now over $4 in the money. AMD is 3 and change, and the TQs are those 100 handles. So yeah, man, so far so good here today, but it doesn't mean that this market will bounce off this level. I'm not sure it will. I mean, here's the NASDAQ here. We talked about where it had to go. I was thinking back into 484. That's a decent move back. That puts us back to beginning of the week right there. So back to the 20th. Yeah. So about a week ago. is where I think we could bounce. Not to say we're going there today or anything, but I want to play the short. We're now underneath. We have 2 short ideas on our sticky note today, and we're in both of them. The idea that we lost on was Palantir, obviously, on the long. But again, like considering what had happened there, we are okay with Palantir today. That is for sure. So yeah, just looking for some more opportunities. Maybe a dip buy opportunity in Palantir back to 94. Tesla, I'm looking short. What's up, Jay Lee? I can tell, like, you know, by the way that you're talking, you know, you're like to get these winners as well. And I mean, 282, 284. Again, like I was looking long on Tesla 280, but just with the action there in the market, we were able to stay away from it. So we don't have any 280. And it's a good thing we don't, because that dipped right into 278. I'm looking to fade 281. If we do get any backside movement on Tesla, I'm going to go back. So
it might not bounce.
I don't know. Tia there, were you just back in Palantir? Or no? Just saying you're...
I haven't traded. I had one shot, and I've only taken one trade in Palantir. And yeah, I'll be the guy that had his stop here. It was a simple reversion play. Got in. Idea is to throw the stop underneath the low, which was at 60. Obviously, I mean, I don't have to look. I know I keystroked it and must have just typed in, you know, the wrong price level. It doesn't matter. We got out, and now we have to look to the next trade. I still think it's going to be a 95. Prior support is a fade. GameStop's trying to go here, and there's probably some other small cap stocks that I'm not paying attention to. See, this is exactly where it curled last time. I was on the north side of 75 the last time it had this long and didn't get that fill above VWAP. So this time I'm going to go ahead and do it. We'll let it ride into 29 because we scalped into it. But keep in mind, like I've gotten stopped out twice on GameStop and I'm back in it for a third time. So it's like lose, go green, lose, go green. Now we're looking for the follow through. And the market, hopefully, even if it does continue to go down, GameStop is the kind of name that, like I said, can defy a little bit of logic with it. But the next trade for me is going to be looking for a reversion. As I said, either NVIDIA, not reversion, short, either NVIDIA, Intel, which I tried to grab on these wicks to the downside, or Palantir at that 95 spot, PLTR. Tesla's still not even at that 70 level. But I still think Tesla has some room to go. 70 to 73 was the target area for the bottom yesterday. Can't get to VWAP, you're trending down. I don't like much of anything long unless it's a meme stock or a small capper or something that's not going to be following the market at this point. You know what was...
yeah, I mean, I just covered a little...
Trade desk.
Yeah, I know, a TTD. Yeah, we had some comments about that the last couple of days. I was just looking here. I just covered some more on the futures. Like I said, man, I don't know if it's going up or down or around or sideways or what, but for right now, we'll take a little bit more out. We only now have less than a third left. We have about 30, it's like 27, 28% left of this trade. So we'll just continue to look for other trades, of course, as we go. We did talk about that. PayPal, Disney.
100.
I did, yeah, it's not quite at 100 yet, but yeah, there's a dip down. So I was looking at this. There's not so much volume today. It's 500,000 shares, which isn't that bad. Not going to hate on that, but at the end of the day, it's fallen in and it's starting to go again. So I was actually going to look at this. It was actually 101 was what I was looking at here, because again, if you just look at that, it sort of held this 101 back into yesterday, but
excuse me.
Again, I like the valuation here on Disney. I think we've sort of mentioned that a little bit over the days and years, but you know, this 101's held pretty good right into there. So this could be a good dip buy opportunity for anybody looking at Disney. Let's check out some of the runners that were yesterday. Big Bear AI not doing too much. We had DATS Chat, I mean, down 5%, so I guess it is doing something. I was just looking at the price there. I actually didn't notice Big Bear had that bigger move there yesterday, which we had talked about. But there's DATS Chat was up in the morning. We had that report as well. That was yesterday's move, but still up 7%. DAT Chat, what did it do yesterday? Well, we know what it did. It got going, but where did we stop? So again, big movements to the high side yesterday, stopping around $6, fading basically all day, kind of similar to that MLGO. We can again have a look over there if that was something that we were interested in. But for right now, it looks like that's...
not what's up.
Yeah, it's not, well, it's still up 7, but, you know, if it has, what I was going to say is that if it has a very similar trajectory to what was going on yesterday, then yeah, that is what's up, and you may have a downside push. So I would say look for 350, 360 on DATS, and then before I throw back to Neil, MLGO was another name that was running around. It was $10 in the pre-market, up to 14, I believe, right when we opened, yes. Or sorry, that's still a pre-market level. And then all the way back down to 12, touches that $11. Yesterday, 10, stopping on a dime there, $10. So definitely something to look at there for MLGO if we do get back into 10. So, all right, what is this?
That's a weird poll.
I like doing these polls. What are you voting on this one?
Well, oh, shoot. Oh, I just clicked on the wrong one.
I haven't looked at it yet. 100K?
Quickly here, first of all, we're close to that 95 on Palantir, but it's not there. It's at 94.5. Oh, there's the poll right in.
Yeah.
By the way, if you want to answer the poll or ask questions in the chat or pop a symbol in there or discuss with everybody, make sure you hit that subscribe. It's a subs-only chat. So if you want to engage in our community and, like I said, ask questions and make sure you jump in, it is, will BTC go to 100K, 75K, 150, or 0 by April? April's in a week.
That's the problem. That's why I wasn't sure about it. It should be April 30th.
Yeah, it should be the end of April. So I meant to vote for 100K because if it's next week, then I'm just picking the number that I want it to go to. I don't think
so let's pretend
neither
April
one 30th. Of those by April 30th.
Yeah.
I'm going to say press into 100K and then dip first because we've had trouble getting down to the 75 level. So I can see us getting up to the 100 and then failing at that point. But no, we're not going to either of those in 1 week. I'd bet. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what odds you'd give on that, but they'd be very long. I was about to say like 10-1 or something, but I'd be making up odds. I really don't know. I think it's a very low probability for sure.
It's all about the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's coming back in, and look what's happening to Bitcoin.
Why is Bitcoin
through 87,000? So
the NASDAQ's going, the NASDAQ's going down heavily, and I'm looking over. GameStop's holding up over here, at least decently. No, what was confusing to me for a split second was the quantum names were running. I'm like, you really? Like those are bouncing on a day like today? I didn't pay for locates on QBTS. Otherwise, I would have just shorted VWAP, so I had no chance to do it because I'm not processing them. But I got to eyeball GME because once again, we're at that 29 level. So there hasn't been a breakout. It was a breakout in the pre-market at like 7 a.m. or so through 29. If it fails this top, remember we're in a tanking market here. I don't want this getting all the way back under VWAP on me. So if we fail the breakout of 29, I'm going to jump out and look for another entry because this is already the third time into GameStop, and I'm not going to let it stop me out underneath 28 again. That'd be ridiculous. So there's the break of the 29. If it fails, I'm just going to trail it underneath. Otherwise, we hold it to that 30 level on GME. There's nothing else I see that's even remotely strong over here. As I said, for a second, those quantum names were looking good. So we'll see if we can get GME to go into that 30 level. I think it's kind of an easy out in front, and then look for the next dip on that bad boy. No strength anywhere, man. Well, Tesla catching a bit at 76.
Is it? Okay. Oh, 76.
It's not 73, and it's not 70, so I'm not in it yet. I'm just happy I haven't traded Tesla because it hasn't shown me the type of entry that I wanted for a long play. The only one that did, and that's a fail for myself.
Didn't you call 70? Oh, you called 70 or 76 or 78 because
those. Give me a quick list.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get filled in Palantir. I'll just get away from that. Yeah. So Tesla, it's got multiple levels on it, but the biggest one is 70 to 73 as a zone.
Okay, because yesterday's
yesterday's support was I have 75 here. Mm-hmm. So if it's not at that price or in this zone, I don't think I'm looking for the reversion. So it's not there yet, but you have to execute it. That's the other side of it. Because I'll be the first to admit that was poor execution on Palantir. I had the bottom on Palantir, and much like the people that take reservations on Seinfeld for the used cars, I had the bottom, I just didn't keep the bottom. Mm-hmm. And that's going to happen to you sometimes. Keystroke errors happen to everybody. All you can do is not make it the next time through. So I'm going to keep moving my trail on GME. If it holds through the quarters, I'm going to move it up and just see how far this bad boy can go as we go to Adara at the desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Worksport. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer, and they are rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. So whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. They're now trading on the NASDAQ under ticker WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Back to you.
All right, I horribly mistimed when you would end and come back to me. So I'm still eating some of this delicious donut that we got from Mark O'Keefe from Ice. This is absolutely delicious, by the way. It's not an apple fritter, but you throw some sprinkles on there. They had Easter eggs as well, and they're absolutely delicious. So not to go over GameStop again, but as I said...
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
You know, I heard a rumor that every single person on the show, except for me, got to film a new one of those. Just gonna throw that out there, Fabian, or maybe Andre, we can shoot a new one, because that one's been around for a while. So as I said, if we break the quarters on GameStop, I'm looking for the exit here on this name. I think a lot of times you get caught up in the exuberance. I know I did the first 2 times. Come to my chart for a second. The first couple of times that this bounced and wasn't really, you know, I should have gotten more out here. And then the reload could have been even better because we got in there, we got stopped out, so that's more of a flat trade after the loss. But we're going to fully bank the profit on this and then just look for the next trade. As you can tell, I do not mind trading off the same level in the same area on the same thesis over and over again and then banking the profits because we're in a down market. As far as I'm concerned, I think that gives you a carte blanche if you like levels on bids to try to go in. You're still heading downside and bleeding on NVIDIA. I can't really see any reason to try to fight this at this point. So with patience in play, I'm just going to watch the trend, look for that curl. It might be this, but I'm thinking it's that or Tesla. Tesla's getting into that target range. It's been all bleeding. But I want to look at it on the 15-minute because that's what gave you all the signs in the world yesterday. It was that one big candle. This is a little different. If it breaks the trend on the 15, I know I want to be in. If it breaks it on the 3, it's more of a maybe situation for Tesla. And every time I look up, I look at that GameStop and ask myself, did I get out a little bit too early? But you don't want to do that to yourself. As far as I can tell, this is the only thing heading up. So I want the futures to make their next move, and I want GameStop to make its next move. Either we hold the consolidation here and make higher lows, we jump back into the long, or we wait for that 28 in to said downside. What was that?
I don't know. It was like Brendan's like, my mic's probably not even on. Brendan was like, here, man, your makeup arrived.
Oh, makeup.
Thanks, Brendan.
Oh, I thought it was something
right
interesting. No, man's still in a box. I'm like, I thought it was interesting. I didn't know it was makeup.
He and I, being generic white guys, we just share the same powder. So, you know.
Yeah, because you guys have the exact same.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you're Italian.
Although I have the olive skin color, you know. This guy, pure white over there. But you should see, I was just telling the girl.
You said it, not me. I didn't say that.
Say what? Where's our? Oh, that all got moved. I was like, "Where's our guys over here?"
I didn't say pure white. You said it.
He is. He's already, you know, he's like 10 generation Canadian or something. I'm first generation. Okay, so just real quickly here. Oh, I wanted to say, by the way, you know what Mark brought there? We saw a box of donuts. There are like about 20 or 30 like those dream cookies. There's one filled with chocolate. Like, it is just an absolute paradise for anybody that wants anything sweet. There's every kind of muffin in the kitchen. There's every kind of donut. There's probably apple fritters. There's literally Joe saw the take. Like, I just went to go get another coffee. It runs deep in there. So, but we do have a lot of people in the office today at Real Trading. Yeah. Well, you know, there's the ones, so there's cookies with the M&Ms on them and all that kind of stuff. I don't know, if to each their own, but if you did like, there's some muffins. You know what I like today, though, was the, wow, we're 150 damn handles right now in on this. So there we go, man. The TQs are just bleeding to the downside right now. Wow, I hope you guys are having a good day, man. Neil talks about missing that Palantir. Yeah, well, we're now $5 in the money if we had hit that trade, and we don't have it. Well, we do have, $3.50 in the money. We got stopped out there and got back in. So yeah, man, this happens all the time. Like, look at that stop. That's 40 cents away from that, but you know, back in it still. AMD nicely traced back down in, and there goes the futures, man. Now $1.70 in the money as we just like sit here and relax, man. This has been a very, very good day to be hitting some of these trades. I got to put my AirPods probably disconnected when I went into the lunchroom there. So all right, we're back. All right, so yeah, just a complete bloodbath right now in the NASDAQ today. There hasn't really been any stop and go situations. I mean, we hung out a little bit here at 10 o'clock before going whoops right back into the downside again. So yeah, man, right now, like, nothing but pain, it feels like, here in the NASDAQ as many of these names continue to bleed downside. AMD is $4, man, and still going lower. Like, this name completely all over itself. And we had looked at this, and obviously it was the number one idea that we should have held on here on the sticky note, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. Look at NVIDIA, Neil. This one.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's bleeding pretty hard as well. Rigetti's downside. Many names today.
Tesla's at 70.
Just getting it. Tesla's at your level. So are you taking that or what?
I'm taking them. It's the same setup as Palantir. I'm just looking for the bottoming tail wick and then the punch long. So it's not sit in front of it and get run over, as you saw on the. Here, I'll show you Palantir. I'm not getting off this level too. As you saw on Palantir, it's the bottoming tail and then the punch long. Like, I wanted that little bottoming tail and then a little bit of a punch long here on PLTR. I'll go over GameStop in a second. Well, at some point, but GameStop is holding higher lows. So that one, oddly enough, like I said, the market is bleeding down 1%, and that's up 14%, and actually making higher highs and higher lows. So trending for now is GME, but it's Tesla. As long as it's over 270, anywhere in this $3 that it does that bottoming tail setup, I'm going to look for the quick reversal long. I'm not even sure that you hunt VWAP in a case like this because you've got $7 to VWAP. I'm almost thinking it's more in like the $2 to $5 range. But yeah, you're still bleeding. It's very specific entry. Just have to be patient with it. And I know for sure I'm not going to bungle putting the stop order in. To get the reversal, got to give it to the bottom wick, which is what I intended to do on Palantir, which we didn't do before. So come on, Tesla. Just have to give me that setup. Just has to give me that turn. If it doesn't, I'm not going to be touching it. And while this is still now bleeding to the downside, here's GameStop. On a black chart, just going to pull this one down for you guys. Higher lows, either it holds higher lows or we go back long in front of the 28 level. So that's the plan on GME. Either join the trend back in. Whoops. Oh, I already had a stop in, that's why. Either join the trend back in or wait for that 28 level. So there is a little bit of a bounce on Tesla. Just got a bottoming tail candle on the prior. We'll give it to the low of the day, which is just under the 273 level. And I guess we're going to Adara for the small cap recap.
This is what they say.
The IWM here, much like everything in the market, teetering a little bit lower. This is a pretty sharp 15-minute candle to the downside for that Russell 2000. We have quite a few names here, notably small float, so I'll go over them here for you. Vivo Power here, the only name here with a distinct catalyst. It's got about a 4.1 million share float and a 6% short float, announcing this morning that they're engaging in advanced bilateral negotiations here with Energy Holdings. They're looking for an all-cash takeover and an enterprise value at roughly $120 million. That's VVPR, Vivo Power. Now we have BNZI. Banzai is one that has rallied in the past. No news, about 3% short float and a 3.5 million share float. But a 3 million share float here for our last one. AQB, no catalyst on this either, but pushing nicely here off these pre-market lows. Nice reversal and currently at day's highs for AQB. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to you.
QB. Okay, yeah, man. I mean, in an attempt to try to show, a few more names here than we normally do, let's just go over. We just talked about Big Bear AI. Just trying to show, I know that not everybody, trades these big names that it looks like, Lester Neal was on Mullen a little bit there. Let's go over some of those.
Zero.
Put them in the chat. Yeah, we'll look at some Mullen. We'll look at all these names when we get back from Neil.
And our friends at... We're ready? No?
Yes.
Our friends at Trade the Pool are back at Trader TV. Trade the Pool is a game-changing platform that caps your risk while giving you the opportunity to trade real shares using company capital. That means no more risking your savings. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited trading period during the evaluation phase. No pressure, no rushing. Take your time, perfect your strategy, and get funded on your terms. Remember, your losses are capped at a one-time evaluation fee and your profits are unlimited. Head to tradethepool.com and start trading now. Shout out to Trade the Pool. Check out that QR, scan that QR code you see. Link in the description as well. So shout out to them. That's a look I can't pull off. The old bald look and then grow the beard. Love to be able to. No, I don't grow a beard. I can do the bald.
Yeah.
I can do the bald look, no problem. Shout out to Trade the Pool.
I thought you were going with the bald look.
Eventually.
Right.
I'm warming my
Your
daughter to the
yeah,
idea
yeah.
of daddy shaving his head. I mean, come on, like it's basically bald right now. So Tesla, we did get in. And what's funny is I actually had a stop order at 75, which, I mean, unless you have that, like the stops like we do at here at Real Trading, you might not get it. But when it didn't do the hold here, oh, that's not my chart. When it didn't do the hold at 75 for the entry on Tesla, I didn't cancel my 75 stop. So when I initially punched in, the 75 stop was in there. It's clearly under, so we punched out flat by the system. But I was able to quickly get back into it. As said, I want to respect the wall where we ran away from in the morning. So I'm not thinking VWAP in here because the market is an absolute dumpster fire. I'm looking at this level here at 277 for us. We already scalped some out. We'll look to get a push into 277. And this is sort of the difference in the day because my day will be, it is what it is, but Palantir, I shouldn't be down. Like it's my biggest down stock because I bungled this. It should actually be my best up stock. Or, yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because we got out for the loss, and that was the first reversion that we liked. But, you have to just move on to the next and then take the next one that sets up, which ended up being the exact same trade or premise of a trade on Tesla. So I'm looking at 77 for the entry, for the exit. Still haven't got a pop to be able to short into Intel or NVIDIA, but we'll cross that bridge when it gets there. It's a trend in, trend out, but I'm respecting that 277 where the support was yesterday on TSLA and looking to get this fill right in here. Sometimes you cancel, it pushes up. All right, nope, they're going to sell at that price. There you go. Sometimes I just cancel the order. You see it float down, come back in there for a split second, taking our out in front of 277. So we get the Tesla reversion. I can only be so happy because of Palantir, but as Palantir goes up, I got to keep thinking about joining a short trend trade if that's going to be there. So always on to the next as far as I'm concerned. Palantir, NVIDIA, no bounces yet in NVIDIA. That's a steep trend down. I think any break of trend gets you into VWAP for a fade. And then back to the well on GameStop, which is wild. All of that movement in the market in Tesla, like Tesla just bounced off the 73 to get to 77, and GameStop's exactly where we left it. Higher lows, higher highs. It's a weird one to be 2 for 4, and it's only longs that have worked. I didn't get my shorts, but you never know how you're going to be up. You just know that you got to move on to the next opportunity and take the A+ setups. And right now, GameStop is the uptrending stock, so that's where I want to buy the dips.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's
there were
about.
fritters, I wouldn't have grabbed this. I'm just saying.
There might not be fritters. They're just boxes of, what I'm saying is there's like a lot, there's a strong assortment. And I'm just like, if you go to Tim Hortons and you say, like, I assume that he just said, like, Phil, random, oh, you're eating.
No, there'd be fritters in it for sure.
That's what I mean. So I just want to say that, like, the box that he brought, there was a heck of a lot more things there. Because
I won't have to. I'm not going to have to.
No, the donuts are what they are.
Oh, that was a great. Tesla just pulled back $1.50 off that 77 level. Prior support turning into, I got to put the donut down. Prior support turning into resistance. And that was the big support yesterday. You saw it ramp from that level. So respect it. If it's liquidity one way, sometimes they run away from it in the other direction. I'm not taking that trade again. It's a simple reversion play. Once it happens, and then you try to go in the other direction if you can. What do we got here? GameStop. Is there not going to be a pullback on GameStop? You got to pull back before 30. You have to. You don't have to. It'd just be nice if you did.
It'd be nice if you did.
Yeah, VWAP just held. Maybe we're on a collision course for this 30 level. I'm going to double check Chewy because that could be another one here for us. Nope. Chewy is an absolute dog. It went red on the day. All right, it's GameStop.
Yeah, I just I'm trying to pick a little bit of a fight here with AMD, with NVIDIA. All right, so AMD, we've just got out. Like, we only have one little small piece left, so, possibly covering down here at 111 looks pretty good to me, man. I mean, it's a $4 winner. We could probably take some out. So just for you guys, like, trying to play a little bit of a retraced play here, obviously, trying to get that regression back upside. I'm not even going to wait for the low of the day. I don't even want to wait for that level. I'm just going to wait for this level right here, 85s. Breaking on our friend NVIDIA, and if that does happen, then we will scram out of there. So right now we're long on NVIDIA. There it comes. So looking for that level. It's 10:30. It's time for Adara.
It's also time here for crypto. So here is this look on Bitcoin against the US dollar on the daily chart. We talked about this a little while here. This continued stutter step to the upside, this upward channel really formed from this low from about 2 weeks ago, March 11th. However, still making higher highs and higher lows. But the last 3 days, we've really been running into this resistance in and about that $89,000 level with gradually lower highs. So let's see if this ends up being a little bit of a turning point. We can continue to see this upside push, or if we push back to the downside. Biggest crypto catalyst by far today, there's actually two involving companies. So, of course, GameStop, during its earnings report, probably the biggest part of the earnings report was their announcement that their board has approved a change here with regards to how they handle their treasury. They're going to be allowing the company to add Bitcoin to it as a treasury reserve asset. They also had an announcement here from Rumble announcing that they're adding a crypto wallet for creators. We know they received an extensive investment there from Tether, valued at roughly $700 million. So Rumble continuing in its move towards crypto, and of course also GameStop with that Bitcoin investment announcement. Keep an eye here on these crypto tickers, guys. Back to you.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Okay. Yeah, I hope some of these trades have unlimited upside. Make sure you do like and subscribe right now. Over 1.1K likes right now. Go NVIDIA. We could have a nice little banger on our hands right here. 1.1K, over 9,000 watching. Get that like and subscribe going a little bit more here. Guys, 1.1K. Okay, thanks, Joe, for that. All right, so right now, there we go, man. On NVIDIA, we're long at 07s. We talked about that. We had bought the dip quite nicely. So now let's wait to see what can happen. We just got out right there at this level. Next level 50s, next level O's. Sorry, a 50th period, which is at 116. Shouldn't say O's, but that's where we're going. And then hopefully VWAP up there at 116.50. So we're here for the ride. So let's buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Your boy is long right now on NVDA. We just cleaned up everything on TQQs. I'll wait for the 50 period break, but we have that we have less than, I don't want to say 1%, we have 3% left. So right now, if that breaks there, let's just get out. Our stop on this was, I don't even want to tell you where it was. It was very, very tight to this level of 66.60. It was 66.80. So we give ourselves 20 handles worth of room to make 140, so a 7-to-1 right now. But again, I can't predict where it's going, so we get some out at 66. That's giving us 3-to-1, then so on and so forth as it continues to go down. We're trying to do better risk management with share sizes. 65.50, so right there, 65.51 will be our, that did not work. Oh, 67s, 65.51. Did I just hit the wrong key? Okay, there it is. So now it's out. Okay. Sorry, it went out to 67 there. So, all right. So 65, we'll see if that gets stopped out. We're waiting for NVIDIA, man. Hopefully it can go. It's stopping out a little bit. Our stop on this is a break of 85. So if that comes through, then fine. AMD is still going lower, man. I mean, kind of holding this for a little bit of a proxy for NVIDIA because even though we have way more shares on NVIDIA, it's a new position. Let's just wait to see what's going on with AMD. We told you the lipstick on a pig theory, and it's been definitely lipsticked up over the last couple weeks. So we'll wait to see what happens with NVIDIA as it's going upside and AMD continues to go downside. But NVIDIA's got a hold, man, and I don't know. So we're in these trades. So far, so good. Our day is definitely getting a lot better here as we go. So let's hope that NVIDIA can moon, and that will be part of the whole,
And if you can't tell which one is the pig, AMD is the pig.
Yeah, lipstick, yeah, because it's been getting hit so far. Like the thing,
well, in case it wasn't obvious to everybody.
Yeah, no, we've been calling NVIDIA that for a while. Not only is it the advanced money destroyer, but not doing great there, NVIDIA.
Well, AMD. I know. It's when you're in a couple of things, you miss. Sometimes you'll say the wrong thing a couple times. So just a bit of a recap. GameStop, it's got a nice trend. So there's my trend line. Opening range, higher lows. VWAP now supports the trend line. So the dip, that makes obvious sense. That makes obvious sense to me. But the other thing, top of my hot list right now in terms of trade rate is Robinhood. So it happened on Tesla. It happened on Palantir, even though the execution wasn't any good. The curl was a good one. Robinhood, prior high where this broke out 2 days ago, was right in, let's go to a 15-minute chart. So it broke out from this, it broke out from this level right in here. We're trying to hold the wick. Either we hold this low and close above for reversion, Or the other side is close the gap and wait for 44 for a revert on Robinhood. So I'm going to throw that one up on a level 2. So I'll have GameStop and obviously we're looking at Tesla clearly and Robinhood as well. As a lot of things are bleeding, but I want to start looking for some other reversion plays as they have been, like to me, like that's what's worked. I mean, obviously, like I said, I didn't really get the execution right on Palantir, but thankfully Tesla made up for it. Now Robinhood is looking for a similar setup at about $44. That's where I want to try to grab that or stick with GameStop, which is still trending to the upside. Just hasn't really pulled back recently, but it's been doing the dips. If you're patient enough, it's been giving you the dips. I don't want to get caught being impatient and buying off the highs when you should be able to wait for like 28.5 here.
Oh boy, we're getting going. I mean, again, we've given you hopefully some great trades today, Neil. SMCI, Palantir, Robinhood talk, GameStop talk, Tesla talk. It's all hopefully here for you. There goes. So again, the first long since Long right there is NVIDIA. So nice little move into the 40s. We like that. I'm going to take some more out here at 35s. Our best out, though, this is what we talk about all the time because, you know, I take a lot of outs. Again, just a different style of little scalping and trying to figure this all out as we go, which can be pretty difficult, that is for sure. But NVIDIA, we never have the tops, we never have the bottoms, but, well, sometimes we do. But for right now, 115.05, looking like it wants to hold. So we're long there right now. And again, it was just giving this, we're only like 1-to-1 right now. We are giving it down to 114.80. So the fact that we're in the money 20 or 30 cents, I almost said handles again, doesn't mean that this is like, you know, a hallelujah trade, but we will make it back. It is climbing upside for me now. So let me get out one more piece there, and there it goes. One more piece out. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with the performance so far there today, but I guess we have an e-signal to go. Is it me? Oh, okay. Well, then everybody, make sure that you do join us right now and celebrate eSignal. We really like that platform as we keep talking about it every day. eSignal platform, make sure you do join us here all on the floor as we use eSignal every single day. I like it. Connect to 50 plus brokers. You know, get your trading right with eSignal. Again, you know, gives you that back testing abilities. And that's part of what it is, man. Some of these scanners as well that I was just showing it on the screen, although we have the ad up. We had Mark talk about this, well, not talk about it, but I mentioned it today, where one of the best parts about eSignal is the data, right? And we had ICE here today, and that is just providing us with data, obviously, for our quotes as well, but definitely for eSignal, looking at entitling any market you choose. And Neil's talked about Blue Ocean. I should have asked Mark that question. I mean, I believe you can get into their service, into their customer service. I bet you, I'm willing to bet. I mean, I bet you your $1 back. I don't think you would go against this.
I'm not taking
right. That they have. I would say they have Blue Ocean entitlements. Yes. I mean, just like they would have a Moon with OTC markets. We want to thank Jeff for coming through yesterday. That was a fun time as well. And he's promised to come up. So Jeff will be visiting us hopefully pretty shortly as well. And we'll be able to figure that out. But yeah, just as the market tries to go up, it comes right back in. So there's NVIDIA again. We did take some profit, obviously, as we talked about that, on some outs in there into the 40s. But here comes NVIDIA. It looks like we only got that 1-to-1. So yeah, man, we'll put it in our pocket. We're well up on it for now, but NVIDIA's coming right back in. I'm going to take another piece out here for just 10 cents. See if we can get that. We're at 14s. There it is. So we do get that 10 cents out, and let's let it ride right now. We're still in half of NVIDIA. So 1-to-1, trying to play Neil with house money because that's always the best. That's
the best way to play for sure. And people are asking, like, why is this down? Why is that down? I mean, obviously, you have some uncertainty. We had a great rally the last couple of days. Let's be real. Not a couple of days. I mean, the last week we've had a great rally in the overall market. Multiple days to the upside. And now you have next week, you still have tariffs, that overhang. A little momentum. There's some headlines about the chips. It's all the NASDAQ, though. Yeah, but it's all NASDAQ. But all the chips were under some pressure because of the China headline. So maybe it's just a cascade and you get a bunch of profit taking from the recent dip. Right now, the next trade, if it's not going to be GameStop, which hasn't pulled into VWAP, there's a very, very tight accumulation on Hood trying to break the trend line. So I'm looking for this one to break. But we are supposed to go right now to Adara. We've got Sector Watch to give you an idea of what is strong and weak. Yeah. Weak and strong.
We're really seeing what we were seeing more of when we had this more intense weakness in the market, multiple days of 1% plus sell-offs. And that is lots of strength in a lot of sectors that are not tech. Finance, incredibly strong today. Consumer services looking great. Health technology, with the exception of Eli Lilly continuing to sell off, looking pretty good as well. Consumer non-durables. Utilities, with the exception of CEG. We have commercial services. We have health services. We have communications, process industries, and energy minerals all to the upside. Meg 7s really seem to be dragging down this market. Amazon here, the one distinctly red name in retail trade. NVIDIA, Broadcom here, all weaker in electronic technology. But then we get to tech services. Netflix, which had a pretty good day yesterday, selling off. Palantir selling off. Meta, Oracle, and Google all to the downside. So lots of tech weakness dragging down an otherwise pretty healthy market, guys. Back to you.
Well, it's all a matter of perspective how healthy it is, right?
Yeah, not
healthy markets
not
have
healthy,
pullbacks. They have corrections.
Yep.
And they have pullbacks because if you only go straight up, then the downside is not.
But the joke is the correction is what we just had. We corrected up. We're not like right.
Oh yeah, we pulled back and then we've corrected back up to the 50 period on a lot of things.
Yeah.
So it makes some sense. You get some pushback.
Yeah, definitely here today. You are getting that move back in. And what I was sort of saying there about the correction was just that feels like, the move obviously in the NASDAQ over here over the last couple of days, we can show you many different charts obviously as we go, but the NASDAQ has been the move down. And even though today you have ES only down 0.3, as you can see, it's the NASDAQ right now down 0.97. And guess what, guys? We are... Reloaded. Just a little bit, just a petit put there on NVIDIA. We did put back exactly the shares that we got out. So remember we talked about getting out of half. We just put some more on. I put some on tens there. So let's see if that can hit for us. Again, tens on NVIDIA. We just put on and just took a bunch of outs again as we just on a retracement day back down in with the most red name, I think, right now. And we can have a quick look at my watch list. You just talked about Robinhood going over there. We'll hear some comments from Joe about Robinhood, I'm sure. But right now, SMCI down 6, ARM down 4, NVIDIA down 4. Actually, I don't have Hood on here. Why don't I have Hood on here? Maybe I do. SOXL, Coin, SMR down. So yeah, man, as we continue to get a little bit lower here, we do get worried about some of these plays. So we'll have to watch out. Palantir down. But what is green, you may ask? Energy, Starbucks. Starbucks is energy, right? Get that caffeine? No. XOM, JP damn Morgan. Yes. Finally, my stubbornness is paying off because I was like, you know what? I was big into NASDAQ names. You guys know that one, but we flipped over, bought some JP Morgan, and nice to see that one up as well there today. So yeah, nice little day there for JP Morgan. Maybe got too excited, but I'm happy with that one. JP Morgan up 2.5% there. Nicely done there for 1.5% for JP Morgan. That's a surprise for me.
Yeah, the financials holding up nicely. And that's why, Robinhood is obviously, for some reason, weaker than the rest of the market. But I would posit it's just the things that went up the most and had the biggest bounces and ran into the biggest resistance are taking it on the chin the most. So this was the name. When I was thinking things pulling back into the 50 period, I actually had Robinhood in mind. Where's my two? Oh, yeah, I have to go back a little. There you go. So it doesn't get to the 200, but it's the rejection of that 50 period. Someone asked, why did I get out of Tesla? Because I can only be so bullish when you have a fail of a level like this and you're pulling back in. And that's exactly what Tesla did. Like Tesla was a 200 period. It's a fail of the 200 period moving average, which ultimately it's a momentum short. I wanted it back into where it ramped from yesterday, accumulation at that level to be able to run. So I tend to think you run away from key prices.
Run away.
If I was flat and thinking short entry, I probably would have shorted it, but instead bottom through there. I'm now into Robinhood on a trend break. So this was a long consolidation here, and then it broke the trend. I'm in at 80.5 is actually my price. Run up to 81, doesn't matter. If it breaks, this is a different entry from Palantir and Tesla.
Down 5, huh?
It's different from the Tesla one. When you can get the bottom wick. If you have the bottom wick, give to the low. I'm taking the trend break, give it to these prior bar lows. So it's about 45.5. So we risk like 35, depending on slippage, maybe 40 cents at the absolute maximum. And we're offering out on the way to VWAP on this name. GameStop is really pulling back. As you can see, it didn't hold the trend. It got to the trend line, immediately broke it, and is now trending underneath on GameStop. So I'm not really seeing a re-entry here unless it bounces clean over VWAP and then closes this right back above 29. I don't need to jump back into this stock just because I want to play a higher low. If it doesn't make one, we can always wait for the entry. I'm only 1 for 3 on GameStop, but because we were keeping our stop tight and we were holding the long, at least the second time, we were able to be up. So that requires patience, and patience means wait for the right level for sure. Palantir, still nothing doing for me on Palantir since we had that missed opportunity on the long. It hasn't gone to VWAP. It hasn't really set up anything on the bottom. Could have had this, but was looking at Tesla instead at that time. So the market headed right back into these lows, and nothing wanted to pop high enough for me to short. Instead, it'll be, oh, there goes Robinhood. But I'm going to take that one 9 times out of 10. Something distinct has to happen for me not to take that 30-cent risk on Robinhood. But it goes through the bottom, so we just get out. Want to make sure we preserve the day, and I believe we are headed back to Adara, I think. No?
No, I don't know. Okay, so we'll stay here. We just got, all right, so NVIDIA just did that dip again, so we did get stopped out of NVIDIA there, but I'm going to go to 114.75s one more time. We had, look, we don't want to, like Neil said, like, you want to preserve some capital. You don't want to just be like dip buying absolutely everything at all levels. But we'll give NVIDIA a shot because we were up and down, so we're flat on it. I just wanted to give it one more chance there to breathe just a little bit. But this is going to be a 10-cent stop anyways, so if it does break down below. I'm not taking 10 cents worth of profit here. I'm going to see if this one can run. So we're going to let NVIDIA go a little bit. It's going to be probably fall in and get stopped out because thing is that we're right near that bottom. If it wants to go retest it, fine. I'm just not going to be catching this one here. We just tried it. If it works, it works. You could see, man, every time it tries to get bought up, it doesn't actually go. So let's just wait to see. Watch. Probably, okay, well, maybe now it's going to change. It's been there. Go, well, no, all right. So it looks like there might be some buyers here now. I was trying to read the tape on, see like, okay, well, that was like, it drops like 6 or 7 cents relatively easily, but does have a hard time going back up. Like, look at how many levels are here. This is 100 shares, but yet it's printing thousands and thousands and thousands. So there's a lot of hidden liquidity is what we call it there with iceberg orders, meaning that like, although you only see 500 here, there's actually 5,000 or 50,000 or whatever. So as we go, this is really choppy at these levels. So we'll stay in this long, but again, it's about 1 unit. We're only giving it 10 cents. If it breaks lower, which it's going to right now, then we're gone. And then we'll just have to flip it up, man. AMD, so we already know about that trade. AMD is now $5, like $4.50, sorry, in the money as we just continue to bleed here, man. So again, looking to take advantage of maybe some buy the dip opportunities. If you like AMD and you feel like you missed it, it's coming right back into the 50 period moving average right now. So I think AMD down here at 110, maybe that's a decent cover if we can get that low. So AMD right now looking like it wants to break even lower into that 110. That's where the 50 period moving average is. So if you're trying to dance with the devil, maybe you do pick something up right there and then see if AMD gives you that juice that is required, man. Not like OJ. That juice is not loose. Rest in peace, OJ. I mean, I didn't shouldn't joke about that when he's not alive.
Oh, it's all good, man. What was so weird? It's weird that you say that. For some reason, YouTube was suggesting a bunch of, not Police Academy.
I love Police Academy.
No, Naked Gun.
Oh, Naked Gun.
A bunch of Naked Gun clips recently. So I was seeing like a bunch of, OJ was in, OJ Simpson was in The Naked Gun with Leslie Nielsen. They don't do comedy like that anymore, which disappoints me. That old ridiculous, over-the-top slapstick. The closest thing to that recently, I think, was like Tropic Thunder, which is the funniest movie made in the last 20
And I feel like
years.
that's 25 years old.
It's... Maybe not 25 years old.
Really?
It's old. It's older.
There you go. Okay.
Love that movie. GameStop, it did hold the trend. So it did this, we're going to do a bottoming wick into VWAP and then regain the trend. So I'm always going to try to get it on the way back up instead of the way down. Sitting here in front of 29 to see if we can get picked up. I'm not taking this local breakout. Ideally, it just sort of pulls back on trend, gives me the long, which I play to this prior bar bottom, really tight stop, because if it loses the trend a second time, it could probably dump, and then we'll go back into a long on GME. Not really seeing too much else that's setting up that I'm in love with at this price, except for the fact that that was just the biggest volume candle of the day on Intel. Although I'm missing a candle, I'm going to assume that the one randomly here was not larger. That is a pretty big, what looks like capitulation candle on Intel. through a prior bottom. So that makes it a reversion trade. Let's go to Adara. Now is time for Money Talks. Got ahead of myself last time.
We have a bit of a triple top here in the daily chart for the DXY. The last 3 days here, we're kind of having a top here on that 104.5 level. Currently, though, the DXY relatively flat, trading about 104.25, still up on the day. We did get, as mentioned earlier, stronger than expected durable goods and core durable goods coming through. We'll get Fed's Muslim speaking at 1:10 p.m. Then Donald Trump here actually speaking at a Women's History Month event coming through at 3 p.m. So that'll be on watch as well, in case anything is said that moves the economy. What happens usually is even if the event has nothing to do with the economy, specifically with tariffs, usually they will come up in Q&As, especially as of late. Tomorrow, we're going to be getting the quarterly GDP. So it's going to be the final estimate here for Q4 2024. We're expecting 2.3% in line with the previous print. Initial jobless claims are going to come through as well. We're looking slightly higher than the previous print is expected. Then on Friday, we're going to get a doozy. PCE coming in at 8:30 a.m., 10 a.m., we're going to be getting the University of Michigan consumer sentiment. So lots on watch tomorrow and a little bit later today as well. Back to you.
They're all pessimistic.
Yeah.
I was just saying, Sean,
earnings is going to be bad.
Like if you listen to CEOs recently, like you can't be that optimistic. Like if CEOs are talking recession and uncertainty more than they were in the past. So I think the next quarter is going to be
GameStop
going to be a big one. Yeah. Okay. So, as they say it in the ear, did not get picked up on GameStop. GameStop is the stock that is going higher and higher, and at least what we're watching, that's going higher and higher as you continue to break it on out the top. I said I am not taking breakouts on this. I only want to buy some dips because I feel like that's just been a better way to play. There's always a chance if you fail the 30 break that we can quickly buy the dip either into the trend line or into VWAP. So a fail of a 30 break, and I'm going to try and buy the dip on any fail. As I showed you guys, Intel had a double bottom on the 15-minute with this, we'll call it a capitulation candle, biggest volume candle of the day, and then close the next one green.
Finally,
so
Nvidia.
going to go long here on Intel, ideally into the volume-weighted average price. But yeah, GameStop is on one. It's a meme kind of day for them. It just, sometimes you just got to be able to follow that trend. Like nothing else is trending to the upside. Either trend breaks or trend follows is the way to go this morning.
We're changing our stop. It was 112. It's now going to be 111.75 break. So there's the 50-period moving average is at 66. We'll take that level just a little bit higher. I mean, whatever. There goes NVIDIA right now, guys. I mean, this is a big one. We just talked about it. Now it's 70 cents. Let's see if it can go, man. We put NVIDIA right back to green now, as you guys saw me suffer through a couple losses there on NVIDIA. But, now it's cooking back there to the upside. So let's see if it can exactly, not Tim Cook, but let's see if it can Jensen Cook. Right now up into the 40, 44, 45, 46, 47s. Let's go. We're waiting at 44s. Did we miss that? Looks like we did. Let's just offer. Okay, well, we'll offer and get 40s there. There it goes. Did we get those 44s? Nope, still not. Yes, there it is. So there it goes, man. A nice little 70-cent winner there for NVIDIA. The name that we last left you with right now goes rocketing up to the upside right now. So it's a good little trade there. Will we battle back in the futures? I sure hope so. But there it is. Oh, where's my stop on the, that's Palantir, my bad. Where's my stop on the TQs? Again, just to go over this because we have to readjust. 65.50. Okay, so we're still fine on that one. We're going to give 65.50. Probably should have gone, again, a little lazy there looking because we were trying to massage this NVIDIA trade. But right there, 65.20 should have been the stop as we continue to go higher right now for NVIDIA. Let's take out another piece on this one, 115.40. Let's go. That is that hot dog cannon. I did see someone say, give us the most popular segment. So you got it right now. It's What's for Lunch. All right. What's for lunch today? Thank you, Sebastian, for asking. Eerie Pages. Look, man, yes. Oh, yeah, we knew that. So Tesla right now opening up stores in Riyadh. So in Saudi Arabia, we already know that Tesla is looking to go over there. Today, what's for lunch is pretty good, man. Lemon and herb chicken. Roasted, so probably roasted chicken with roasted baby potatoes, butternut squash, and a chef's choice salad. So not a chef's salad, but chef's choice. So pretty good there. I'm going to say, I'll say baked, but I don't know. It could be barbecued, I guess. Lemon and herb chicken with roasted baby potatoes, thyme butternut squash, and chef's choice salad. That's, as Neil said. Not only that's what's
butternut
up,
squash is
that's what's for
go-to
lunch.
soup.
Yes, butternut squash. Yeah, the wife crushes butternut squash.
My
soup.
sister-in-law makes a really, really good butternut squash.
Yes. I should bring some in.
Yeah.
One day. That is too good.
Oh, that's
if it lasts.
the one
it's
thing
a good
that
way
we
to
used
get those veggies into the kids.
Oh, it's one of the best ways. Sneaking veggies is, if you have kids, you understand it. Like sometimes you have to get creative. Taco meat.
My daughter's all about it.
Mince some carrots into like taco meat. I think is an easy way to be able to do it. Get it in your pasta salads. Pasta sauce is like a really easy thing.
Oh, pasta
as
sauce.
well.
Yeah. I like zucchini and pasta
about.
sauce actually.
Oh, zucchini's an easy sneak into a lot of things, man. No question about that. Okay, so just a couple of things here. You're getting into VWAP on like a host of names. One of those is PLTR or Palantir. I don't know why I say PLTR. It's Palantir.
Yeah, put some respect on it.
Well, I mean, whatever. Like sometimes it's easier to say the symbol. Other times it's just the name of the company. So pressing into this 95, the way this is like popped up pretty heavily, I want to make sure, because I'm not going to get a reversion in terms of this uptrend. It's way too shallow. I'd almost like it to show me like this wick or this consolidation, ideally for the entry into the short. It's either that or Tesla's already gone. It's probably going to be Palantir. And then the other thing that's happening is GameStop just went to that 30 level and is now pulling back. So we anticipate either a failed break of 30 or a straight dip back into the trend on GameStop. So still want to be able to follow this one along. So Palantir, we're looking at that VWAP fade. We'll give it a chance to press into it or just continue this trend on GameStop. Just hold the trend line so we can get an entry before 30. If it does, we're in. If it doesn't, not going to fight it. And I am not shorting GameStop if it breaks this trend line, by the way. I'm favoring the longs today, as you can see.
Oh, long Marvell. Don't tell me about Marvell. I really like Marvell. We bought a small piece down here. We've talked about Marvell at 70, so it is fading out. I mean, obviously.
Well, everything's fading today.
Oh, yeah. That's why. No, I was just going to say, I'm not looking at the chip names. So we, like I had said, we had bought it. I guess it was a couple. We had first looked at it a couple days ago, so we had bought it. Well, maybe we're not long. I think we are long, right at 70. So we'll wait to see. But again, just a very, very small starter position. I'm not dipping in and buying pretty much any of these equities. We talked about Amazon, Costco, or Walmart, but I'm leaning towards Costco just to add to that position. And then I liked. Was Meta was the other one, but some of those names have really taken off from some levels. So I don't, as far as chip names are concerned, Marvell was just trying to get that retracement back up, but today definitely getting kicked a little bit. That's a pretty small market cap as well, so there's lots of room to go there. It might be better just taking this opportunity to buy more here. Like I still think we can get in. I am not nervous, but anxiously waiting, because the thing is, April 2nd has already been talked about for a month. We know that level. We made that joke about April Fool's Day and it wasn't happening. So I just think that a lot of the baked in move is probably already baked in. So if that's the case, then I'm interested to see what happens on that day, but I am little trigger not happy enough, I guess, shy on pulling it on some of these markets right now. So that's why, if anything, if you're looking to buy something now, and again, not financial advice, just what I'm doing, as I keep saying, looking to buy the SPY and maybe the NASDAQ and things like that. And XBI got hit yesterday, so we haven't bought any of this either. Did it get? Well, I know health care was down.
J&J got smoked.
So there it is. So that's the move. Yeah. So also affecting. So this is probably. You know what? I think today we'll buy some XBI. I like to get. I have much more.
That rhymed.
Yeah, buy XBI. Yeah, exactly. And not the SPY. But right now we'll buy a little bit more of this one. So much money is in CAD, so I'll have to see what I have in US left. And there's probably is an XBI type ETF.
That's what they don't have. There's no CDR version for ETFs. Like no. You can do a lot of the ETFs. You can do like there's usually like a Canadian dollar hedge that you can find if you dig around for it. But that's like the overall market. Right. I haven't found those for like sector specific ones, at least not for myself. I didn't look that far, but when I was dip buying on the XLF is the only reason. So I was like, oh, is there something I can buy in Canada? But there wasn't. It didn't matter. I had US dollars, so I just bought the XLF. More into Palantir off VWAP, but it's also, you look over and it's 11 o'clock. So I'm going to do my absolute best to not eat a second donut before lunch.
Well, lunch is here, so
because lunch is here, so I'll be able to grab my lunch,
Right.
which will be a salad, which I think
your
in some
fix
ways
off.
will make up for the second donut that I have in the afternoon. But you guys are definitely in for a treat because you've got Joey options, you've got Sharif the professor. Let's go get them, boys. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Good luck in these here markets.
No audio. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And YouTube taking their sweet ass time to bring everybody on over. So we're gonna wait and wait and then wait some more. Shout out to Chase Bands. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Obviously, your hands are right there. Shout out to Tez. Shout out to Fiddleback and Gorev, Blackhawk. What up, nephew? What up, Ronaldo? David Beach and Bears versus Bulls, the world's greatest mod, joining us as well. How about Stuart, Pathic, Jacques, Lucas, Soma, whoever, Pitchbull. We got options. We got Britt. We got Cass and Lo-Fi Soul. Traveman and Muhammad and Vern joining us as well. And Nomo, we got Rian Islam, Jimmy J and Martin Dinsdale. X Baines and Dino Abdi, Jay Lee, the OG. Shout out to my man. Dave B. We got Brown Lighting. How about Pastor Valley and Rev Boost? I like that one. Ross Hansen and Adrian. Shout out to you guys. Trobe 8. Mike Dryder. We got Silu. We got Daryl Familia and Michelle Mir. Good morning to everybody. I hope everybody had a fantastic morning. Lots of small cap gappers running today. We're going to get to those in a second. Joseph, what are you doing over there?
Yeah, we're just sitting in some TQs. Nice bottoming signal here, guys. We added to the position as well. We took a stab on it earlier, but you can see we just bled. So we got about 10% off. Then we got stopped out break even, but now we added nice here. And then looking for that test, but you can see we're running into some overhead resistance. We got a hot lesson today, guys. So what we're going to do is go over the top performing sectors of the day. And to start off this party is XLE. Let's see what XLE is up to here, folks. Now coming back down in here, but still positive 1.25% here on the day. Nice breakout in the energy sector and looking like it wants to climb all the way to these pivots right here, guys. In second place is XLP. That is the consumer staples. Nice rebound off of these lows, but again, in no man's land like the rest of the market here. So we'll be patient on that one, up about 1% there, guys. And then it's the real estate sector in third place there, guys. And from a daily standpoint, nice little rebound here. But again, get into that broader perspective, a lot of sideways type price action there. So we'll go to XLC and see what we're up to. Nice recovery on the day, but it is still negative, not even 0.1% here, guys. But nice bounce off of the lows there in XLC. And then that's it. We'll do XLF here because that is in last place there, guys. But again, doesn't look too horrible from a daily standpoint. Down about 1.2% there, Sharif.
All right, we're talking about scalping the open. All week, we're going to be talking about how to trade IPOs, SPACs, and direct listings. So let's get right to it. So scalping the opening involves capitalizing on that initial price volatility of an IPO, a SPAC, a direct listing. Here's a quick breakdown. The idea here is to capture small profits from quick price movements within minutes or hours after the opening. So let's get right to it. So why would you want to trade IPOs, SPACs, or DLs, right? So first and foremost, there's usually a good amount of volatility, high volatility. These events often experience significant price fluctuations due to the hype, due to the uncertainty, and the initial buying and selling pressure that comes along with these initial public listings, offerings, whatever you want to call them. And there's also the potential for large gaps. The opening price might significantly differ from the pre-market price, creating immediate profit opportunities. So that is something to keep in mind. Some key strategies that you want to employ when trading these guys is number one, you want to identify the appropriate candidates. You want to focus on highly anticipated IPOs, SPACs, which we haven't had for a while, or DLs, direct listings. It feels like it's been a long time since we've had some of those. Katina Man was talking about Spotify today as one of the DLs that we had during, I think it was the pandemic or pre-pandemic. So you want to focus on the highly anticipated names. with strong pre-market interest. You want to research the company, research the industry, and gauge the market sentiment to see whether the market is feeling bullish or bearish about that specific name. That's step number one. Step number two, you want to start getting ready in the pre-market. Pre-market preparations cannot be understated. Number one, you want to have a proper order entry, have limit orders, whatever type of order you want to set, to buy or sell specific price points based on your analysis. And then risk management, always, right? Determine your stop loss, take profit levels and potential losses to secure the gains. Then the opening comes in. So you've done your pre-market prep. You think you know where it's going to open up. Sometimes you don't know. Sometimes the gap's a little bit higher, but you got to do your homework there. And then whatever comes of that, you can deal with after. One second. So then the opening. You want to observe the initial price action, right? You want to monitor the initial price movement closely, look for those gaps, look for the rejections at key levels, and signs of buying or selling pressure. That means you need to be fixated on the level 2, on the book. And then you want to execute your trades. So based on your predefined strategy and the observed price action subsequent to the open, you want to trigger buy and sell orders. Now, you may have to adjust your buy and sell orders that you prepared in the pre-market because they may no longer be valid. We always have an idea of where something is going to open up, especially if it's an IPO. But sometimes there's more exuberance, buyer exuberance, that is. So the actual opening price is different than the IPO price. So sometimes the plan that you have in the pre-market needs to be adjusted. And then you want to make a quick exit. Now, this is by no means part and parcel of the strategy. You want to hold for a longer move, have at it. But the whole idea here is to scalp. So scalping aims for small, quick profits. Don't get greedy and aim for long-term holds or have at it, I don't care. Exit your positions within minutes, hours, depending on the strategy that you are employing. Some important considerations here. Volatility. There's ample amount of volatility during these IPOs, SPACs, direct listings. Be prepared for rapid price swings. That's usually how things are. And there's also usually a wide spread, especially if there's low amount of volume coming in. You usually be kind of spready. So your stop loss orders are crucial to risk management. Keep that in mind. Liquidity as well. Newly listed companies may have lower trading volume, and just kind of preface that, making entries and exits challenging, especially if it's not well participated in. I'm talking about the IPO, SPAC, or DL. The volume may be a little light, and when volume's a little light, spread tends to open up. When spread tends to open up, the cost of doing business, meaning entering and exiting positions, increases in price. The psychology here is also important. Scalping requires a disciplined approach and the ability to handle the emotional roller coaster of shorter term trading. So you've seen us scalp, you've seen the big boys scalp, and it's kind of part and parcel of the game. You got to have emotional control, otherwise don't do it. Additional tips, paper trading. You can try trading in the sim, get a feel for how these IPOs, SPACs, or DLs go and how you manage them and how you emotionally react to the rapid price swings and the volatility. So before risking real capital, practice scalping strategies with a paper trading account to gain experience and refine your approach. And start small. If you're not going to start in the sim, you're going to start live. Start small. Begin with small trade sizes to manage risk and build that confidence. Build the observational skills that come with trading these SPACs, DLs, or IPOs, and track your performance as well. If you're going to make this a thing, you want to know how well or not well you do at this style of trading. So maintain a journal to analyze your results, identify the mistakes that you perceive you may have made, and improve your strategy. I hope everybody prints up a storm. What do you got?
Yeah, guys, let's see what we got cooking up here in the TQs. You can see that we're running into this overhead resistance here. So this was acting as support. Now we're getting that under over type price action. So we can't break through 65.40. We're going to need some volume to step in. You can see that this volume by time profile really starting to fall off a cliff here, guys. But a nice recovery on the bottoming signals in some of these names. So NVIDIA, slow grind higher, as well as Meta and Google as well, too. So Google was one of the better ones, recovering nice off of that VPA signature there, guys. So you can see that beautiful bottoming signal. And now we're starting to run into the volume weighted average price. So we'll look to take the majority majority of it off around there just because I believe we can take another leg down. If we run into VWAP and then decide, you can tell from price action that, hey, the volume with the buyers is not really stepping up how we want to. So that can just signal, hey, we're in a pullback territory and we might head a little bit lower there, guys. So we're going to see if we can catch this fill. I still have the majority of the position on this trade. So we'll be patient because if Amazon, Microsoft, and Apple can get a little steam up under them, I believe we'll catch this fill and maybe run into the volume weighted average price. So that's what we're looking for on that one. Tried something on iBit this morning too, guys, but it just didn't work out. And I started really small. This one did. But this one didn't really work out, but that's okay. I started really small right here because I wanted to risk the low. I thought we would get a little bit of a choppy mess. We were opening up under the R4 level as well too on the pivot structure. So I wanted to give it some room just in case we wanted to grab some liquidity and sit on top of that $50 price target. But it doesn't seem to be the case. We broke down, but then we got a nice little bottom, added to the position nice, but then we got stopped out the majority of the position. But that's okay. We were looking for the volume weighted average price, didn't get it, but that trade was a good one. We're breaking through, so we might catch this fill here real quick here, guys, in the TQs. That's a good look. Let's take a look at the options chain to see what we got going on. From an overhead standpoint, if there's any resistance there, then that can just signal like, hey, okay, this is the top, this is our ceiling for the day. Yeah, and see, we can't even break through that. A big rejection right before I caught that fill. So tapped into that, and then it just dumped right away. So 490. We got 3,000 open contracts. Again, that's just not enough, but yeah, there's 6,000 on the put side, so maybe that's something we need to keep an eye out on. If we can break through, there's still too much overhead, and as for a support system, 485 is the low with 7,000 open contracts there, Sharif.
All right, I'm involved in ANTM right now, but I'm also loading up BNZI on the side chart. So here's the look. Big move up on BNZI, about 40% give or take. It's a dollar stock. It's only done about 4.9 million shares, so it's still a little light. I like the look of this one's jib. It's a higher low type situation, but having rejected that $1.50, it puts it into question unless we're able to take it out. The reason I say that is at 50 penny level as well as the whole dollar level are areas of support and resistance, psychological support and resistance, that is, for these small cap gappers. So we'll look to get involved possibly here on a pullback into the belt volume weighted average price. It has pseudo respect VWAP. There have been times where it's breached it, so you're going to have to account for that in your stop placement. If you're going to trade this, you can't place your stop that tightly below the volume weighted average price. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that one, and we'll see if we can work into the position on BNZI. I took off AQB because it broke down below VWAP. Now, the one that I'm involved in currently is this one over here, ANTM. This is another one that's putting in a lot of higher lows. This trades on the Amex network. As you can see, it's on AM, not NQ or NY. It has a high day of 241, having dropped back down into VWAP. It is respecting it for the most part. There are wicks below VWAP, but what's keeping me interested in this is the higher low situation. We're not necessarily getting, bigger, higher highs or any higher highs for that matter since about 10:50. So about 20 minutes now, we haven't had a higher high. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. My next profit taker is 24s. Now this did get into 24s, but it didn't cross. So it's a bit of an issue with the spread. Right now it's 1 penny. I've seen it as wide as 3. So this is what I'm looking at right now, ANTM and BNZI. There's really nothing else that I like all that much. I'm keeping an eye on GDHG, which is a holdover from yesterday. But this one was very bamboozling yesterday, initially and then secondarily. So you had that big move up, a retracement all the way back down to lows. You had another double top and then a drop right below VWAP, but this time it didn't make a new low. So be ready for the retracements on GDHG, otherwise don't trade it. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Last but not least, PLTK. It's light on volume, but it is stair-stepping up, multiple bull flags. This one started moving at 6 a.m. It had a sparsely traded bull flag. It continued again at 8 a.m., big move up, consolidation. Right again at 9:30, big move up, consolidation. So this one's a buy to me off VWAP for the flat top break through 5.5. Technically, it's 546 a high a day, but you guys get it. That's what I'm looking at, Joseph.
Nice look there. So yeah, guys, man, we almost caught that fill. It tapped into 65.44 and a bit there, and we had it at 45, but we didn't catch it. So we'll be a little bit more patient. If it comes to 45s, the thing is though, those bids continuously just step down. So anytime we get into that 44 level, you see those bids hit, and you can see it right now. So you go into 40, and then boom, we just flush to the downside here, guys. But I do believe it's going to be a little bit more slower of a grind. We got Google now tapping into the volume weighted average price along with Amazon. But one thing I want to be wary about is if Microsoft pulls back to the volume weighted average price, then we're going to be in a little bit of trouble, and we might see a deeper pullback before we break through some of these resistance zones here that are displayed. So I know a couple people in the chat were asking us to go over MLGL. It has been one of the hotter stocks the past couple days. So let's take a quick look at it. And hopefully we catch this fill at 45. So from an intraday standpoint, kind of sideways, right? You can see we have this pre-market high established. That's always a good marker to go off of. And then you have these pre-market lows right where we open up as well too. So we tapped into that on an intraday perspective, guys. Held that level really well and haven't broke it yet today, but yesterday was the really, really good session here, trading all the way from 11.15 up to about $19. So that's a really, really good move. Sorry, the low of day there was $8 all the way to 19. So that's over 100% move in the intraday session. So really good look, but it's unfortunate that it gave the majority of it back there, guys. Now just chopping sideways within this range. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. I didn't want to do that, so now I'll just have to pull up another one. And here we go. Oops. MLGO. We'll pull up from the daily standpoint here, guys, to see what we got going on. And yeah, like for me, this isn't necessarily something I would want to be involved with just because it's past history, right? You can see that it's in play once in a while, and then it just goes back into no man's land, and then now it's back in play. I would assume, just from what history is telling us here, guys, that it's going to do the exact same thing. So once this volume really starts to step off and head back into what the average is, then I wouldn't be looking to trade this thing or invest in it for the long term there, Sharif.
All right, guys, I have an eye on IMTE. This was a holdover from yesterday that broke out during the midday. It was a trade de novo south of that dollar area, so we got wind of it after it had taken $1. You can see it was trading below that, but much like it did yesterday, zigged and zagged, and it's doing that same thing again. Big move up on IMTE right at the midday at 1040, up into 317, and now we just almost lost 2. We're trying to defend 2. This one's on my crap list. Not going to trade it until it, straightens out. Otherwise, we won't trade it at all. Simple as that. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Now, I worked in to BNZI over here. Long at 46s, looking at taking profits at 48. It's at 48. It's not crossing, so we're not going to get the print. I'm looking at dollar cost averaging into the volume weighted average price. So my initial entry, 46, and then a 40, and then 36. This one, if it breaks that $1.50 with gusto, I'll add to this position. But currently, I'm not going to add until it shows me that it's ready to take that $1.50 out. Otherwise, it's going to be a VWAP retracement type trade on BNZI. The Piper wants me to look at PLTK. I just literally did. This is the same thing that I mentioned right now. It's 3 bull flags in a row. The two first bull flags were sparsely traded, but their patterns are discernible, so you can kind of just base it on that. I have a dip trade on PLTK into that volume weighted average price, a little bit higher. I'm looking at front running it at 36s. Reason being, I perceive support at 35, 34. So if it doesn't make its way down to 30, then I'd like to pick some up. If it does, I'll add at the volume weighted average price with my L being a little bit below VWAP. Simple as that. So that's what I'm looking at right now in terms of these small cap gappers. We're going to have GameStop on there in case it gets a break above $30. It really has been trying to take that $30 area with no success, whether it was in the pre-market or subsequent to the bell or in the aftermarket yesterday. And $30 is a rinse and repeat level on GameStop from previous months. I mean, we had a lot of trouble staying above it. And now we're kind of just doing that $20 area hold. So we'll keep GameStop on there for trading purposes. DATS as well as a holdover from yesterday. It was above VWAP. I saw you guys talk about this one possibly there right in the pre-market as it started breaking up into that 440 area, but it lost VWAP and it's no longer tradable under my system. So not going to trade that one. What else we got? MLGO I've got on the side chart in case this one really gets going. It's up 6%, but negative since the bell rang, 0.16 in the negative. So MLGO was a big mover yesterday and a multi-day runner. So we'll keep an eye on that. ANTM, as I watch this more closely, having been in this now for about 10, 15 minutes or so, there's an obvious seller at 24s, and it's a hidden seller, an iceberg order, because we keep wicking into 24 with no cross. Now, this is a 2-penny spread, so, does have to cross 24s to get the print, but the fact that it keeps rejecting over and over off that 24 should tell you something about that. All right, BNZI, we got the print to the high side at 48s. Now we're waiting at 52s, but the ultimate thing here is whether or not we cross that 50 penny area. As I mentioned to start the show, 50 penny areas, whole dollar areas are areas of psychological support and resistance for these small cap gappers, whether or not you've had prior resistance or support at those levels. So that doesn't have to be resistance prior to that, doesn't have to be support prior to that. It is just one of those things that you just have to accept. So 50 pennies is what I'm keeping my eye on here for the break. I'm not front running it, excuse me. I'm waiting on the other side of 50, but my plan, as I mentioned earlier, is to dollar cost average into the volume weighted average price, knowing full well that if it does reject that 50 pennies, it makes it a greater likelihood that this will be a double top, because we've already rejected that area at 10:30, and here we are again at 11:20, excuse me, right back at that same area having the same trouble. Okay, so I see here on ANTM, I got a couple of prints to the high side there, as this one did take that 24 level. So we took 24 and we took 27s. Now I'm waiting at 30, and then I'm waiting at 33. My stop doesn't change. It's the break of 10, which is the area low. ANTM up 40%, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, guys. So what I'm thinking here, as we climb higher, you can see that Apple really pushed through the volume weighted average price. Volume starting to stair step up here, guys. Sorry, I'll pull it up for you. But I took off about half of the position that I had remaining there on the TQs, just due to, I'm like, okay, if we reject VWAP, I don't want to be giving up the majority of those profits that I had. So I'm okay with locking in about half of what I had remaining. So we're sitting on about 20% of the total position, which is okay, because if Apple continues to move here, the market might join it. The one thing that I'm worried about, I mentioned it earlier, is that Microsoft might pull back into the volume weighted average price is slightly extended and hasn't given me that pullback. And then people in the chat were asking me, Aiden in the chat was asking me, Joe, NVIDIA long. So this is my issue. This is a really good bottoming signal, but I feel like that it's holding the overall market back here a little bit. It's not recovering like with the likes of Apple, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. So it's really lagging, and you can see that we're down probably close to 4% at this point. And I believe that we can take another leg lower. You see that buying volume just continuously step down here, guys. And we're not getting the buyers really stepping back in. So that's something to be slightly alarmed about here. You got this nice, healthy price action, and that volume supporting it as well too. So that's something I'm most definitely keeping an eye on, but you can see that buying pressure really starting to fall off a cliff here, guys. So that's going to signal to me, hey, we're not ready to push through yet. If that can be steady and maintain what it's putting in right now, then maybe I'll look for that continuation, but it's not looking good for the market, and I don't want it to just sell all the way off on me. So yeah, I know there was a couple other things. We could have thoughts on PAYX at these levels. Don't mean to spam, but just making sure I'm using the right handle. Yeah, no worries. Let's take a look at PAYX. Not familiar with it. PAYX. Paycheck synthing. Okay, so this is very interesting. A nice session, but you can see from a pre-market standpoint, not very liquid. I'll pull up and see what they actually do here quick for you. Because I'm curious myself. PAYX. So yeah, is a human capital management. Okay, well, I hope it was human capital management company. The company is engaged in delivering a full suite of technology advisory services in human resources, employee benefit solutions, insurance, etc. 54 billion market cap. Okay, so not something we talk about on a day-to-day basis, but not a horrible technical trend here. I mean, holding these lows, you can see that consistent higher low there, guys, which is a positive sign, and really nice volume is stepping out here. So yeah, keep an eye out on it. If you break this trend, there might be a little bit more downside on that, but I can't say too much about it. If it wants to go and test those highs, and it's trading pretty well right now, I would just go with the flow and not try to necessarily fight that trend. So nice work. What's everybody else up to in the chat? Apple recovering really nice here, guys. The 5-minute opening drives in the market were just really, really weak, guys. And now you can see that we're starting to head back in towards the volume weighted average price. It's just that stair step up, and then you just take that elevator down here, guys. So really, really slow grind to the top side, but then you see sellers just take complete control as you run into resistance zones, and then you get that capitulation type price action on a smaller form. But yeah, that's the 5-minute time frame. So really, really tough look there in the Qs. It looks like it wants to go and head to the low of the day. We'll be patient until we get stopped out break even here, Sharif, and that looks like it's coming in play.
VVPR just took VWAP. I'm going to attempt a 60 break. There's obviously a seller at $4.60. I was watching this for, I don't know, like 20 seconds, and the print kept recycling at 460. I'm going to risk 10 pennies. I mean, I may be trading incorrectly here by having my stop a little bit too close, but that's the way I'm going to execute on it here. So it's a perfunctory breach of VWAP. Let's see if it's got the bid to continue to go. I'm going to get out at 48 if it loses that 50 penny area. So that's VVPR. It's up 100%, but it's well off the highs at 450. It was below VWAP. It did defend 4, and now it's failing at that $4.60 area. We'll see if this one stops out or not. Now, the one I'm involved in right now, BNZI, I did get a dip trade there. On this one, I'm looking at taking it at 45s. If this one continues up, again, BNZI, I had planned dollar cost averages initially in at 46, wet the beak at 48, and then I got the ad there at 40, and now I'm looking to take it out at 45. So that's my look there, okay? So now, what are we doing over here with VVPR? We got the... Come on, you gotta be kidding me. All right, let's get back into this one, because this one obviously took VWAP, but it stopped me out on the way to taking VWAP. So let's see if the seller there has been pushed off. As you can see, it's very thickly traded. You can imagine that there's going to be a significant amount of bag holders holding that from 550, excuse me. So let's see if we can get some continuity, take out the bag holders, the short sellers that are keeping this down. It pushed me out initially, but now we're right back in and we're looking at taking profits. So here we go. Let's see if this one wants to continue on its way up. VVPR up 105%. It is a bit of a weak break of VWAP. And so I ended up trading this incorrectly by having my stop a little too close to that volume weighted average price, especially knowing that the sellers were there in spades. So we'll keep an eye out on this one, and I'll report back to you guys if we get a couple of good prints on this one. Still zigging and zagging right now. How we doing over here? BNZI, nothing doing there. PLTK, still didn't get involved in that one. And then ANTM, still waiting for either a move back above that 230 area or a break of the volume weighted average price and to get stopped out. So that's all we're involved in right now. 537s is what PLTK is showing me. I'm waiting at 34s. I'm not going to move up my entry. The idea here is to defend VWAP, not to front run it. So BNZI is continuing to put in higher lows. So that one keeping me interested despite the fact that it is well off the highs. Let's go back into VVPR. Again, aggressive selling here above the volume weighted average price. You can see how thickly traded this is. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to base my entries and my exits, my stop losses on prior bar low. That means that I got to take it all the way down into about 4 1/3, which is fine. That means I got to make sure I manage my size accordingly so that I'm able to take the drawdowns into that level. So that's how I'm trading this one, Joseph. What do you got there in large cap world?
Yeah, I mean, Dude, the market's just really pulling in here, Sharif. So we're cracking through the lower days. NVDA looking like it wants to go and test it. The spider broke through the lower day and put in a new bottom there, guys. So not too good of a look as some of these big names start to pull right back in and just reject the volume weighted average price, as I mentioned before. So Apple again popped up really nice through VWAP and then just gave it all back. So we'll continue to look at that, but not too good of a look. And I wasn't suspecting just the velocity and just how fierce the selling was in the morning. It's usually harder for the opposite party to really step in and take control of the day. I'm not saying that it can't happen, but just be wary about it. But I'm happy that I took off half of that position where I said I was going to. I mentioned time and time again, hey, when we're running into resistance, let's take some of it off here, especially when we can't break through the zone and we have about 20 minutes or so of just moving sideways, and then that punch through wasn't necessarily very strong, and then you can see we just break down after that. So yeah, really nice look there. You can see that was support now acting as resistance, and that's why we broke down. So took the majority of it off here and then just cut the rest here as it came back to this entry price, because I'm not going to allow that to become a loser. But yeah, here we go. One thing that I want to note about NVDA is just this consistent higher low. That's something really positive, but I don't know how much it can recover. I mean, I'll pull up here just to give us the exact metric of how much it's down today. So yeah, 4.5%. But I do like it off those lows. I mean, that maybe that ship has sailed already. But again, it gives you a good risk profile here, a nice outstanding volume signal. But if it breaks through this downtrend if it breaks this trend to the downside, then you can just get out of the trade. So on any retest of it, I think I'm going to hop in this right now for that hold. It is bouncing really well, and it's dragging the rest of the market up with it. So positive sign. If NVDA can get the ball rolling, I'm sure the TQs can start to climb higher and higher as well. But this one might be a little bit more of a slow grind. Let's take a look. Dip buy on TSLL. I don't know about that, Nomo. I'll take a look at TSLL. I haven't really been monitoring Tesla too much today, and I know it took a hefty dive in the earlier sessions like the rest of the market, but there's the same bottoming signals that were just displaying themselves over and over again, which worked out really pretty good here, much better than the TQs, because we actually got into the volume weighted average price and then rejected it. So we didn't get quite there with the overall market. So yeah, we'll just keep that in mind. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to do. I want to take a look at the chain to see what NVDA is telling us. And I mentioned time and time again that we have that ladder through the 20s that's acting as overhead resistance, and that's why we can't climb higher. And then today we just give back a lot of the move, down 4.5% here, guys. So we'll wait for that pullback. 116, and what's the high of the day there? 119 roughly. So yeah, 120, 76,000 open contracts. That's the highest on this week's expiration cycle, before you run into 125 with 73. So you can see that's why we're running into some overhead resistance. We're getting a nice bounce in NVDA as well here too. So wait for that pullback, and then we're going to look to participate there, Sharif.
All right, we're keeping an eye here on VVPR. We got 61s now. I've moved up my stop to prior bar low. It's really having trouble taking out 60s. I've layered the orders, but the short seller or the profit taker who has been taking profits on this is moving down their order incrementally. We were looking at 62s before, now we're looking at 60s. So it looks as if this one might be a tough one to trade. BNZI, we did get the add and the fill there at 45s, still unable to take out that 50 penny area. So it is a situation of lower highs. And I'm going to have to rethink whether or not I want to sit there for a dip trade at 36, because all these small cap gappers are just losing the bid. There's just no strength. So we're just going to have to deal with that as it comes. If there is no strength in this one, I'm not going to sit there and dollar cost average into BNZI. With respect to the trade on ANTM, it's holding VWAP, but sparsely traded, and the volume is dropping off a cliff. The good news about this one is we've taken out the majority of the position. We only got a couple of beak wetters left, but if it loses VWAP, couple of beak wetters or not, we're going to take out the trade. Simple as that. So we're keeping an eye here on ANTM, holding VWAP, but having a lot of trouble. Number one, maintaining the volume, and number two, making higher highs. So a bit of a situation there. PLTK continues to defend that 535 area. You got to be kidding me, bro. Oh, man. Well, there you go. Use stop loss orders that have a good spread on them, because that one does not have a good spread. So we'll take an L there on VVPR. Now, MAC to PLTK. This one is continuing to defend that 535 area, despite the fact that there is no supporting volume coming in to keep it abreast. So what I'll do is I'll cancel my order here at 535, and then I'll put it at that 530 in case the exact same thing that happened there on VVPR should happen to PLTK. So I'll keep my eye on ANTM as well. That's the one I'm involved in right now. It seems to be defending that volume weighted average price, but the spread is opening up just a skosh now on ANTM. It is about 3 pennies, whereas it was 2 before. So VVPR lost the bid there, as you can see, and it blew through my stop. It didn't trigger, so I had to flatten out. So we'll take a bit of a bigger loss on that one as a result of the issue with the stop. So I did have my stop below prior bar low, but the illiquidity as a result of an aggressive seller took out all the orders between my stop and whatever price target or whatever level it was at when it dipped below, and then it didn't trigger. So that's what happens with these small cap gappers, and if you don't like that, then don't trade them, because that's kind of the situation with them. Joseph.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so nice base put in. We're all out of that TQ trade. Nice entry here. Waited for the pullback. I'm like, okay, that volume's really stepping down here, guys. Let me see if we can add and double up this position as we start to come back in, because I didn't think we were going to crack that low. We had an isolated volume signature and that hammer doji printed at the low, so that got me excited. We took a little bit off, and then we added to the position as it was working, still maintaining that solid stop. So that worked out really well. Took some off, and then we took the majority off right there. NVDA holding up really well here, guys. I want to hop into this. Don't want to chase it just yet. It's about 50 cents from my target, but what we'll do is we're going to post up here at around 114 or 115, sorry, because we have a nice base there, and that's what I wanted to tell you guys next, is that at that 115 strike, we have about 73,000 open contracts, so that can act as a put wall. Sorry, and to be clear, it's on the put side, so if we get a bounce off of that put wall, then I don't think we're going to crack any lower, and we are. Our low of the day was around 114.50. And then we got that bounce, and we had that indecision print there, so could be a good look. But again, if we break it to the downside, we could be dragged into much, much deeper waters there, guys. So we got to be prepared and just just be prepared and have those stops in place, obviously, just in case it does break through. But again, we're coming to test this. If we hold, then I'm going to get into this trade, and it's coming into those levels that I really like to see. If there's anything, yeah, exactly. So that's DJ Damster. That's what I was looking at as well. Amazon at VWAP, and I was going to close that spread this morning, but I didn't. I'm like, I just had that hunch that we were going to head into a kind of pullback territory. So a little bit patient on that. We'll wait for a bounce to 204, 204. 450, then we'll just get out of that trade, because that was a nice one. I was in at 195 and I bought the out the money, so I just gained intrinsic and extrinsic value on that. So we'll just get out in. And my expiration date isn't until October, so there's so much time value that we gained on that contract, which really, really worked pretty good. Yeah, I can talk about Tesla here for a couple of minutes. Again, same narrative for me. I do feel that we are about to pull back in this name. We'll zoom out and take a look from the daily perspective, what we got going on here. So again, a really, really nice recovery off the bottom, but you see this indecision print at a high, but that volume was stepping in, so that's justifiable on why that this move has been sustained. But again, we're not down too bad. This is a healthy pullback. But what you want to look for is, when are we going to construct that higher low? And I think at some point that's going to come in. We got to look at support levels as well too here. So that would be my target around 321. I got out around here and grabbed some other names, and which is unfortunate. But I do believe that there's going to be potentially some more downside in Tesla, especially with the Q1 earnings report and deliveries coming up, I believe, soon. So I think that can lead us back into the early 200s, the low 200s, because I think this is just a rebound bounce in Tesla, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Keeping an eye here on BNZI. It's really the one that I'm focusing on the most at the moment. The volume is dropping off, but it's been awfully respectful of the 10 exponential, but I don't want to overstay my welcome on this one. I'm really observing whether or not it can take out that 50 penny level. I also worked into GameStop. GameStop's putting in higher lows and higher highs. I'm just putting my out below par bar low, looking for that 50 50 penny break. And then if we could make an attempt at that high of day around 80, we'll give this one the old try. So GameStop, the pre-market high should let you guys know a little bit higher than the after the bell high. It's about 29.90 or so there. So what I'm looking for on GameStop is a continuation of the trend. It seems like the wicks do come down into about the 20 exponential moving average. I think that that's where the money fills are, but it doesn't hang out there that long. So make sure you're using resting orders before you try that approach. Otherwise, you can watch it live and then see if it gives you that print. It's just did the exact same thing. It dipped in between the 10 and the 20 exponential into 29.25, and here it comes back up, but it's having a lot of trouble with 50 pennies, 49 pennies. There's obviously a hidden seller. As you can see, there was like literally no size posted on the bid, but it did reject. Now you can see ample amount of size at the actual 50 penny area, but you can't see it at 48s and 49s, and here's 49 again, rejecting despite the volume coming in aggressively, and there we go. We take out a whole bunch of orders, so nice look there on GameStop. We'll take out the majority of my profit takers, but the one at 63 still unprinted. So then I'm going to wait up a little bit higher now on GameStop. All the while, I'm seeing that BNZI is breaking out, so we'll take out some profits there. I'm still waiting for that 50 penny break on BNZI. And again, every time we work into that 50 penny area, we're met with aggressive selling. 50 pennies, an obvious area of resistance today on BNZI. Here we go. We haven't been at 50 pennies for a while. Look at this. There's really not enough size posted there for a dollar stock, yet nothing is being taken off the book. That's because there's a hidden seller there, and then he just gets blown through, but didn't cross on the bid. So what we'll do is we'll post at 50 since we have a decent amount of size on this one, so we'll see if we can get something at 50, but it is rejecting yet again at that 50 penny level despite breaking it this time and actually making a new high of day of 51 pennies as opposed to 50. Back to GameStop, here we go, showing 58s and 59s, waiting for that 60 print. GameStop incrementally making those higher highs and higher lows. If you're gonna base your entries on the 10 exponential, which is typically what I do with these small cap gappers, put it in between the 10 and the 20 exponential. That has been the money fill area for GameStop, at least it seems on this little uptrend that we've been on since I want to say around 10 o'clock, since we broke above that implied balance high that we printed right at the open there. So you can kind of see the yellow line is the 20, the green line is the 10. The wicks in between the 10 and the 20, I think, are the money fills. We'll see if that lasts, and if it lasts, how long does it last for? So yeah, breaking down again now, rejecting 50 pennies, coming back down into that 10 exponential is GameStop. Likewise with BNZI, after making that high a day, it's back at the 10 exponential at about $1.41. Let's see if it holds up there, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. Michael Moss asked me, what do I feel about BA? I mean, it's trading higher, right? It doesn't seem so turbulent now, I guess. Coming into those previous pivot highs. So the nice strong price action coming off that contract that they beat Lockheed Martin out on. So yeah, really good look on BA right now. But one thing I do want to note here, guys, and I kind of want to touch on it. I heard something very, very interesting yesterday, and that's that, like, okay, so we all know that this Apple Intelligence was essentially botched. But one thing that I really liked, that I found an interesting point, is something that Tim Cook did is that he never, and what Steve Jobs never did, was that he never released a product until it was actually like a couple weeks away to being ready. And I think that's the case that would happen here with Apple Intelligence, just apps completely botched here, unfortunately. Now you got to wait for the Apple 17, the iPhone 17, which is really unfortunate. And I think it just has a lot to do with Google as well. So yeah, really, really tough look here on Apple today, guys. It's dragging everything down, right? The Qs want to climb higher. Some of these big names want to climb higher, but Apple not wanting to participate whatsoever. And it was holding up relatively strong compared to when the rest of the market was selling from an intraday standpoint and from a daily standpoint as well, too, guys. It was holding up really well, approaching these highs, and then it just gave way and just dumped from this peak. Let's see, about 16%, so another 4% from there, down 25% roughly, yeah, 20% exactly. So yeah, really, really tough look here on Apple, and you can see that volume on the daily standpoint really starting.
Bro, it's literally the strongest Mag 7 name on the day, bro.
Apple?
Yeah. It's down 0.3. Everything else is double digits.
It's double digits, but I get that. But at the same time, I'm just referring to the fact that, okay, yeah, Tim Cook is not looking good. It's been lagging everything else. But then when it started to sell off, it hit that 20% mark as well, too.
Sure, but on the day, it's the strongest name.
So, again, I don't like the name today. It's selling off, and it's dragging everything down along with it, even though a lot of these big names are starting to pull back as well too. So yeah, that's my take on Apple. Not loving it from an intraday standpoint. As some of the other big names start to pull back, you can see that we are starting to crack the low and head to a new low a day here on Apple.
All right, back into GameStop at the 20 exponential. Got stopped out through the break of 10. Let's see if it holds $29. 29 is obviously the psychological support level, but the volume weighted average price is 28.77. So it's about 28 and a quarter. Let's see if this one wants to hold. We'll take out some profits there at 20, and then we'll layer at 25s. There it is. Up again we go on GameStop. Let's see if we can get that print at 30, and then we're going to set up at 33s as well. So here we go. Let's set that bad boy up. 20, excuse me for a sec. Yeah, let's set that up at 33s. And then what I'll do is I'll actually place my stop below 29 on this one, and then I'll look to get back in at 28.75 if it does lose the bid. So that's my situation right now with GameStop. I should mention that on BNZI, this one lost the bid aggressively, but thankfully we were out of the majority of the position into 50s. Sadly, though, I did add at that 136, and then it dipped aggressively into 126, and so that I did get a new position at that 136 area, and then I lost 10 pennies on that. So that's a bit of a miss for me, but here goes GameStop right back again into the high side. Let's see if we can get that 33 print. It just wicked into 33s, but we didn't get the print there. A little bit of illiquidity, so we'll take it out at 29s, and then we'll set some more up into the high 30s. There it is at 32, unable to cross into 33 so far. There it is, nice. Let's see if we can get 43s now on GameStop, continuing to defend the 20 exponential moving average on the 5, but having a whole lot of trouble with that 29.60 area, as we observed last time, and you can kind of see that. 29.60 reject, 29.60 reject, and 29.60 reject. So I don't want to overstay my welcome on GameStop, especially if it's going to start making that rounded top and then start making lower lows. And that's exactly what it did here. So I don't want to overstay my welcome on GameStop as it comes right back down into the mid-20s. Thankfully, we've de-risked substantially over here on this one, and I don't want to paper hand it either. So if we can hold a little bit of a piece for the dream for that 60 break, that would be ideal. Otherwise, you can take the position out in front of 60, and then once that seller is gone, you can add into the position above that level. So that's my thinking right now on GameStop. There's really not much else in small cap gapper world that I like that's breaking out or doing enough volume or above the volume weighted average price for the pre-market high. So that's my thinking right now. We'll keep an eye on GameStop. It's up 15 and a fifth, but definitely its best trade. Maybe in front of it. It was definitely behind it in the aftermarket yesterday and in the pre-market when it made above the actual official highs. I think we got into about 29.90 on the day in the pre-market, but unable to reach that exact same level subsequent to the bell, Joe.
Yeah, Brown Lightning, I mean, I don't really love covered calls on GME, but again, if you want to sell some premium, I don't think, like, the numbers weren't horrible, to be honest with you, on it. So, again, they just reduced a lot of costs, so that helped the revenue too. So, good, like, from that standpoint, yeah, it looks okay as you run into the pre-market, but for the long term, I just don't know how I feel about this name, right? Like, look what it's been doing. Yeah, we broke out here in play in around these neck of the woods, May, June, but then just goes into this chop mode. So yeah, if you have shares here, absolutely sell some covered calls because I don't think that we're going to climb too much higher. But again, I don't know how much premium you're going to collect and how much shares you have on that front, right? So you got to ask yourself, what's the risk to reward? Like, if you're only collecting $20 like a contract, right? I wouldn't necessarily look to be doing that just in case it does squeeze, but I don't think it's going to or anything along those lines. But yeah, not too bad of stuff there from GME, and it is trading pretty good on the day. So yeah, good look there. Yeah, guys, Apple bouncing off that low. So good look, 222 was that low a day. We'll take a look at the chain to see if there's any form of a base there, guys, because that makes me curious. But NVDA still holding up. That's what we want to see, that 115 put wall come into play and hold at that level. 220 is where we have the largest OI on the put side on Apple. So we might run into those neck of the woods trading trading around 223 right now. So yeah, just be wary for that bounce. And then yeah, we see some overhead at 225, and that's exactly where we rejected here on the intraday time frame here, guys. So yeah, that's that. Yeah, when we pull up this crosshair, so almost to a T, 225, and then we sell off. So yeah, you just keep an eye on the chain and look for those high levels of open interest, and it's gonna help give you ranges within the day. All right, guys. To fix that for us and see what's going on. Yeah, so we're starting to crack here on NVDA. So I might have to hop out of this trade very shortly. I don't want to hold it to the low a day. It's a little bit more risk than what I want. But if we sit below 114 and continue to bleed, then I'll just get out of that trade and wait. It doesn't look like the market wants to put in a bottom just yet as we continuously bleed here. So yeah, really, really tough look today, guys. Some of these big names down a couple of percentage. NVIDIA down 4.5, now closer to 5. Tough look. What is it? Microsoft is down about 0.5% too. Yeah, and like what Sharif mentioned earlier, Google is holding up the best, but down about just under 0.5% as well too. So yeah, tough look on the Mag here today, guys, dragging the overall market down.
All right, out of GameStop, as it did lose the bid, I didn't actually lose anything on that as it dropped down, flattened out. It did defend 29. So the actual low of this candle on the 5 is 29.03. It's zigging and zagging right now. I don't really want to pick it up off 29, to be quite honest with you. I'd rather pick it up off that, the money fills. I think maybe low 80s, 28, low 80s. If I get really lucky, then it makes its way down into the volume weighted average price, which is currently at 28 3/4. So that's exactly where I'm going to throw my order right now. I'm going to throw it into the low 80s, see if I can get a money fill there. At that level, there we go. We'll drop down a little bit more and see if we can get something in and around there. I'm back into ANTM as well, and this one did retake the volume weighted average price. A couple of good candles on this one, but you can kind of feel that the selling pressure on ANTM is stair-stepping down. Doesn't necessarily have that flat bottom break pattern that we've seen or we've become accustomed to seeing with these small cap gappers, but the point is, it's putting in lower highs with the selling pressure a little bit stronger than the buying pressure, despite the fact that we're up 37 1/3. I'm talking about locally over here, not on the day. And it kind of did break the higher low. No, actually didn't. Now that I look at it a little bit more thoroughly, ANTM still respecting that higher low trend. If you were to base this double bottom candle over here at 1020 and 1025 as the area low, you dip into here, which is a little bit higher than that 197, that 205, 204 print. So technically still putting in higher lows, but definitely getting a lot more downside pressure currently than I feel that it's receiving in the upside pressure from buyers. We'll see if this 3-candle green pattern above VWAP ends up meaning anything. We're long 20, so we're 1 penny out of the money. Let's see if ANTM can bounce back up. Now, did I get the fill on GameStop? You're kidding me. You are kidding me. It dipped into 82 and it didn't print me. That's crazy. That is crazy. So here's what happened on, what is the actual low there? 84s. Okay, so I won't feel too bad. I put it at 82. I perceive that to be the money fill, and it comes into 84s, and we don't get printed. So that's fine. We'll take that one off. I don't think that's valid anymore. It's more about getting the wick and then the pop back up than getting that specific price, because it may not be scalpable once it pops back up and comes back down. So here we go. Now we're getting 82s again. Let's see if this one wants to hold the volume weighted average price. 28.75 is VWAP. So I'm just going to give this a try. Why not? We're going to give it 28.69, and then if it breaks that, we'll give it 6 pennies below the volume weighted average price. And if it loses that bid, it loses the bid. At least we tried. So here we go. We got 85, so we'll set up at 95s for the beak wetter, but it's going to have to hold this area. GameStop coming off the highs, 29.80 is the high, trying right now to hold the volume weighted average price. It just wicked into it. Let's see if buyers are using VWAP as any sort of buying area, or whether people are looking to go short this stock now. So here we go, back up into about 90s. I don't want to take profits here. That's not really enough. So we'll pack our patience here for a possible 95 print on GME, and then we'll see what we get in and around there. Back to ANTM as it continues to zig and zag, still having issues with that 20 penny area, and you can see more size got posted now on that ARB gateway than had been the case when we previously looked at it. There actually wasn't any of these 25s on there last time I looked, so we'll pack our patience and see if we get anything on ANTM above that 20 penny area. I'm layered at 25s and then 29s just to run that 30 area because I perceive there to be multiple wick rejections off 30 on the day. Let's see if that ends up being the case again. Back to GameStop, waiting for any prints in the 90s. None is forthcoming. As it does defend VWAP for now. There we go. Popping right back up again is GameStop off the volume weighted average price. Showing me 91s. We're long 85. Still haven't got the print, sadly, though, at 95. If it's able to reclaim 29, I think we can become a little bit aggressive with this one. So we'll take a little bit more over here if we can. And we just wet the beak there. Good. Let's see if we can get any more on that. I'm going to move up my stop. There we go. Right back into 30s again on GameStop, or 29s, excuse me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up on the north side now of 29s to see if we can get any beak wetters above that whole dollar area, all the while keeping an eye on ANTM as it continues to zig and zag with that 20 penny area. Now the 25s are gone off that ask side of the level 2. If we print anything above 20s, it'll be the first time we've done so since 1120. So it's been a hard road to hoe here for ANTM, despite the fact that it's up 35 some odd percent. Back to GameStop. It's knocking on the door of 30. Where do we got? 85s. Still waiting for anything above that $30 area on GME. Joseph.
Yes, sir. We got out of this. It's all right, man. It's all right, Branks. What are you up to? All right, I see. I'm not an idiot. But anyways, yeah, guys, I got out of this NVDA trade. As we cracked the lows, it's not holding that 115 level that I was expecting it to, but that's all right. So we broke through this downtrend here, guys, and then now, or sorry, that uptrend that was holding up, but then it just cracked lower and then now putting in a new low a day, down about a 5 1/4. So tough look here on NVDA, especially just throughout these 5-minute opening drives. You can see the weakness in it, and then we just continue that downwards momentum, which was tough, and it's so hard for buyers to step back in. The signal was pretty strong, and I'm like, oh, okay, all right. Maybe we come back into VWAP, but as the market climbed higher and some of the other larger names ran into the volume-weighted average price, NVDA wanted no part of that. It wasn't participating, and now you can see it continuously climb down here, down about a 5 1/4 there, guys, as Apple continuously bleeding here too. So tough look. I do believe that we might go into 220 today. That's what the chain is telling us, and we have to listen to it. So here we go, down a 0.5% now on the session. So tough look there in the market, guys. Mag 7 dragging it down, but that's okay. Let's see what else you guys are looking at. We'll go over a couple names. Yeah, and boom, we take another leg down, so that momentum and volume really stepping in, and as we break through key support levels, it's just dragging everything. NVDA is bleeding. Wow, okay, just continuing to move lower, 5.5 now. So tough look, 114. Let's see what that next level is, possibly on the chain too here, guys, because I know we had 115, but if we blow through that, then it's like, okay, what's the next stop that we might find a bounce here and can act as possible support? Yeah, okay, 114, but 110 on this week's expiration cycle with 28,000 open contracts. So be careful of that, a magnet effect. We get drawn to it and then we bounce off of it. But it looks like that might be in the works for this week, guys. That's not too far from here. So definitely 110, a number to keep an eye out on. And I referred to the cues watching for 490. We know that during this week's expiration cycle, that we have a lot of open interest around those strikes too. So that's why we're continuously selling and can't climb any higher. Not enough liquidity to grab and then push through those levels as we give up a couple days of gains here, Sharif, in the market. So hopefully this could be a bottoming signal here, but not looking like it with this momentum to the downside.
All right, still holding GameStop as it clears 29 by some distance. Now I'm looking for 29.25. We'll see if we can get that $0.25. If we get that $0.25, that will be the first 5-minute candle to make a new high in a long time. Here we go. Now we're showing 22, so good look there on GameStop. So aggressive move up off that level, and we'll take profits there, and then we'll look to get back in above that 33 penny area. That will be above the 10 exponential moving average. So that VWAP dip ends up being absolute money. And you wouldn't be shocked to actually see that because it had done that on prior occasion. We had bull flagged initially at 10.10. We popped up, kind of consolidated, and then the dips into VWAP, as you can see there at 10.45, all were bought up. That same thing happened over here. We sold off after making that new high. We come into the volume weighted average price and then it gets bought up again. What's up, Adara?
Just some context for this push to the downside. Seeing reports here that apparently Donald Trump is looking to prepare an auto tariff announcement as soon as Wednesday. I'm guessing that would mean today because next Wednesday is going to be the big one, or Liberation Day, as both terms that Donald Trump has used to describe the tariff announcements. So keep an eye here on GM, Tesla, and Ford. Auto tariffs specifically could be announced here as soon as today, according to this report. Back to you.
All right, yeah.
Thank you for that, Adara. We'll keep an eye out on Tesla. We'll keep an eye out on Ford, GM, Stellantis. Keep your eyes out on the automakers, obviously. I wouldn't say, keep your eye out on the EVs because they barely sell any cars to begin with. I'm talking about your Rivians, your Lucids, your Polestars, etc. I don't think they are really going to be subject much to these tariffs because, well, I think that they're still going through their growing pains. So we'll keep tabs on that. GameStop did not take out that 30 penny level, so I didn't get back in as a result of that. And then my thinking here was that it's rejecting the 10 exponential from the sell side. So I wanted to take it out the $0.25 simply because that was the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. And then if it was going to have trouble with the 10 exponential, which it had been respecting as support until about that, 1140 candle, once it broke below it, if it starts using it as resistance now, then I don't want to be dollar cost averaging into that volume weighted average price. So a clearing of that $0.33 gets me back into to GameStop. We'll keep tabs on that. Back now to ANTM. I'm waiting at 23s, but I'm suffering from the same affliction on ANTM, which is a wider spread. Despite the fact that it's at my levels, it's unable to cross, and so we're unable to get the print. So it's a bit of a tough one here in terms of execution on ANTM just because, and we're not even really talking about a wide spread here, guys. We're talking about 2-3 pennies, but sometimes that's all that really matters. Otherwise, you got to move your profit taker down to below that level. So ANTM, Joseph, putting in those higher lows, but not necessarily those higher highs. We'll see if it can clear 230.
Yeah, all right, guys, here we go. A nice signal here in the markets, but we might be able to put a bottom in here. But one thing, Gorev, just look at NVDA continuously just moving down. I like that signal in Apple, but if some of these big names want to just continue that momentum, then they're going to be invalid, right? When we follow the cues, we got to see what the big boys are up to, especially on days like this. So, again, not looking too good. If we hold up this level, you see that volume step in. So the participants want to stop the downwards price action, but it depends which party wins here, guys, and it looks like the bears are fully in control. The buyers can't step in, so it's really, really tough. Yeah, exactly. You got to have a tight stop on there. You got a nice bounce already, so the crack of that candle is around 222.45, and then we're up about to 77s now, so 30 cents, nice 20, 30 cents there, so a nice look as it's bouncing, and you can see from a volume standpoint that nice stopping volume, and then you get that indecision print, guys, and you play the break of that, and we just continue to climb higher. So really, really good look there in Apple. I believe if NVDA can turn it around, then we get the bounce in the overall market. But let's see what Adara's up to, guys.
It's time for your midday/afternoon edition of Happening Now. And what's happening here is the S&P 500 maybe trying to bottom a little bit. Slight higher low here so far in this 15-minute candle, but it's only about 2 minutes old. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here for this market. S&P 500 down almost 1%. NASDAQ down more than 1%, about 1.5% here, and also doing a similar kind of double bottom pattern to the S&P 500 on the 15-minute chart. The catalyst we just got to push the market a little bit lower is a report here, I'm not seeing from where, that Donald Trump is apparently preparing an auto tariff announcement as soon as Wednesday. In terms of announced briefings here where he could speak, I'm just seeing now White House press briefing scheduled for 1 p.m., so I'll be taking care of that for you guys and paying attention. Then at 3 p.m., Donald Trump is speaking at a Women's History Month event. I'm unsure if he would be announcing it at this event, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. As I mentioned earlier, usually during the Q&A, He'll get asked a lot of questions related to tariffs, especially as of late. So if there's any answer there that moves the market, of course, I will keep you guys apprised. Chewy actually bouncing here nicely off of these lows as a lot of the market careens towards lows. CHWY, along with GME and DLTR, some of our day one earnings plays today. Then we have names like TSLA, Tesla, and NVIDIA both down more than 5%, though NVIDIA is looking a little bit worse than Tesla as of today. Lots of names here at or near day's lows, including MSTR, NFLX, and Broadcom. So weakness across the market, though big tech certainly leading this push to the downside. Let's stay tuned for this potential auto tariff announcement. Back to you. Or back to Neil and his lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, keep your ear to the ground for sure for any tariff talk. And the market's already bleeding enough. You don't really need too many other catalysts here. But obviously, I've seen so many people ask the question, what's wrong with the market today? I mean, we had a big correction, we had a big bounce, and now we're getting a big down day. So it's sort of par for the course of volatility we're seeing. But I wanted to talk about some small cappers. Because I think a lot of times if you don't have setups, like if you don't have reversion trades or didn't have like obvious early shorts, it's a tricky day to be in. And if you don't have any of that, where do you find like the normal structure or like regular style trading? And I hesitate to say that because sometimes that's not what it is in small caps for people. But I think a lot of times you will be able to find this like easier technical setups in other places that you might not normally expect. And so there's 3 small cappers that I want to highlight here, which I think had pretty typical patterns for quote unquote regular style technical trading. Look at OSRH. 2 from our watch list, OSRH and Surge, and then I'm going to get to PTPI, which is going to do a billion in volume any second now. OSRH, and I noted this in the pre-market, why this might have given you this opportunity, gap up, and then look at the just pretty obvious bull flag. It shows the support level. You get some wicks, you get dark pools going off in the pre-market. You get a pretty obvious support at 350, and you get a pretty obvious breakaway area around 4, and then you had the wick highs into 460. And what does it do on the way back in? And this is your signal. It respects all of that going into the open. Fails to high, but at the open, this higher low right around 4, accelerate away from that. Okay, they're respecting that. Then you have your support down around 350. Is it respecting this? Absolutely. It's just step down. Now, obviously, it's not for sure that you're respecting this to the downside or the upside. It's giving an idea that it could hold the 350 level or it could fall down. Once it shows you the fall down, the drop down, I should say, then suddenly that area becomes a short spot. It's now trend down when it shows you that new fresh low, retest that same high, which was prior support, and then just trends down. Even on a pop, can't get back above that 350. Now, I'm not saying this is for everybody. For some people, you just don't like trading penny stocks. It's not your cup of tea, like to each their own. But if you're just looking for opportunities, trading patterns, I think you can do a heck of a lot worse than something like this. And it wasn't the only one. There was also OSRH. Sorry, there was also not OSRH, that's when we're on. Surge, S-U-R-G. Surge with, I think, a more emphatic example of what I'm getting at here. Because this was an absolute, and it just happened now, so I wanted to make sure I threw that in there before I got to PTPI. It is a typical failed breakout of the high. And then once it failed the high, absolute destruction back into support. You guys can see it there. But then it went sideways into a consolidation. And when it finally fell off the cliff at your support area, boom, short. Now, what I'm looking for in this, because it just did the breakdown now, is any pops in Surge that cannot chew through this 230 to 240 zone are shorts for me. Because of what we saw, like OSRH, same sort of thing. Once it fails it, and it's now showing you the fail break of the high, the lower high, just short the pops, baby, and wait for it to get into this 30 to 40, and if it can't break through, then look for that continuation. But it's not always downside, because hopefully this is not in the last 5 minutes here done something crazy. Okay, good. PTPI, because I wanted to show one that's actually showing you the goods in the upside the right way, the way that everybody likes it on a small cap. PTPI, you tell me where support was. It holds 12 cents in the pre-market. It pops at the open to 18 or 17.5, and then just shows you support at 12 cents. Then it just takes the stairs up. It holds VWAP, it holds higher low, It holds this pre-market top here on the dips. It just gives you every technical step to the upside, and doing so with 1 billion shares in volume. I don't care what you trade. All you should care is that you're making money and you have setups that work when you do it. And to me, for something like this, and I wasn't even looking at it till people in the chat were talking about it. It's like you could have had a volume scanner up, but if you hide things under 50 cents or you screen things out that are under 50 pennies, you're going to miss something like this. 1 billion shares of volume on a stock doing 18, going from 12 to 21. Like if I told you you had a stock that was going from $1.20 to $2.10 or $12 to 21, you'd have no trouble with that. A trader can make the same amount here because liquidity is not an issue. It's just the executable strategy that's there for you. There's no issue with liquidity here. You can get as many shares as you want, you can get as little shares as you want, who cares? It's a strategy where it's showing you all of your regular technicals. You don't have to predict it's going to hold 12. You can just observe it holding 12 and then take the breakout here, which, what does it do? Breaks out, pulls back, right into prior support or resistance, turns into support. What more can you ask for? And PTPI, the other thing I will keep in mind here is the other side of the trade. I want it to go up for anybody that's long. But much like the others, if it simply fails the high, stair steps down, and loses VWAP, then there's a reversal trade in there too. You can always take that reverse, like something that happened in the surge. Here, where I want to look to short pops, I'll probably pay for some locates on this. You can look at these, and as long as they're doing volume, some of the skills that you might have adapted or learned when you traded momentum stocks or your big cap tech or whatever you call them, you can still apply them over into penny stocks, small cap stocks, as long as the volume is there. And I think in this case, the volume was there, and they weren't as bamboozling or baffling in terms of the way in which they traded. Sure, it failed the top, but everything after that was pretty organized. An opportunity to wait patiently, take your shot, and then play the trend. The trend's always going to be your friend, but you also want stocks which are observing the trading strategies or setups that you like. And sometimes you have to find them in small caps or stocks that you haven't traded recently. There's always an opportunity out there in the markets, and there are definitely days in which it makes sense to be patient and look for the right ones. That's your lesson of the day, guys.
Thank you very much, Neil. Excellent lesson there on small caps, my favorite of the bunch. Speaking of small caps, LNKS, we're involved in a new one here, just showed up on my scanner, sub $1, trying to break above that dollar area. We're able to catch the dip into the volume weighted average price around 89 pennies. I was able to scalp into this one into 92s, layering the orders into 93 and 94. We'll have to see if this one holds up. I want to mention that we're not involved in GameStop right now, but GameStop is making yet another retracement into the volume weighted average price. And just, quick look there. Looks like there is some buying already waiting there as it's forming a hammer candle, but it's already forming that rounded top. And that rounded top usually is a bearish signal. I think it'll be even more bearish if we get a decided break through that volume weighted average price. We've been defending it all morning, but we weren't putting in a rounded top until about quite recently. So keep your eye out on this one. It is, it's at a good area, but I don't know how many times VWAP comes into play. Now, I did add into ANTM at that 20s, and this one absolutely huadunked on me, completely lost the bid, lost VWAP, lower high, and we ended up getting stopped out at 205. So we'll go negative now, sadly, on ANTM, as this one kind of, it just quadunked in the same way that VVPR did, in the same way that I forget the other one, I think it was BLNKS or something like that. They are really losing the bit today. You can kind of feel that there's really no continuity, or the continuity is a little bit lacking right now with these small caps. So we'll keep tabs on that. Keeping my eye now on LNKS. I don't know why it's not printing me. It's at 95s. We're waiting at 94s. We'll see if we can get that print awfully soon. We'll layer some more orders to the high side here. There we go. We get that print at 94s. Good luck. Now we're waiting at 96s here on LNKS. It is bouncing off the volume weighted average price and trying to attempt to break that dollar area. Now, what I like about this, most notably, number one, it's not unusual for these small cap gappers to fail that dollar area on the first attempt. That's fine. But when they come into a predictable area and they bounce off and they have aggressive buying, then that kind of keeps me interested here just based upon the price chart, or sorry, the chart pattern. That's what I'm trying to say. So I perceive a bit of a bull flag here. Now, logic would tell you that if we continue with this current bull flag, then we could probably break that dollar area. Now, it's a different trade north and south of that dollar. So make sure you're taking profits on the way up into that dollar area. And then, we can talk about the different trade above that dollar. Now, I'm also involved in PLTK as I've been trying to get into this one at the volume weighted average price. I'm just a little nervous with this one because it may lose VWAP in the same way that ANTM did, in the same way that VVPR did. And if that's the case, then I really need to account for that with my stop placement. So the idea here is going to be to add at that 530, that volume weighted average price area, but I'm going to give my stop a wide spread to account for that, what seems to be a kind of a pattern today with these small cap gappers, in the sense that they're really dropping aggressively. The short sellers seem to be in control today of these small cap gappers. And if that's the case, then your stops can get blown through, because what ends up happening is everybody's stop gets triggered. And if yours is below everybody else's, well, there's not going to be any room for you to get filled. So it'll happen like what happened to me on VVPR, where we had our stop and it didn't trigger because we didn't give enough of a spread between the triggering price and the limit price. So make sure you're not making that mistake. I already made it once today. Back to ANTM over here, it seems like it is losing that $2 area. So I was watching this one, not like I want to go long below the volume weighted average price, but I wanted to see if it was going to hold at that $2 area. It had a bit of an aggressive move, obviously, off that 223 all the way down into about 195, trying right now to fight with that $2 area. We'll see if ANTM can get above that 215 area, but right now, under my system, not tradable. Let's go back to GameStop, because it's continuing to defend that volume weighted average price. It's right back at that 2880, that same area that we got long initially. But again, as I mentioned earlier, it is kind of putting in that rounded top. Now, you may see a bull flag. I personally see a rounded top, especially if we lose that volume weighted average price area. We haven't been below VWAP since about 10:10 this morning, and we were only down below VWAP because this one sold aggressively in the pre-market. Prior to that, we had been holding the volume weighted average price essentially all morning. So GME in focus right now, PLTK and LNKS, the only one that I'm actually profitable on right now. We'll see if we can get something at around 96 pennies to the high side. Joe, what do you got?
Yeah, again, talking to Pug Life in the chat here, he said he's seeing what I'm seeing on the chain as well too, referring to the negative gamma, right where that open interest is at 110. So good look there, Pug Life. I know you're looking out for those levels. And as for the straddle, yeah, that's what I was seeing up on 490. I think it was 490 on the Qs. I could be mistaken. I'll pull it up in a second. But yeah, again, same thing on the 110 strike there on NVDA. So good look. It looks like we might possibly crack a little bit lower, and 110 might be in the worst. There's nothing from a technical standpoint that is telling us that, hey, we're ready to turn around. And that's why I'm glad that I got out of this trade. You can see that we were constructing those higher lows, but then once we broke that trend to the downside, I'm like, see you later, because we can head lower. And sure enough, we're down about another point and a bit from that level there, guys. So that is the look. Apple was one of the better bounces as well too, so good trade on that one, Gorev. Microsoft not doing too much, hovering around the lows, running into some support. So good look there on Microsoft. I guess compared to the other names, it's holding up relatively decently, but Amazon down back to 202.63. Opened up around 206 this morning, was looking pretty good, but now giving back a lot of those gains. I added into this position for this bounce. I'm essentially playing it off of this volume signature here, guys, looking for that nice bounce into this resistance zone, but we're not getting any buyers stepping in. And I like the point that you made there, Pug Life, is that this is just shorts covering. Every pop that you get, we're not getting any individuals stepping in. There's no real buy program coming in. And when you're down about 1.5% here in the market, it's a tough look. So we'll be patient to see if that comes into play. It may take some time to turn around, but if some of the big names continue to bounce, like with Apple's volume signature and that hammer candle at the lows, but if NVDA puts in one and then wants to climb to 114, then we'll be sitting here in this trade until we crack the lows, because I did add now full risk and I don't want want to hold on to this if there is potentially more downside. And it could be one of those days, guys, where we just don't get that signal, right? Like it might not come into play, and I'm just getting those feels. So sometimes you got to go with your gut feeling on that front. And we'll be patient to wait if they come into play, but I just don't think today is that session. So I could be totally wrong, and I hope I am. So AMD, yeah, I know this thing's trading really well. I know Katina Man was talking about it this morning, but pardon me? You're still short AMD? Nice, 115.30. Okay, that's a really, so this stock hasn't even looked back essentially from 5 minutes after the open. It just broke down. So 115.30, Katina Man's in. Really nice look. So he's in at the top and he's still holding on to this position. This is waterfall type price action here, guys. Just every indecision print breaking the lows, and constructing a new one. So no volume here telling us that we're ready to turn around here in AMD, Sharif.
All right, just canceling a stop. 1 second.
Okay.
Gotta change this stop on not LNKS. Yeah, on LNKS, just moving it up. On this one, as it's pulling back into the volume weighted average price. GameStop lost VWAP. It did wick below it, and now it's trying to recover. So it's got a bit of a hammer candle forming, but that doesn't change the current chart pattern, not candlestick pattern, chart pattern, as we're still putting in that rounded top at a defensible area. Whether or not we make a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, that will get me in the trade. I did actually have a resting order to take GameStop long again above that 29 1/3. That seems like it's no longer the right trade given that we are substantially below that level. So I will cancel that actually right now as we speak. I do not like that trade. Now, it's a different trade though at this VWAP area south of 29 on GameStop if we defend VWAP and then make a new 5-minute candle, especially if this current candle that we're in at 12.15 ends up closing as a hammer candle. It'll show you that buyers were aggressive picking this up off the volume weighted average price, whether it was preceded with a rounded top or not. We'll keep tabs on that. So GME, I'm not going to let this one off the hook. We'll keep an eye on it. If it presents another opportunity for a trade, I'll be all eyes and ears. LNKS trying to pop back in again, despite making a bit of a lower low there relative to the prior 5-minute candle. LNKS, it's got a good chart pattern, but it's suffering from a major affliction, which is lack of volume. So currently on the day, let me tell you, sub $1 name, right? Keep that in mind. So LNKS on the morning is at about 1 million shares. And that's really nothing for a $1 name or south of $1. It's a $12 million market cap with about a 2.2 million share float. Let's find out what the short float is, if any here. Nothing from Trade Ideas, and I also have a 4 million share float from Trade Ideas as opposed to 2. So a bit of a conflict there. With respect to PLTK, I was able to take some profits, but really not much to speak of. Where is that at? There it is. Because it's in that consolidation range. So this is not why I'm in the trade. I'm not trading this as a range. I'd like to pick it up again off that 530 because I perceive that to be the volume weighted average price. And the idea here is to take that flat top break, that bull flag continuation. As I mentioned earlier, I perceive 3 bull flags on PLTK. Each one a little different than its predecessor. This one was lightly traded right at that 6 a.m. pop, likely when the catalyst dropped, and then we had a bit of a consolidation sideways. Then at 8 a.m. when more participants can actually trade. Not everybody can trade from 4 a.m. It depends on your broker. 8 a.m. we had a big volume spike, and then it consolidated again for the second bull flag, and then the third manifested essentially at the open when the market on open orders came in quite aggressively, popped up, and since that time we have been consolidating above the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about PLTK. We'll see if this one can do anything. I'm also looking at Baidu. Kind of a random one for me, not that I change these, trade these Chinese ADRs, but Baidu's up 2 1/3. It's one of the strongest names in Chinese ADR world, if not the strongest. I'm just having a quick look on my side chart there. It is the strongest one. It and Li Auto. Li Auto's up 2 3/4. Baidu's up 2 1/3. And the reason I'm looking at it is because it made essentially a $100 high, 99.23, and now it's back at VWAP. And VWAP is a little bit higher, so VWAP's right here at 97.50 or 55s. It's a little bit higher than prior area resistance. I perceive this area top over here at around 935 candle, that the implied balance high at 97.30 to be resistance. So if that area and VWAP are very closely related, it might present me with a good support opportunity here on Baidu. Again, up 2 1/3, kind of bucking the trend with the overall market. outperforming most of these Chinese ADRs. It is finding a little bit of support right now off the volume weighted average price. So if you were to buy this at 50, you're about 20 pennies in the money right now. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to get in over here on BIDU. What's the spread at? So we're going to get in at 69s. And then basically all I'm going to do is I'm going to put my stop below 50 pennies. So we're going to go 97, and we'll give it a little bit of room between the 50 penny area in case it wicks down. And that's going to be my entry on BIDU. So we're long 69s. Let's see if we can get something in the 80s. We'll set up on this bad boy here on Baidu for a possible VWAP bounce trade on this Chinese ADR name. And to be fair, though, it has been trending down since about 11:15. It's been making lower lows and lower highs, but it hasn't been at VWAP since we took the volume weighted average price at around 10:30. So we'll see if this one can catch a bid, whether or not we're not risking that much, about 20 pennies here on a 97 or 99, $97 name. Back to LNKS, again, dips into that 90 penny area. That's VWAP, but my entry is a little bit below that. The reason is because VWAP was a little bit lower when I got in. So LNKS having a whole lot of trouble with 95 pennies. I still perceive a bull flag here on LNKS, but if it loses that 88 penny area where I got in, I'm out. I've already moved down my stop on that one. I'm looking at GameStop as well on the side chart, and GameStop yet again is bouncing off the volume weighted average price. Now this one did put in a hammer candle here, and then as I mentioned, it made a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. This one hasn't closed, got 2 more minutes here. So let's see how this bad boy closes, because this could get me back in the trade here on GameStop. So that's what I'm watching right now, LNKS, Baidu, and PLTK, Joseph.
Yeah, we're going to go over that super chat here right now, BVB. So thank you very much for that one there, guys. TS, $5, much appreciated. I'm new to options. How could I play this with options knowing the price could go to 104 or lower if we drop under 109? Okay, I'm kind of confused. Cover calls that you then put the question mark. Yeah, I don't really understand the question too much, but what you could do is you could buy puts if you drop under 109 and then you believe that it's going to go to 104. The covered calls would be already owning the shares and then selling options against it. I suggest that you just go back and watch some of our intro to options to understand that. But if you're looking for a move from 109 to 104, you would just essentially buy a put, okay? From a simplistic standpoint, there's other things you can do, but we'll leave it at that, and we're going to send it to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends from Trade the Pool, because they're back to Trader TV. Trade the Pool is a game-changing platform that caps your risk while giving you the opportunity to trade real shares using company capital. That means no more risking your savings. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited trading period during the evaluation phase. No pressure, no rushing. Take your time, perfect your strategy, and get funded on your terms. Remember, your losses are capped at a one-time evaluation fee, and your profits, those are unlimited. Head to tradethepool.com and start trading now. Back to you.
Yeah, so hopefully that answered your question there, TS. And if you have anything else regarding that options or anything, just feel free to tag me. Again, just buying a put if you believe that the underlying asset is going to go below 109, and that's what you're looking for it to do, and then head to 104. Then you can just buy a put at 109 and then just hold that contract into 104 if that's what you're looking for. But when you're buying something, don't forget to extend the time, right? It sounds like you're new, so you're going to pay a little bit more for those contracts, whether it be in the teens or whatever it is, but just be willing to pay for more, because you don't want to go through the experience just yet of buying an options contract and then having it expire too quick on you before it even makes your move. But there's other things that that I was going to talk about. Again, we'll just refer to a ratio spread, something that I have implemented. So it's just essentially an offset of how many short options you have to long options, so you can take advantage of larger moves and bounces like in Amazon, for example. So we'll go over that. I'm still holding onto that position. It's unfortunate. We opened up at 206 today and then drop all the way down to 202. So that's a really, really tough look. But Gorev is absolutely printing up an absolute storm here on AAPL. Good work there. He's out 50%. Really nice signal there, guys. Sorry, I'll pull it up from a 5-minute time frame to see what we're looking at. and that's just a really beautiful signal. I thought that we were going to climb higher, and there it is right there, a nice isolated volume signature, and continuing to creep higher and higher here there, guys. Be aware, though, of this possible higher low, so we'll just draw this basic trend line here, and if we can look for that as a possible target, that'll put us right around the volume-weighted average price where we'll intersect, and then maybe take another leg lower. But if NVDA bounces and Apple continues to climb, I think we can bounce here in this market, Sharif.
Sounds good, man. Here we go. We took a print on Baidu. We're back into GameStop as well. Scalped from 29 into 29.20. Still holding a piece. That's the top end of the range right now. On the current 5-minute candle, a break below 29 stops me out. Simple as that. So we're not going to really do the dance with GameStop. I'm kind of concerned about that rounded top. We'll see if this is just a perfunctory move back up. In any event, scalped out the majority of the position. Now, the one I am concerned about, though, is LNKS. Where's that one at? Yeah, here we go. So it's coming back into 90. Now, it's still holding VWAP, but the thing is, it's putting in lower highs and has been putting in lower highs since noon. Every successive candle has had a lower high and a lower low, despite the fact that it's been above the volume-weighted average price. So we'll see what we get here with this bad boy. I'm talking about LNKS. It is a sub $1 name. So we'll see what this one presents us with. Now, Baidu did come into my second beak weather there at around 85s, but because of the spread on Baidu, we didn't get the print. So packing my patience, I've already kept my stop exactly where it is. I like it just where it is, right below the area low there that we printed at 12.20, which the low was there 97.52. So just putting my stop below that 50 penny area. Back to GameStop as I see this one approaching 20s again. This one had all sorts of trouble with 20 when it was there last at 12.05. Here we go again. It's trying to approach that 29.20 area. And I don't know why someone's shorting at 29.20 or taking profits kind of a random area, nor the $0.25, nor the third of a dollar, $0.50. It's nothing other than a level that somebody likes. So we'll see if that continues to be the case or what the situation is. I only got one beak weather left on GameStop, so I'd rather this one run, and we'll see kind of what we get there. Back to LNKS as it now is at the volume-weighted average price. My concern about this today, as I mentioned before, I am concerned about the illiquidity on some of these names on the way down. They do aggressively move down, and it blows through the stops. And so what I try to do with LNKS is give myself a wide stop between the trigger and the limit. We'll see what we get there on that one. Back to PLTK. This one, what's going on, Katina Man? Okay, the Katina Man's long NVIDIA, and he's doing real well. 114.06 is the current price on NVDA. Back to BIDU. This one coming right back down into VWAP, but I'm not going to take it out at VWAP. It will have to break that 50 penny area. This is a volume-weighted average price retracement trade on a name that is stronger than the overall market and stronger than its sector mates, which is the Chinese ADR world. We'll see if this one can catch a bid into that 98 penny area or $98 area. That's where I'm looking. GameStop broke out. There it is at the third of a dollar, and we'll take that level there. 29.34 right there into GameStop. We got long 29s. Let's see if this one can take out 29.80. As I mentioned, it had a rounded top, an aggressive rounded top. What's up? NVIDIA is continuing to go, guys, so keep your eye on NVDA. The Katina Man's long NVDA right now at 114s, so keep your eye out on that. GME, it's been in play, obviously, having reported earnings yesterday and got the crypto world, very excited as they're adding crypto to their balance sheet now, both with cash, debt, and equity raising, which is a little aggressive, but we'll have to wait and see how they all do there. Keeping my eye, though, back on GameStop. I'd like a break of the high of the day. I don't want to have to dance with this in the I call this a mid-print range, which is neither at high nor at resistance nor at support. So we'll see if GameStop can take out that area that we talked about earlier where the big seller was sitting, which was around 29.60s, give or take. It spiked up above 60s on occasions, but definitely had a whole lot of trouble holding above that area. So that's all I've got on at the moment. We've got 3 trades. We got Baidu, we got PLTK, and we got LNKS. We're done with our GameStop trade as that one did spike up into that third of a dollar. And I was able to take the profits out there. LNKS is below VWAP, and whether or not that is my entry or not, I do not like it anymore. So there's the out there on LNKS. Now, I want to let you guys know that another pseudo small capper has made its way onto the scene. It's by no means a big mover or anything like that, but it's got a respectable chart pattern and a respectable percentage move up on the day, 12 1/3. This one was trading at around $6.50, the low there. In the pre-market as well as the official low on the day, and it did work its way up into 970. Funny enough, when it did retrace, as they all typically do, it did find support at VWAP. Now, that's the good news about ZYBT. The bad news is it's very sparsely traded, very sparsely. I really do mean that on the day. So if you're going to trade this one, trade it carefully. There we go. Trade it carefully and make sure you're accounting for the illiquidity on this name by placing your stops strategically, Joseph.
Yeah, dude, yeah. I'm looking at it right now, Gaurav, so yeah, that's an absolutely beautiful trade. You can see that I added into the queues as well, looking for the break, but I'm at the mercy of NVDA. If it wants to climb higher, then we'll get the move here in the queues. But if it doesn't want to, then we're going to be in a little bit of trouble, especially with Apple running into VWAP too. And now you're not getting any form of a sustained bounce in NVDA. So tough look. But TS, so what you're referring to, and I think what you're looking for, is a cash secured put. So just to go over what I was saying before, I thought you were looking at a stock that was trading at $109 and you thought that it was going to move to 104. But no, what you're saying is that you want to own the underlying asset at $104, but it's trading at 109. And what you can do is have cash secured puts, but that means you need to have the capital requirements per contract, so 100 shares and the value of that stock in order to sell cash secured puts, all right? So there's like forms of credit spreads that you can use and trade to utilize those, to take advantage of those types of moves. But again, I would suggest that you read a little bit more on the options world just so you understand what a cash secured put is and how you can manipulate the contracts. I wouldn't dive right into that considering you're new. Just focus on buying and selling contracts and how to place those orders, and then you can slowly start to build from that standpoint. But yeah, here we go on the queues. We broke up a nice little breakup here, but I'm like, oh no, the volume isn't stepping in like that we would want to see. And some of the big names are running into some key levels. So yeah, not too good of a look. Hopefully we can hold this base, still constructing higher lows. But again, I told you I'm at the mercy of NVDA, it feels like today. And then Bruce Wayne himself, the Batman, asked me to take a look at McDonald's and why is it so funky? Yeah, there's just some liquidity issues, right? It's not the most liquid stock, especially from an intraday standpoint. It only puts in a couple million shares a day, so spread that throughout the span of the session. It's just not very liquid, even though it is trading relatively well right here, but just not something that we would trade on a day-to-day basis. You want a high-level catalyst. I know they had the issue with the lettuce earlier in the year when they sold off, or last year, sorry, when they sold off drastically, which is right around here in October, and then it's now since recovered. So yeah, again, not an intraday trader. Wait for a high-level catalyst to get involved in McDonald's, in my opinion, or if you have the ability to sit through that barcoding and that algo-type price action, by all means, do so, but just be aware, and that's what you were asking, is like, why is it so funky? It's just there's liquidity issues, all right? So yeah, let's go over some more things, guys. I know there's a lot of questions in the chat. Just type them in again, but yeah, TS, I'm pretty sure that's what you're referring to. What you can do is you just sell a put at 104, but you need to have that cash in your account in order to place that type of trade. And then one thing that I'll add to, if it doesn't come to 104, you'll just collect the premium you received until that short contract closes in the money. You can continuously just sell 104 puts until you eventually get assigned, because that's what you want. That's what you're aiming for when you're shorting puts and when you're selling cash secured puts, all right? So that is that, and hopefully that answered your question, but just continuously read, go to YouTube University, check out the other videos that we have here as well, the intro to options. Go back and watch all our options lessons, and you should be able to get a good understanding of what you want to trade there, Sharif.
All right, back into GameStop here as the strength on GameStop continues. Where am I long? 34s just went to peak at 40s. Now I'm waiting at 45s. This one is interesting because I'd like to see this one try to attempt 60 again. As you can see, I mean, you don't need to be a chartered market technician to see the umpteen amount of rejections we got at 60. You got it initially at 60. Let's just say at 8 a.m. That's when you could really see that there was selling at 60. You got it again at 8:15, and yet again at 8:20. And then when we got up there again at 10:50, we rejected. 10:55, 11:20, 11:25, yet again at 11:40. So there's all sorts of weakness for whatever reason at that level. So we'll keep tabs on that. Double topping right now for whatever reason at that 29 1/3, but I don't want to paper hand this. We've got 29.34s long. We'll see if this one wants to pop back up and continue on to that trend to the high side into 60s. That's what I'm assuming will encounter that major level of resistance, 29.60-ish on GameStop. I want to talk also about LNKS. The reason I got out here is because it lost VWAP, and then look what it did when it lost VWAP. Guys, I got out at 88.5 pennies. It dropped down into 75 pennies in one 5-minute candle. Yeah, that's what aggressive shorting is, and I'm assuming that's what the shorts were waiting for. They were waiting for that rounded top, the loss of VWAP to know that they were in control as opposed to buyers. And then the orders came in quite aggressively. And you can see this volume bar on this red candle here is quite aggressive as well. So we'll keep tabs on that. LNKS, it's no longer tradable under my system though, is below the volume weighted average price. It's going to have to get above 90 pennies on a closing basis for us to get back involved. Let's go back to GameStop though and see what the situation is. It's now coming back into that 29.20 area, and it looks like it is a bit of a double top into a random area at 29.40. Not an area that I anticipated there to be selling, but having looked at it, after the fact, there does seem to be some selling from earlier in that 40 penny area. Again, ultimately, I don't think this is where the buyer or the sellers are going to step in and really, send this one to the downside. I think if we do go to the downside and end up going below VWAP on a closing basis, it will be a 29.60 rejection. So I'm trying to pack my patience here. I don't have too many shares into GameStop, so I can kind of, I can weather the storm, so to speak. Let's see if this one wants to pop back up. There's really nothing going on in my world right now other than that. I'm looking at the scanner up top. Nothing's doing volume, nothing's breaking out, or everything's below VWAP. So we'll have to wait. I tried Baidu. I got that one wrong, it looks like. Let's see if I got it right after all. It looks like it is reclaiming the volume weighted average price. I gave the Baidu a try. I was able to extract one beak wetter, but we ended up going negative on it as it's continuing to print lower highs and lower lows. So looking at this one, after the fact, it is a downward channel, whether or not it visited VWAP and tried to break up. Oh, wrong one here. Excuse me. Where's my Baidu trade? Oh. Whether or not it tried to bounce off VWAP, I don't think that this is going to be a VWAP trade so much as it is just an aggressive downward channel here on BIDU. The one that I mentioned earlier, I mentioned ZYBT or ZYBT, as our American friends like to say. It looks good from a chart pattern perspective, but then you have a look at the book, and it's a 26 bid and a 42 ask, and that's not going to work out for me on a small cap gapper. It just won't. So we'll have to let that one go. But it is a decent chart pattern if you can handle the spread, and I don't suggest you do on these small cap gappers because that's not really the methodology by which they're traded. Have at it, but for me, it's not one that I want to get involved with right now. Now, if the spread does tighten up and it does work its way back into that $8.50 area, ZYBT is the one I'm talking about. Where is that at? There it is. $8.50 area is the volume weighted average price. It did show you its propensity to bounce off that level before. So if it does that again, maybe we can have a look there. No, that's what I'll do. I'll throw an alert around 860 so I can be made aware of a retracement into that volume weighted average price in advance. Back to GameStop, still waiting on this one to clear that 40 penny area. It did, micro pullback into that $0.25, found buyers. Now I'm waiting on the north side of 40. So we'll see if we can clear some of those sellers that have been at that 40 penny area for a hot minute on GameStop. There we go on PLTK. We'll take prints to the high side there as it makes its way into the high of the day. 546 is the high of the day. We'll see if we can break above that 550. This has been bull flagging all day. And as I mentioned on PLTK, you had an initial bull flag in the pre-market at 6 a.m. You got another one at 8 a.m. and then you got one at the open at 9:30. But the one that we're currently in, obviously a lot more thickly traded than the ones in the pre-market. We are sending you up to Brendo with a special guest.
Hey guys, thanks so much. Yeah, we're talking gold this afternoon once again. Lisa Doddridge is president of Nevada Canyon Gold, joining us in the studio, which is a nice change for once in a while. We do a lot of Zoom conversations, so it's great to have you here. Welcome.
Happy to be here. Happy to make the little trek.
Yeah, it's a snowy day out there, but we're glad to have you. Let's talk about the overall market here first, and then we'll get into the company a little bit. You and I were just discussing a little bit off camera there before we came on. The year that gold has had has been impressive, continues to be. I mean, it seems like almost, I haven't looked today, but it seems like almost a daily basis we're at all-time highs. But yet it seems like not a lot of people are focused on talking about gold markets. Is there, I mean, take the geopolitical side out of it, is there a reason in your mind why people shouldn't be focused on gold right now?
I mean, the ability for people to ignore, the rise of the price of gold over the past year or so, and really what that means in the grander sense, it's amazing that more people haven't taken the time to learn more about gold and to learn about, how to invest your money to take advantage of not only what's going on now, but sort of what we can see in the short term.
Yeah.
That is only going to, in my opinion, bolster the price of gold. I mean, we're really seeing a floor being built, around that $3,000 mark for gold. And the truth is that, some of the producers are starting to see a little bit of that love from a higher gold price. But that love has not flowed down into the junior space, where I think investors have the biggest opportunity to make the most of their investments.
Let's talk about Nevada Canyon here. This is a new position for you. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
By the way. Give the viewers an overview here. What do we need to know from a broad perspective about Nevada Canyon?
Well, Nevada Canyon really is filling right now. I mean, this is, I'm not sure that there could be a better time and a better circumstance for a company like Nevada Canyon. It's a US-based company. We are focused in Nevada. And, what attracted me most to Nevada Canyon really was the management and the board. You have a management that has over 30 years specific experience in Nevada, in the mining sector. Alan Day, who's our CEO, he is probably one of the most well-respected mining professionals in Nevada. He knows the history, he knows every project, he knows the geology. I mean, some of the big companies still rely on him to help them scout out properties. Not to mention that we have Robert List, who is the ex-governor of Nevada, who really has an extensive list of contacts and knows how to get things done. So that's really what brought me here. And we have a really unique business model in, Alan has managed to provide access to assets that others just don't know about. And I think that's the niche that Nevada Canyon is going to fill, providing access to assets that otherwise would be unavailable to larger companies. Our focus is really to seek out these opportunities, get in with an early royalty on the company, and then help to accelerate their exploration to grow the value of that royalty and of the company.
I want to touch on that aspect of the company, the royalty side, in a second here, but let's talk about the investment side as a whole. Why Nevada Canyon, and why is that maybe a defensive play for people these days when there's so much uncertainty? I mean, you and I were talking about the headlines almost on a daily basis here that are affecting the market. Why should people be looking for this type of opportunity?
Well, I do think that we're going to see increased geopolitical risk around the world. And I think that we really are seeing a lot of leaders talking about resource nationalization. And I think that in the US and in a state like Nevada that is so prolific in mining historically, it's a really good opportunity that we're going to have government support for mining in the state, and investors are really going to be looking inward to make investments within the United States. So I really think that it's a great time to be investing in mining in the US.
Talk about the royalty aspect here when it comes to NGLD.
So the royalty structure is basically it's a unique way for companies to finance. And as we were talking earlier, you know, the gold price and having a really healthy gold price really hasn't flowed down into seeing some healthy share prices for some of these juniors, and they really are capital starved.
Yeah.
And Nevada Canyon provides an opportunity for financing that doesn't dilute shareholders. So, you know, generally it's what our model is to go into assets that are pre-production, pre-resource even, and get in there, get a net smelter royalty, a royalty on the project, and then we can help to facilitate their exploration. Now, how does this help? Well, royalty companies traditionally have very low overhead. So we have very little risk of cost inflation from any external circumstances. A good example is Franco-Nevada, which is a very well-known royalty company, has about 35 employees, whereas Barrick has about 36,000. So it really does allow you to minimize the costs, and it really does translate to value generation for shareholders.
When it comes to what we have to look forward to here, what is the company currently excited about and looking forward to?
Well, we just signed a $5 million exploration earn-in at our Lepon Canyon project that's in northern Nevada along the Walker Lane Trend. Now, this is in addition to a royalty that we purchased from them in 2024, a 3% NSR on the property. So what we're doing is we have the royalty, and now we're going to invest $5 million to earn a stream on the future production that will help to grow the resource base, that will not only grow the value of the actual asset, but will also grow the value of our royalty. So it's a perfect execution of our strategy. Now we have a whole library of projects that we are in the process of evaluating to have, you know, looking for those sorts of opportunities. And, you know, we're at the place right now that we really want to get going on investing, because it, you know, there will be a time when that healthy gold price is going to start to be realized through some of the smaller companies. And we want to be on the ground floor of that.
Right. If anybody wanted more information about the company, about the current projects, where everything is at, where would you send them?
To our website, nevadacanyongold.com. You know, there's extensive information, contact information. You know, welcome anybody that wants to reach out. You know, we'll make sure that somebody at the company gets back to you and gets you the information that you need.
Great stuff. I mean, we're in the perfect time, I think. And as we were saying, you know, the price just continues to march higher. So NGLD on screen there, guys, if you want to check them out. Nevada Canyon Gold. Lisa Doddridge is president of the company. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Brendo. Thank you to Lisa. Great information there, and lovely to have her on. Obviously, gold making all-time high should have everybody interested in this name. I mean, Peter Schiff probably is two-stepping right now to this interview, so we'll keep tabs on that. Gold, by the way, guys, just to give you an idea today, over $3,000 on the gold contract, about $3,022. Seems like every day we're making new highs. GameStop, we're taking profits here on GameStop as it blows through 40, blows through 50, and then we'll take it out in front of that 60 area as we discussed, because that 60 area I perceive to be intraday area resistance. So we got long at 30s. We're able to scalp up into that 60 penny area. I will rinse and repeat this trade. I will not short GameStop at 60. I get like the theory behind that. If I am biased that 60 is a rejection area, then why am I not shorting it there? Well, because the buyer exuberance can overwhelm me. It's up 16%, so by definition, it's a counter trend trade. Also, does anybody know the history of GameStop and the short squeeze? So we'll keep tabs on that. If we dip down into the volume weighted average price, into 90, into 29, I will get back into GameStop. But for the moment, we're all done the trade there. As it, yes, true to form, rejects 60 again. Back into 40s we go here on GME. We'll see if we can get the break. Now, I want to mention something, that we've had perfunctory breaks of that 60 penny area. So a wick or 2 or 3 above 60 pennies doesn't excite me. We've had all the way up to 30s. We've had some even in the 70s and even at around 10.50 into the 80s, none of which closed above 60 pennies. So just because you get the wicks into that 60 and above penny area doesn't mean that we're going to close above there. Trade this carefully at 29.60 for whatever reason intraday. That's what it's doing. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, and a nice trade there on that
Appreciate you,
second
bro.
half there, man. That's it from 60. Yeah, he's right about that name. I had a thesis, and if I showed you my morning notes, I said just be weary, right? It's a really weird trader. You get that cult-like meme type price action with it, and it fluctuates a lot, so it's volatile. So not something necessarily I would be looking to get involved, but you traded it very well there in that latter half of the trades. You can see you grabbed a nice piece as it bounced. But guys, not much to really say here. I can go on all evening about how the MAG are just dragging the market down. We did pretty good on this. So TQs, we got the first one stopped out break even, and then this trade was half decent, and we're looking for a bounce, right? If it works once or twice, then I got to take the third time as well. But not looking too good here as Microsoft starts to creep a little bit lower and some of these big names. So yeah, this thesis may crack a little bit. See, this is what I'm thinking. If we're going to turn around, it may take some time, but in between that, we're going to get those liquidity grabs to the downside and then just range bound. But again, here we go. We cracked the lows here on the TQs as Tesla is diving lower and some of these other names. So yeah, just not going to step in. It's 1 o'clock. I don't think even come 2 o'clock that we're going to get those buyers step in. It's just one of those feeling type days. And with the options chain coming into play, nothing says, hey, this is our bounce and this is where we're going to climb to after that. So going to be a little bit patient. Won't hold on to this too much longer, all right? Because again, I'm about 30 cents OTM right now. So got to be patient and weary. And I've added on multiple occasions looking for that run into this prior support level that can act as resistance or to put us at around a 50-cent target. So in order to keep this at a 2-to-1, we need to be weary and get out when we're supposed to. But yeah, guys, so I was referring to the chain earlier and what I seen on Tesla because I'm like, okay, how much lower can we go? We're continuously bleeding. And what I see here at 270 is a possible base, but we're not there quite yet, guys. All right, so yeah, I'm out. I'm going to hop out of this TQs trade just because we're just going to continuously crack lower. So want to follow the trend on that. Don't want to hold it much longer. If it's range bound, then you want to get in at the bottoms, not at the tops, and then sell into resistance zones there, guys. But yeah, so 280. We have 27,000 open contracts on the call side, and then around 270 is where we have that 15,000, and we might be attracted to here on Tesla. So I'll pull it up to see what we got going on and where we're hovering around. So we're not too far off of that 270 strike, and with this momentum moving at this pace and down about 5%, it's not much for us to go into that 270 level. So continuing to bleed lower and lower here, guys, in the overall market tree.
All right, guys, keeping an eye on GameStop as it's coming back off that 60 again. My question to myself now is, if I'm going to trade this, what's my next move on it to the long side? Because I'm not going to short GameStop on the day. What's my move here? Do I wait back for that 28, let's say, 82, that's where I perceive to be the volume weighted average price, and that's where the money fills have been. As you can see, we did, breach VWAP at that 2015 area, but the closing print was able to quite aggressively and quite quickly reclaim that volume weighted average price, followed by a green candle that made a new high. So that's the pattern we're looking for there. You're not going to catch me try to catch dips at VWAP on GameStop, but I'll be very alert to the fact that it's worked its way back down there, with the idea being that the VWAP ends up holding on a closing basis, and then the subsequent candle turns green and makes a new high, and then we'll get back in on GME. But now, as you can keep, seeing here, the highs, whether or not the seller is coming in at 60, and I submit to you guys, the seller is there at 60, incrementally lower highs. So how long can we keep doing the same trade and then before we're caught off guard? So we'll keep tabs on that, no question about it. put my alert there on GameStop on the side for a possible pop back up. PLTK, I'm deciding whether I want to add into this one or not. So I did take out the majority of the position into that 545 pop. It's coming back down into 37s. And my question to myself is, this one hasn't touched VWAP at all since that opening print at 930. It's been above VWAP the entire time. But there's no specific level you can say, yeah, you know, that 535, that 534 is a level where the buyers keep buying. Nor is there a very clear higher low situation. It's kind of a zigzag, you know, generally above the volume weighted average price, but no clear defined level that you can say, I'm picking it up off here. So when you have these type of situations, there's really no specific area to get in. So I'm going to put my order right where I got it before at 535 for a refill on this one, with the ultimate out being that volume weighted average price breach. We'll keep tabs on that. I got into Baidu for a quick scalp there. It comes right back into my entry. I'll flatten out. My idea here with Baidu is once I'm 0 for 1 on it, we'll make some money back on it over here. My idea was that it came into prior area support. That's at 930 implied balance high, and we did have trouble clearing that implied balance high at around 1040 once we actually successfully cleared it. So now that it's come back into my price, I'm flattening out. What I'll wait for here is exactly what I just described at VWAP on GME. The hold of the area, whether it ends up being a red candle or a green candle, but what's operative is going to be the subsequent candle. If it goes and makes a new high and closes green, we'll get long on Baidu. It's still bucking the trend. It's up almost 2% when most of these ADRs are negative, and the overall market certainly is negative, with the NQ down 1 3/4 and the ES down 1, a little bit over 1. So there is relative strength in this one. It's just about catching it at the right time and making sure that your price is sound. So now that we're at the area that I like, that 9 1/5, that 97 and a fifth, that $97.20 area, that's the area that I like from the pre-market, and I'll keep my eye on this one if it does come back into that area. PLTK looks like it might fill me here awfully soon as it dips into 36s. I'm waiting at 35s. Again, not too much left in the way of shares on this one, so I am looking for the refill. Nothing else for me right now, guys. Keeping my eye on the overall market as well as some of these small cap gappers, none of which are trading in a way that, you know, is a glowing endorsement for any of these longs. I do see a couple over here that have just worked their way recently onto the scene. Allow me a second as my scanner resets. HOUR, I'm seeing with a good little pattern there. HOUR is a former runner. You can kind of see that. Multiple wick days that took it well above its average true range, and today it's having another good day. The only problem with Hour is it's $1, almost $2, and it's only done about 1 million shares on the day. To be fair to this one, though, the volume just started coming in at around 10 after the hour. So we've been trading with good volume for around 50 minutes now. The problem is not just the volume, but the spread as well. Now, that's the bad side. What's the good side here with Hour? Well, it's up 25%. That's obviously good, but there's more. The higher low situation here on every successive trough or low of every candle, a little bit higher. So that's what you want to see when you're looking for trend. Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. You don't always get necessarily higher highs on every pop, but what you should be looking out for is for higher lows. So I do like the look of HOUR at the moment. We're going to have to load this up on a trading screen to see exactly what the spread is like, but we'll throw on the ticker there for you guys super quick. And then what we'll do is load that bad boy up on said trading screen. Let's just load up that HOUR, which I believe is on the NASDAQ. It is. Okay, so it's a 4-penny spread currently. I haven't been watching it for that long to see exactly, how tight the spread is. So we'll keep an eye out on this one, but for now, we're going to pay a bill.
All right, guys. Foremost, unlocking the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy, leveraging one of the biggest megatrends on the planet, nuclear energy. Partnered with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. Foremost is your entry. On the NASDAQ under FMST and on the CSE under FAT, or go to foremostcleanenergy.com for details, folks. There it is. Foremost Clean energy. Did you want to finish up what you had there, or?
No, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So yeah, let's see what we got going on with NVDA. The thing is, though, it's like, this is a perfect example day, guys, of just trying to catch a falling knife, and it's not working. So here you go, no relative bounce. You get that turtle shell type price action. You crack through the lows, and you make that second leg to the downside. So that was on NVDA. But TQs is what we are really trying to find a balance. And I thought on this move right here, when we put in those nice volume candles that were isolated compared to its peers here, that I seen Gorev was in Apple, but it was moving really nice and traded about a point higher. But just from a percentage metric, it wasn't enough to drag the Qs up with it. Instead, it's just mirroring NVDA and some of these other names and trading in tandem with them. And we didn't get that bounce, but we got it before in previous attempts, and we are going to wait for that one more to see if we put in that potential bottom and we get that move to that level that we were specifically looking for, and that's that 65.20 level right at the volume weighted average price there, guys. But again, crack the low, and then we get out of the trade. And then see, this is why I personally don't like bag holding. I won't bag hold. I'll get out when I'm supposed to, and then imagine just holding this down all the way through here. It's just like you're taking a much larger loss than what you really anticipated. So I got to find, so I'm looking for some relative strength here, guys. And with that being said, I pull up the consumer staples XLP, and again, it's trading strong, but I think it's being led by not even Costco. I don't even know what's dragging this thing high because I looked at Walmart as well too, and it's low. So why is XLP trading significantly better? A nice look here, so a nice steady strong trend. So if you're looking for those longs, you got to see those top performing sectors, and that's going to be XLP, energy, and utilities. And even so, we don't even look at utilities that often. So energy may be in play. We took a look at XLE earlier in the day. We'll pull it up one more time here to see what we got going on. But the consumer staples and XLP seems to be that play that you wanted to get involved with earlier in the session. So nice sector rotation, some cash flows coming out of tech and heading into XLP here, Sharif.
Back into GameStop at 45s for, let's see if we get that break of 60s this time. The reason I'm more ambitious about a 60 break this time, and I'm going to give it to 30s because I've only got one beak wetter left here and I'm profitable on it, so it's okay. The reason I'm more ambitious about the 60 break on this occasion is because the retracement was much more shallow than had been the case prior when we got to 29.60 and then retraced. Most of the retracements, when we did get into that 60 penny level, did work their way back either into the whole dollar level at 29 or even deeper into the volume weighted average price, typically around that $0.75, so 28.75. This time, we'd reject 60, come back down, hold the 10 exponential at the third of a dollar, and then move back up. And here we are with the beak there at 57s. Let's see if we can get a break above 60. Last time, I shouldn't say it that way. We did get a break above 60 on this candle over here. We did. And that was fine. And I told you guys that would happen. But it happened before, and before, and before that, and before that as well. So the point is, what we're looking for here is a closing print above 60. So that's what I'm looking for there. I'm going to pack my patience to see if we can get anything near the high of day, 29.80. I am more encouraged by the shallower retracement this time around. And seeing that I only have one beak wetter left, I am more than comfortable giving this 15 pennies against me. I will give it to 29.29. Which is basically 29.30, and then we'll go just like that. So we'll throw that order there to be able to kind of lock in the losses there. PLTK is the other one that we've got on. I still didn't get to fill at 35, sadly, despite the fact that it did work down into 35s. Nothing doing there. It looks like the buyers are buying this one up at 36s now. So that is yet another higher low. I wasn't able to discern much of a trend on this one, but now you can kind of see the higher low situation working. So if we do dip down, again, bless you, Neil, then I'll look for the higher low this time. So I'll be waiting at 37s or 38s on the retracement down. HOUR. continuing to trade above the volume weighted average price, but the issue with this one has been a lack of liquidity or lack of volume. It's only done 1.1 million shares on a $2 name, not a glowing endorsement for a long, certainly. So I'll continue to watch this one as the chart pattern is sound, but everything else kind of not really. Range per candle, very wide. Volume, low. Lacking a catalyst as well. So there's many drawbacks right now with HOUR, despite the fact that it's up 22%. I mentioned ZYBT, I think, multiple times. And since I mentioned it, it's been making higher highs and higher lows, but nothing's really changed with the characteristics of ZYBT. It is a 26 penny spread on a $9 name. So that's just not going to cut it for me. It did just print the high of the day right now, 988 HOD on ZYBT. Very respectful of either the 10 or the 20. Take your pick. The deeper retracements will go into the 20. Those are the money fills. But as you can see, look at the closing prints. They're all right at or above the 10 exponential. This is where it was retracing into the 20, and then on the way up, it has been very respectful of the 10. So if that's your move, if you're going to get into ZYBT, and I'm not suggesting that you do, perhaps your stop could be placed either below the 10 or below the 20, so you can manage your risk effectively. We'll see what this one does, but it's just not for me given that it has lacked a little bit of liquidity. I'm just looking at the scanner above on my top screen. AQB was one that I had on the watch list there, or not the watch list, that is, on the side charts. And the reason I took it off is because, well, it lost the bid. It lost volume weighted average price. It did everything in the way that you typically don't want to see a small cap gapper trade. You know what? This is really bad. And I'll tell you why this is really bad on AQB and very bamboozling. Because this one had an aftermarket high. Now, you guys have heard me talk about aftermarket highs and how I basically look at them as the same thing as a pre-market high, okay? There's no halt parameters in the aftermarket. There's no volatility halt parameters in the pre-market. So when we have this kind of aggressive move on the previous day into the aftermarket, I won't trade this, small cap gapper that is, until it takes the aftermarket high of the previous day. Well, AQB did just that. Right around 10.25, not even in the pre-market, ended up taking out the aftermarket high at $1.25 from yesterday, going to 128, and then look what it did. It absolutely flushed. So this one has shown you that its characteristic is bamboozlement. All right. Now, whether or not, these stocks actually have characteristics or, the people behind the trade are the ones with the characteristics, that's really not the point of the conversation. The point of the conversation is to tell you that this one cannot be trusted in the same way like the others. So AQB, despite the fact that it's above $1 and back above that volume weighted average price, I won't be trading it until and if it can take out that 128. And if I do, given what it did with the aftermarket high yesterday, I will trade it quite carefully and with the requisite size. So we'll keep an eye on that AQB. It's earned its way back into the side charts now that it's reclaimed VWAP and that dollar, but still not really a glowing endorsement for the trade. As I see it, looks like, GameStop not taking out that 60 penny area again. I'm absolutely fine with leaving my stop exactly where it is. We only have one B-quarter left, and I want to be able to participate in that 60 break should we get it. Again, on a closing basis, so I will be lofty in my expectations, because if we close above 60, chances are we hang out above there, because we haven't been able to close above 60 all day. I'm talking about 2960, the level 2960 on GME. That's what I'm looking at there. We'll keep tabs on that. Nothing yet in terms of the ad on PLTK. We're still only with one more B-quitter there, and we'll see if we can get the ad there. Oh, I did get stopped at a GME, sadly. I didn't even notice that. So it does dip into that 20 exponential and stops me out, then bounces right back in again. But funny enough, it's right back at my entry price. So I'm thinking of whether to go long again over here on GME, especially given that it just did a very, very aggressive doji candle where the majority of the candle is a lower wick, but the closing print very thin and very much toward the high of the candle. So I'm thinking, yeah, I'm just going to stay clear for a second here. Let's watch how this one trades at 60 again. and then I'll make a decision. I don't have to be quick to jump into GME at the moment, Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, guys, let's just talk about taking the stairs up and then just hopping out the window here. Essentially, just never mind the elevator. But you can see just multiple days here in Amazon gone in a matter of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes. So 2 days of gains gone in 30 minutes. It's slightly comical, but it is what it is, guys, and you have to accept it. Maybe we get another little bounce here, but not looking too good as we slowly curl over, and then the bottom is just, the floor just gave out and gave back all the way where we started here at the beginning of the week, guys. So yeah, really, really tough look there on Amazon. I'm posted up on iBit to see if we can catch a fill at the bottom of the range. I don't know if we're going to, nor do I know if it's going to be a good possible buy, considering we know that the overall trend here in this market is to the downside. But yeah, we're gonna send it off to Adara, guys.
Keep an eye here on the market. Feds Muslim speaking right now. He did say that growth appears to have slowed, and surveys are pointing to some caution here amongst both businesses and consumers. But he did say that there are some risks that inflation will stall above 2% or actually move higher. Apparently, those risks have increased recently. He also said that if we continue to see a strong labor market and the second round of tariffs effects actually show an impact in the market, at that point, the Fed might need to be keeping rates higher for longer or consider raising them. So really, it does not seem like there's going to be a hike on watch here, or there doesn't seem like there's going to be a cut on watch here for Feds Muslim as of right now. He said there's even some potential of a hike or keeping rates as they are. Back to you.
For that, Adara, very much appreciated. Yeah, so I just, excuse me, I just posted up here at 49.20s to catch the bottom end of the range. This is just another fill. I'll get rid of this, but let's see if we catch that order right there, and then we'll have that as our potential out for the downside. But again, maybe start to selling the top of the range as opposed to looking for that recovery. But I mean, we're only down about 1.8% compared to some of these other names that's holding up relatively well here in IBIT. So Joseph, so Pug Life says, if Tesla closes below 270 on my next candle, I'm getting back in puts for the rest of the day. I like that play. It seems to be the narrative of the session. But here, guys, I wanted to find what was strong in the staple sector and look at KO, just straight parabolic here. These pullbacks are kind of like the inverse of what we see here on the overall market. They're just micro, and you're not even getting that VWAP test. It's just been steady, hugging that 9 EMA all the way up there. And same with Procter & Gamble here, guys. A really strong session on PG. Let me pull it up real quick. Stock, I don't know why that. Okay, so yeah, same. It's just mimicking. It's almost identical to what Coca-Cola's got going on. So if you want to find those strong sectors, you want to look for those names within it. There you go. All I did was just type in on one of my platforms, XLP, and then you just go for the top holdings, and then you analyze through all those holdings to see what is performing best. And with that is Procter & Gamble and Coca-Cola. IBIT starting to pump here, guys. Didn't catch that fill at the bottom of the range. A nice little bounce here. We're going to be a little bit more patient. We still are range bound, and I think that we can catch that at 49.20s, and when we do, we'll be prepared to sell at the top of the range here, Sharif, and maybe even get that push to the volume weighted average price.
Sounds good there. Just got back into GameStop for the ad and the break above 50. Let's see if we can get something a little bit at that 10 exponential. I don't mind setting up at the 10 and the 20 where it's been quite respectful. Now, I know how this dance works. You know, how many times we can rinse and repeat at the same level before the level breaks. So what I'm looking at right now are 29.36 for the 10 exponential and 29.28 for the 20. Every single candle subsequent to 12.25 has defended those levels. Let's see what Adara has for us right now.
We have tariffs on watch here. As we heard earlier, we did have a report that Donald Trump would be announcing some auto tariffs as early as today. Now, Caroline Leavitt, his press secretary, just said in addition to Trump's event at 3 p.m. for Women's History Month, he's going to be holding a press conference at 4 p.m. Eastern. She explicitly said that he will be announcing tariffs on the auto industry at this event. So keep an eye on this. We're going to have to wait and find out what happens. He did say this is going to be, she said this is going to be an auto tariff related announcement on watch. So keep an eye on the auto industry and the market at 4 p.m. And also keep an eye here on Worksport, because we're here to introduce a new discovery on the NASDAQ. Worksport, ticker WKSB. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer, and they're actually rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking some sustainable energy solutions, Worksport, they've got you covered. So they're now trading on the NASDAQ under ticker WKSP. So discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. I'm working my way into AQB. This is a riskier trade, though. And I explained why. It's a bamboozler, but it's putting in these higher lows. And I perceive the consolidation area to be quite advantageous for my entry. So if we lose 95 pennies, then I'm risking 7 pennies on this one to possibly make about 25. So I'm going to give this one a try. We're going to give this one about to 105s, and we'll layer orders on this one. I don't mind adding into this either if it warrants adding. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I did get my ads into GameStop, as I see over here. Where is it at? There we go. So we got the ad into GameStop at 40. I'm waiting for that 30 dip. Now we've got a cost basis of 44, showing 42s on the ask over here, but that's not really why I'm into this. I'm into this to build a position for the break of 60. So we'll see exactly what we get. We are getting kind of that rounding effect, much like what we got earlier at around, let's say, that 1050 to 1145. So a bit of an hour of rounding on GameStop. That sent us back to VWAP before we bounced again. So I'm cognizant of that. I don't want to be in there for the rounding effect if we basically trend down for VWAP, because I won't be dollar cost averaging into the volume weighted average price, which is currently at 28.85, 84, something like that. Previously, by the way, you can see it on this candle over here, we did breach VWAP, although we got bought up quite aggressively. So let's see what we get on GameStop over here. I'm going to give it about the $0.25. Otherwise, I'm gone. What's up, Adair?
We have some more tariff-related news, Sharif. So again, just a reminder, Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary of the White House, did indicate that Donald Trump's going to be having a press conference at 4 p.m. where he is expected, according to her, to announce some auto tariffs. Now we have a report coming from the Financial Times saying that top EU officials are expecting Trump tariffs of roughly 20%. So high tariffs expected here from some officials in the EU, as reported by the Financial Times. Let's go back to those Bash Brothers.
What do you got, Joe?
Yeah, thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, we're cracking lower here, guys, in the market. So I shorted some TQQs looking for that continuation, but it's right at the bottom end of the trend. So we're not going to give this too much space as we start to pull back, but just time to start following. Let's see if this support level holds here in IBIT and we get that range bound type price action. But again, NVDA crawling lower. Apple just absolutely bleeding here, guys. So taking a big bite out of that one here. Let's pull up AAPL. So yeah, okay. So getting closer. So about 0.75% there, and continuously bleeding here is AAPL, guys. So dragging a lot of the market, and then there goes NVDA on an additional leg lower. So looking to just participate on that front. Did we look at the options chain for AAPL yet, guys? And the thing is, one thing to note, I'll give it to the top of this range here on the TQs because we are extremely extended from VWAP. But again, if we're just going to continue to bleed, then you want to participate on that front. But slightly extended, maybe slight of a chase, but that's okay. We'll be patient and wait and see if the market continues to bleed. AAPL. Oops, I hate it when it does that. We'll pull up the options chain to see where the possible floor might be in on this thing. Because it's really, really tanking. Oh yeah, and we mentioned, so 220 is that next level. So we'll keep an eye out on that. So 220, and then that next level high of OI is around 215, and then 210. So a lot of a lot of room to move to the downside here, guys, throughout the week. So again, we're getting a nice little pop here. Could have been just a liquidity grab as we started to participate. But again, the NVDA 110. Apple 220 and then 216 would be those next strikes to look out for near the end of the week. And the market and the SPY continuously bleeding here, Sharif. So got to be patient and wait for those shorts to continue the downward momentum.
Got stopped out of GameStop on the break of the $0.25. So we'll take our first L on GameStop, but I'm definitely keeping an eye on this one for the volume weighted average price retracement. I won't be jumping in at 29s on the whole dollar. I didn't perceive that there would be a good amount of support at that $29 area previously. Where I do see support is at VWAP. So despite the fact that this one does look like a range trade now and has for the better part of the day, especially since we can't break through that 60 penny level on any closing basis, it is a range trade, so keep trading it as one until it can if it does break. We'll see if this one can be a continuation play. I've seen this story before where GameStop dances with that $30 area. Today, obviously, moving up into $29.80. Essentially, that is a $30 retracement minus obviously that 20 penny area. So that's what I'm looking at right now, waiting for a GameStop retracement in a VWAP. I don't have anything else in small cap world that's tradable at the moment, so I won't be jumping into anything willy-nilly. Nothing is setting up in the right way. Everything is either doing and basically not the requisite amount of volume or below the volume weighted average price. Simple as that. So we're not going to punch into any trades for the sake of punching in, but what we'll do is continue to look at the scanner to see if anything comes, and then we'll decide what we want to do there. Still holding that AQB trade because it's not breaking down or anything like that. It's continuing to make higher highs and higher lows above the volume weighted average price. You can certainly see some selling come in at 105s, but we are printing 04, so let's see if we can get a print on this one. It's been a decent recovery for AQB, essentially since dropping down into that 82 penny area. And now it's worked its way back above $1. But for how long? That's really the question there. AQB on watch at the moment. Nothing else for me, guys. Just keeping an eye on the chips. And it looks like the chips are by far the weakest name of the day. You have NVIDIA down 6%, AMD down 4.65%, ARM is down 7%, SMCI is down 6 2/3. Micron, which got downgraded today, is performing the best, funny enough, of the bunch. 3 1/4. Broadcom's down 5%. Intel's down 3 1/4. A lot of weakness right now in the chips, with really the worst performing one being SMCI and ARM. Should let you know that looks like Qualcomm and ARM are engaged in a bit of a litigation issue there. Qualcomm accusing ARM of unlawfully pulling its licenses and royalties. Not royalties, licenses and something else from Qualcomm, which had a deal with ARM. Definitely Qualcomm performing much better than ARM on the day. It's down 1 2/3, whereas ARM is down over 7%. Adara, tell us more.
Part of the show is brought to you by ProfitX. In sports playing, flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. And before we send you back to the Bash Brothers, funny, Sharif, you were just talking about semiconductors. I have a new catalyst here on NVIDIA. The information reporting that NVIDIA is apparently nearing a deal to buy a GPU reseller for several $100 million. So NVIDIA reportedly near a multi-$100 million deal to buy a GPU reseller, as reported by the information. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, the acquirer usually sells off a little bit here. Yeah, you can see that displayed in the price action there, guys. So if you're looking for those strong names, you got to go into the staples. And with that being said, it's Procter & Gamble and Coca-Cola. But here we are in the TQs. I wouldn't be surprised if we eventually turn around. Look how extended we are from VWAP, guys. So a bounce may be imminent there. But we're still in some IBIT. We added to this position here. We added to this position to see if we can start climbing. Try to look at it as a different class, but it does mirror the Qs quite often. But if we can get the top of this range, I'll just continuously add through, and then I'll get all out there at that right at the resistance zone here, which would lead us right to VWAP. And that's kind of what we want to aim for as the market is starting to pull back in. I'm going to just hop out of that. I think that was a chase. Shouldn't have grabbed it all the way down there, especially being so extended. But what we will do is we'll continuously add here into IBIT, looking for the top of this range, 49.40, and then the break of VWAP. So a small bounce here in NVDA and Apple as well off the lows. Are you still in it, Katina Man? Okay, so he's long 113.26. He was in it earlier as well, around 115, and then got that bounce. All right, well, he got in more at 113.25, and it's now starting to climb. But pardon me? 14.45? 114? 113.45. So there you go, 20 cents in the money, hoping for that bounce. If the market starts to recover, then I think NVDA will join, but it is really, really weak here, Sharif.
Back into GameStop at the volume weighted average price, taking it about for 15 pennies now, back in at 94s. Here we go, 15s or so. I'll be taking it out at the third of a dollar, so we'll set up at around 25s, give or take a quarter dollar, excuse me. We'll see if it can pop back into there. It's been a rinse and repeat trade on GameStop at VWAP. Ask me why, I don't know, nor do I care. AQB, we took this one through the break of a dollar, got the prints all the way up into 9s. Now I'm setting up at 12s. AQB is a bamboozler. Don't stick into this one for a long time. I'll show you exactly why, because this one has a way of luring you in when you think that it's the perfect setup. Case in point, aftermarket break, and then setting you up all the way down for, I don't know what percentage loss that is from the top to the bottom there. That's a 33% drop in about 10 minutes or so on AQB. So I personally would use trailing stops on this if you're going to use any significant size. And then keep your eye out on key areas of resistance, because it looks as if when you get into those areas of resistance, that's where the shorts are looking to get in and to take profits there, or to get in short again, at that level. So that's what I'm looking at right now. AQB, we're taking some prints to the high side. Likewise with GameStop, waiting for that quarter dollar print, a bounce off VWAP in the mid 90s, popping back up above the whole dollar, but certainly way, way, way off those highs that we were at 29.60. Let's see if we can get back up into that level. I'm still holding, as I mentioned, PLTK. Finally, we got the ad there at 35, so now we have a bit more. So let's set up now for a pop back into maybe 40s or whatever. This is more of a range trade than anything, to be honest. I'm still interested in adding at that 530 area because that is VWAP. So I want to see if there are any resting orders for retracement into VWAP that could help pop this one back up if it does come into that area. Back to GameStop, as I see it's working its way back into 19s. We're waiting at 25s here on GME, which is kind of like the line of best fit between this double top. I don't know. You think that there's a double top here at 29.60, then you look previously into the into pre-market, and you see that that was a level also in the pre-market. So I'm less inclined to want to feel that this is a double top, despite the fact that it definitely does look like one, at least from a superficial perspective. So that's my look right now. PLTK, AQB, and GME, Joe.
Yeah, so just going over some daily prints, guys, makes a little bit more sense here. You can see that we gapped up on a couple days ago, I believe Friday it was, and then now just filling that partial gap on the daily. So yeah, that can justify a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if this gap gets fully filled and then we climb a little bit lower, because this is a really, really weak day. We've now engulfed the previous two sessions and getting really, really close to that recovery from Friday. So yeah, I think that's the game plan. I think maybe from the market makers that they want to continue this a little bit lower, and then maybe you get some support around 480. I'll take a look at the chain one more time just to see what's going on and what the week is telling us, because I think that's really important. And if 480 is in the works on the Qs, then just got to go with the flow at this point. Let's see. So we talked about 490 being a key level as well. So that's the reason why we didn't climb too much higher in the day. 3,000 open contracts compared to what else we had going on the 0 DTEs. But I'm going to pull up the 2-day to see, because that'll give us a little bit better of a picture. So 485. A lot of open contracts, 8.6K, but then again, you get to that whole dollar. 480 is where 5,062 contracts are currently open. So there you go. That can give you a potential range here for the week in the overall market there, guys. But yeah, here we go in IBIT, still holding on to this. We're not getting that bounce. Procter & Gamble still holding up relatively strong. NVDA put in a slight new low around 113.46, and then now took another bounce higher. You just like from these price action prints is just not saying, hey, we're ready to turn around. But there is a lot of indecision right here, and if the volume slowly starts to stair step higher, I think we can climb to that point. But again, 110 on the options chain, awfully heavy, and that's what we might be attracted to here in NVDA. But yeah, that's it for me right now. Going to be a little bit more patient on these entries, looking for the top of the range, 49.40. Let's see if we get that, Sharif.
ZYBT was one that I really had eyes on. I was waiting for a retracement into VWAP. I put an alert on there, and you didn't get one. And the reason I didn't want to chase this I wasn't going to chase it at all, is because it's awfully spready and awfully light on volume. And here's the deal. VWAP came in, it held like a glove right at that 850 area, and look what we just did. We made a $10 high on a $10 name. I mean, or a 962 name, which is quite a good move, especially for the time that elapsed between that VWAP retracement and that $10 touch. So feeling a little bit disappointed in myself not having got into this one, but knowing full well that that didn't really fit my criteria for a trade because of the spread. ZYBT looks great, though. I mean, it's hard to believe it's actually holding the 10 exponential this well, given the spread, because it's given you so many opportunities. I'm really just talking to myself here. So many opportunities at that 10 exponential with nary a breach. The last time we had a breach before the current one right now is at 12:30. So that's almost an hour of very clear entry points. So look how many times it actually touched the 10 exponential on each of those higher highs and higher lows. So ZYBT, and I just looked at this one a bit further. It looks like this one was really going yesterday. It was up 76% from that 10 a.m. low into that 3 p.m. high, 76% today. Obviously, the closing print was around 8.25, but from the lows today to the highs, it's another 53% move despite the spread. So I'm going to leave this one on for tomorrow. It looks like it's a multi-day runner with higher highs and higher lows. We'll see if it continues to run in the same fashion. So that's my look right now. Okay, so we got the ad on AQB. I wanted to defend this $1 area. Let's see if it pops up. I've already kept my stop the exact same area. Let's see if we can get something around 05s, give or take. Now, this one I am kind of concerned about. I'm talking about PLTK. It did come into... I don't know why it's showing me on my chart that it breached 30. No, that's incorrect. Excuse me. It didn't breach 30. So I'm not concerned about it. Well, I'm keeping my stop exactly where it is. It's 5.25 or 5.24 for that 5 1/3 defend. We'll see if that one wants to come into play. GameStop, we're still holding this one from the that area low at VWAP, but it's not printing me at the $0.25. So it looks as if now more weakness, though, is coming into GameStop here. It feels that way because the bounces off VWAP initially definitely looked a little different than the one we're currently getting. Case in point, I got into VWAP over here, and then look how quickly we were able to bounce back up. Sad I didn't add in and around here. I ended up adding a little bit of a higher level. But look at that. We made it right back into 29.60. Kind of feels like we're a bit top heavy at this area. Maybe I feel a little bit differently if we pop up into that $0.25, $0.33. We'll keep tabs on that. Still keeping my eye here on AQB after we got that ad at the buck. Now I'm waiting at a $1.05, but that $1.12 level stays put. What keeps me interested here on AQB is not, well, it is kind of the retaking of the dollar and trading above VWAP, but it's this trend line. For whatever reason, and we know how, superficial and transient and fleeting trend lines can be, but the fact of the matter is, this one's been respecting this trend line here since about 11.25. So I'll try to put the odds on my side here, and that's exactly why I got in at that 101 for the ad into that retracement into the trend line. Ultimately, though, we need to break and make new highs. We did on a couple of occasions, to be fair. That 12.20 ended up making another high. We ended up taking out that high right at 120 as well. So we'll see if this one can kind of try to work back its way, but it's going to need participation, obviously, in order to get that move there. GameStop is coming right back down into my entry. I'm long 94s. Here we go. It's right back at 29s. I don't think this is another area where I add at VWAP, because we couldn't pop up far enough from the price, or from VWAP, excuse me, after retracing into VWAP for me to say, yeah, we're making that next attempt at that 29.60 take. It's really dropping down quite aggressively basically rejecting that $0.01 of a dollar, and right back into my entry it goes. I think anything below 90, I stop out. Now, if it ends up bouncing off, VWAP, I can get back in. It doesn't prevent me from getting back in. So that's what I'm looking at right now. GameStop back at VWAP. It's been a money trade, but how many times do we get a VWAP bounce on GameStop? I think we're running out of chances, Joseph.
Yeah, GameStop. I mean, this thing, it's quite wild at times. for multiple bounces. I know you're just covering it. Oh, nice double top-ish type price action there. And then the thing is, it just couldn't clear that pre-market high. A nice rally off of the earnings report too. You can see that just continuous move. And throughout the pre-market, I thought that would be a little bit more clean than that, but you can just see that double top there and the inability to crack that pre-market high. So that's a possibly good signal. Oh yeah, I mean, guys, what else is there to say? The market is going to continue to bleed. We'll take a look at NVDA from a daily perspective, because I wanted to see the damage that's been done. And from March 12th, we've kind of engulfed that whole those whole returns. So there you go, guys. A tough look. This was March 12th right there, and then yeah, we just engulfed this whole range and heading back towards the lows here in NVDA. Filling some gaps along the way. I guess they already filled. So, but here a nice gap up that got filled, and then we have an additional, the little tiny gap right there, little baby gap, but a really, really strong engulfing candle. You can just see the weakness in the buying pressure, right? So this slow stair step down in the buying volume, but then you see the strength within the selling volume. So it just seems to be that sellers are in complete control here, guys, and you don't necessarily want to fight it. You want to you see this primary trend here as we crack that to the downside. I know it was just a rough estimate, but a lot of whipsaw moves if you're going to use that for your 2 points. And there you go, you move a little bit lower, so that downward channel and fully intact there if we have multiple touches. So you can see you can just trade that range and it taps right into there and then rejects. So maybe you get a bounce around 100, but that would be an ugly, ugly look, and that's not necessarily what you want to see. I guess if you want to be buying down there, that can be possibly good as well. But I mean, IBIT's holding up relatively strong here, guys. We haven't got the moves to the top side that we're looking for, but I mean, it hasn't been selling off either. So if we get any form of a rebound, I think that'll be a good sign for this underlying asset that is Bitcoin, guys. So we added multiple times into this trade looking for that move to VWAP, but just not getting it, and we're not getting the rebound that we are looking for. Tony, okay, it sounds like Tony's trading NVDA. Good look there, guys. I love that Tesla company. Okay, well, I wasn't going to read that. It's a short printing press. Yeah, I mean, the shorts are working on it, but it has recovered relatively well. The lows are around 235, trades all the way up to 282. That's a good bounce there in Tesla, but if you're looking for the continuation to the downside, then by all means,
we got to pay a bill.
Be there. Pardon me?
We got to pay a bill.
Oh, okay, right on.
New traders, listen up. First month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving the fees. Trade smarter, not harder by upgrading to Elite. You'll be able to analyze, strategize, and capitalize on their platform. It's got everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can predict better with backtesting and get reliable real-time data. Global markets literally at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or click the link in the description. Adara, what's up?
What's up here, Shreve, is I want to just give you guys a recap of what we're going to expect, or I guess a look forward at what to expect this afternoon. We just had this press conference here with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. During this, she announced that Donald Trump is going to be having his own press conference at 4 p.m. During this press conference, Donald Trump is expected to announce auto tariffs. And she basically confirmed this here. Caroline Leavitt said that Trump will be talking auto tariffs at 4 p.m. Futures basically at day's lows. In terms of other things to keep an eye on, Fed's Muslim was talking around 110. He's still making some comments saying that if expectations start to shift higher, the Fed might have to lean more towards this inflation mandate. So a lot of these Fed's Muslim comments have been very hawkish coming through. They're still coming through, so keep an eye out on those. Also worth noting here that we're going to have Trump, before his 4 p.m. conference, speak again at 3 p.m. That's going to be for Women's History Month, so not necessarily something that would be market moving, but it is worth noting Caroline Leavitt did say there will be lots of opportunities for questions throughout the next two Trump press conferences. So keep an eye on a Q&A at both the 3 p.m. event and the 4 p.m. event. Back to the guys.
Thank you, Adira. I just want to cover NVIDIA over here. This is Hour, by the way, big breakout there on Hour, but really lightly traded on volume, but the volume is picking up here. So I'll have to digress away from NVIDIA for a second. We're just going to load up the chart on Hour because it does look like it is breaking out currently. Yeah, that's a fantastic look. And the volume is coming in and the spread is tightening up here on HOUR. It looks like it was a $2 break. $2 was a bit of a tougher level to take on HUR, at least initially, but it looks like that level has cleared. My question to Hour is, does does it come back in and test that $2 or anywhere around $2 for a previous area resistance now support test. So we'll see if we can get something possibly at 205s here on HOUR. That's what I'll wait on this one because I'd like to get something a little bit off the highs. I don't mind punching into the highs, but it's definitely not going to be the most ideal trade. So let's see if this one wants to come back in. It's up 32% and change. I've moved up my stop, by the way, on AQB for the defend of 95 pennies. So it's going to have to hold up above there. We're long 102. But here's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about NVIDIA because NVIDIA is awfully weak on the day. And there's a reason for that. If I can just find my notes here. Give me a second. No, I don't know where they are. I can just open them up again. That's fine. March 26th. Here we go. So NVIDIA is very weak on the day. It's down 6.5%. And that's not by accident. It's not just market weakness that's bringing down NVIDIA. NVIDIA revenue right out of China currently used to be 20%. Now it's more akin to about 17 to 15%. And the problem is that the Chinese government's looking at fighting the U.S. government in different ways. It's not going to be a tit-for-tat exchange for tariffs. So we've already seen that. They're a little bit more clever in how they're trying to respond to the United States. Case in point, they're trying to dissuade Chinese companies from picking up the NVIDIA-specific chip that NVIDIA made for China. It goes by the name the H20. So they've had to make certain adjustments for that. Now, if you listen to the Lex Friedman podcast, you know about the differences between the H100 and the H20. We're not going to go into that right now. But the point is, it uses more power, which is fine. I mean, than what the energy efficiency rules typically allow, especially if you're trying to achieve like a new or nascent result, which is what AI is. But that has been used right now by the Chinese government to kind of dissuade their companies from buying these H20s. So NVIDIA possibly could face up to a 15 to 17% headwind here for China. I mean, they already dropped from 20%. It looks like here, ChatGPT saying as of early 2025, it's 13 to 17%. So you've already got a 7% hit from the second largest economy in the world. And one of the ones that's really now coming up with more AI innovation. I mean, we've all heard American exceptionalism. Is it over? This, that, and the other. I don't happen to feel that way. But, hour is breaking down. I have to interrupt myself here for a second. Let's see if we can pick it up off VWAP. I do like this area over here. It's not letting me in because of the spread. Yep, here it is. Now, anything below 186 and we're out. So we'll have to give this one a little bit of room on that one, and then we'll set up some profit takers on our a little bit above 2. We'll see if it can bounce, though. Big retracement on HOUR. But to go back to what I was saying on this one, now you have a legitimate headwind, not a potential headwind that is economically based. Do the hyperscalers continue to buy? Does Alibaba, spend the same amount that Meta is spending? Does Baidu buy the same amount that Amazon's buying? Well, the answer to that is no. I mean, Alibaba made that very clear. They're only earmarking about $10 or $15 billion for all of 2025 relative to what Meta, 60 to 65. I think Amazon was 80 something or something like that. Microsoft was 80 something, I believe. The point is, we could have a real headwind here for NVIDIA if this current state of affairs between the United States and China continues in the same path. Because I submit to you guys, the Chinese are going to respond a little bit differently. They've kind of put, some of these American companies on the blacklist. I mean, the Americans responded with a very similar list, like a banned list or something like that. So I'll have to see how this all works out. But NVIDIA taking a hit, 6 1/3. I get it's a volatile name, but that's not typical for NVIDIA unless there was a real big headline. And this could be one of those. So the H20 and its sales, which is made specifically for China, in question now, Joseph.
Yeah, so there we go, guys. IBIT, we're getting that nice little pop. We're going to continue with the ad here and aim for the top of that range there, guys. So we'll see. We're getting a pop in Tesla as well, too. And I seen that Pro Trade Trader said, yeah, don't fall for it. I agree. One thing that I will note here is that on the lower time frames, we're not getting that volume really stepping in. So you can see that those pops just get faded right back into the zone here. So again, which 49.45 is going to be that target. Yeah, exactly. It's the trap. It's a trap. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know if it is where we are quite oversold. If we were to look at the RSI from a daily standpoint, I'm pretty sure that it's quite oversold. So I mean, we can continue at these levels. I don't see anything that signals like, hey, we're going to turn around. And there's been no curling action. There's no rounded bottoms or anything along those lines from a technical standpoint that says, hey, we're ready to continue this or to turn around. Sorry. And to add to Sharif's point, 5.5% doesn't usually happen. You can see that we engulf this whole range here and continuing to move lower, not looking too good on that front. But we'll be patient here, sitting in this trade still. I was looking at the TQs to think about one more attempt, but I'm like, no, not today. Especially we were looking at those open interest levels, and they're just too powerful and too strong right now to not abide by them. But yeah, let's see what you guys are up to. And I'm curious, put it in the chat, just a yes or no answer. Do you think that this pop is done? Is that the only retracement that we're going to get, roughly 5% in the market? It's either going to be yes or no, and if you believe that we are going to continue to move lower and lower. Stevenson, I do great on puts today, did great on puts today, been writing QQs and SPY since this morning, just got stopped out of my last 2 contracts. Nice work there, my friend. The puts definitely coming in favor. Tesla is breaking the downtrend. Very solid point there, Eduardo. Have you punched short yet on Qs or SPY today? I have not. So I'm sticking to this long, see if we can get this bounce in IBIT. It's worked a couple times for us, so we want to just stick with those names that are working. And you can see that we've been consolidating for an extended period of time here, guys. So maybe considering that the overall market has been selling, that we get this pop if and when the market is ready to put in somewhat of a pullback here, guys. All right, so let me know. What else are you guys looking at? Yes, no, no. We're getting a lot of yes and no's to see what everybody's thinking about. No, so you do think that we're going to recover a little bit more, but you guys seen that volume just step in here on the market and the weakness in the time of sales as well too. So a nice strong flush, but still holding up steady. Let's see what else everybody else is going over. Can you check SPX 500? Oh yeah, we can take a look at the SPY. We've been looking at it all day because if we break, we can continue the whole correction until next month. Okay, I see what you're getting at. Sharif, can you check out OKLO? It's a rounded bottom and it's moving up for sure. We will take a look at OKLO, OKLO. So yeah, a nice rounded bottom, but again, from a volume standpoint, we're not getting those participants stepping in. The buying pressure is really weak, and you can see that from the volume by time profile here, guys. So, but it is very nice. A lot of indecision prints compared to what we see here. But are we going to continue this move up to VWAP, or is this just a liquidity grab, and then you look to continue to move lower and break through some of these support levels here on this intraday time frame? But let's see what Adair is up to, guys.
Very interesting story here. Notable drop in Pfizer. PFE continuing to push today's lows. Basically, Wall Street Journal reporting that apparently prosecutors in the U.S. are investigating a claim that Pfizer delayed releasing their COVID vaccine results until after the 2020 election. So it is worth noting here, apparently the tip came from a rival company, GSK. So certainly of note here, but apparently it came to GSK from a former Pfizer scientist who denies suggesting any delay of the results. Apparently Pfizer themselves has said the timeline of the delay, or I guess of the release of their results, was not political. It had to do with science, but regardless, there are some allegations here that Pfizer delayed releasing its 2020 COVID results for political reasons. So PFE pushing to the downside on this catalyst, guys. Back to you.
Yes. Yeah, that's not good. You kind of feel like you're going to have this tit-for-tat exchange. You investigated me, I'm going to investigate you. You were in power, you pissed me off. I'm in power, I'm going to piss you off now. And like, it's just, you kind of feel that way. You're already getting like little shades of that with certain investigations that are happening with the Jan 6 committee. We're not going to go into all that, but that, I feel like that's going to be a present theme for the next 4 years. So we'll keep an eye on that. 25, I believe 07s is, or 13s, excuse me, is the low on Pfizer right now, down 1.4. Thank you for that, Adair. Very interesting news there coming out of I believe the U.S. prosecutor's office there being reported by the Wall Street Journal. Yeah, GSK scientists allegedly told colleagues Pfizer delayed results announcement until after 2020 elections, sources say. Great reporting there, Adair. Thank you for that, Joe.
Yeah, a nice bounce there on PFE. So the volume really stepping in there, guys, if we pull it up, and a nice hammer candle print on this name. So let's see how this plays out, and if this level holds. We can draw ourselves a range here, guys, to see what we have to work with and what we are going to risk, and then what we can also potentially add in. So it's about a 15-cent risk there if you are going to play the longs on the break of the high of this candle, and then you can just get out at the lows. But again, you don't want to necessarily fight this downward momentum. It doesn't seem that we want to recover, so you just want to follow that trend there, guys. So we'll be patient on that PFE, wait for that 5-minute candle to print, and then you can assess and make a thesis. You can base a thesis off that. Here we go, still sitting in this IBIT, giving back a lot of what we just gained here, but still holding up, and this is what we want to see. I do believe, considering how weak the time of sales is here, guys, that we may break the lows, and if that's the case, then we just have to get out of the trade. 49.23 is our average, and then we'll just hop out at 10s there, all right? So that's the game plan. Once the low of the day has been cracked, then you have to reassess and look to get back in if you do believe that we are going to pop in the overall market. Now, if there's anything you guys want me to go over, just put it in the chat. We'll go through some tickers. I like the way that PFE is setting up. It is holding the low of that hammer candle and looking like it wants to break the high of it right now, guys. Be patient, wait for that to come into play. You might be able to get that VWAP play, but you see your risk profile. You see once it cracks that 25.12 level, then you got to get out and then maybe look for another entry, but I don't know if it's going to come today. Mark, interesting win. Golden Nugget owner fine, 11.8% of win takeover at Dara. Maybe at Dara will know a little bit more about that. But here we go on, see what Mark Sushi said. CBC PPTI back above VWAP, one more run. Yeah, let's take a look at that one. PTPI, doo-doo-doo. Yeah, I mean, holding up strong here. That's a good look here, guys, on PTPI. Nice strong trend, but look at this pre-market price action. Nice range here, all the way low from 6 cents, all the way up to, okay, there you go, 20 cents there. Not a bad, horrible, not something I would necessarily trade, pharmaceuticals, but holding VWAP half decently. Let's see if you can continue and hold those levels there in PTPI, Sharif.
I'm still watching GameStop, guys, because it's still continuing to hang out. So I got stopped out for that little bit that I had left, and I did actually add at that at the volume weighted average price at around 28.85, scalped up into 29, and then it dropped below my entry, so I got out again. But I'm continuing to watch it because it's not losing VWAP. I mean, it's breaching VWAP, but that's not what we're really talking about here. We're talking about losing the level. I mean, it breached it even more aggressively at around that 12.15 area where it put the hammer candle, and then it tested that 60 penny area again. So I don't want to be quick to jump in because you can notice that each successive candle is a little bit of a lower high, not necessarily a lower low because we're holding that flat bottom, which is VWAP, but the lower high here is what's operative, at least to me. So before I get in, I need to see a first 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis. And you haven't gotten one here, and you haven't gotten any new candles to make a 5-minute high on a closing basis since, wow, it's been a while. I mean, this is not even one that, oh yeah, this one over here, since 1 o'clock. So 52 minutes now. Well, this one kind of, it was a bit of an indecision candle, say 105. Since that time, it's been basically lower high on every closing basis and lower lows as well. So GameStop incrementally getting a little bit weaker here. Not surprised. I mean, the overall market's down. We're almost down 2% on the NQ. We just lost, I say, 20,100. We're at 97s right now, so we're down 1.93. We already lost 5,800 on, or I don't even know if we're above 5,800